This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 530. Yandra is not easy to mess with. The madman has been strengthened to the point that he can accumulate people's madness points just by looking at them. Is it the fuse that ignites the madness? Ah. Master Zero, don't hide anymore. Master Zero, accept my love. Master Zero. Anastasia's voice, like a sharp needle constantly piercing my cerebral cortex. In her burning and swollen eyes, she wielded the dismembering kitchen knife with arrogance, and chased me frantically. Chopping, and chopping again. I had no choice but to dodge. After all, last time, if I hadn't happened to knock the opponent out first, if I had suddenly had an epileptic seizure during the fight, I would have been killed by the knife and swallowed by this guy. Therefore, before figuring out the real reason for the crazy attack just now, I can't act rashly. It can't be true that just staring can make people go crazy. What about the Tsukuyomi of the blood red eye? Lord Zero. Anastasia suddenly sped up, rushed to me, turned halfway, swung the big kitchen knife, and chopped at my head. Her eyes were burning, and my eyes seemed to swell and hurt. I quickly dodged. That guy, like a tiger coming down the mountain and meeting an antelope, flew over directly. Combat skill hound step. However, I am not bragging. If I really want to escape, I am afraid that there are very few people in the border area who can catch me. Well, after all, it is the same in the game. If there is no venue restriction, Atai can probably accompany all monsters and bosses until the end of time. It is a traditional skill. We distanced ourselves again. Anastasia seemed to be tired of my dodging style of fighting. She stood there and sighed a few times. Alas. Masterling, why did you suddenly become as timid as a rabbit? If that's the case, why don't you let me bring you a sweet dream so that you don't have to run away so hard? Right? Ah. I see. The other party smiled slightly, as if she had thought of a good idea. That man? You came here for that man, right? He can't leave. If you continue like this, I will let him get there first. So she threatened me with Van Lay? This made me laugh. You seem to have misunderstood something. Anastasia, I have only met that man once or twice. It doesn't matter. Really? We have to try it to know. After saying that, this crazy woman really turned around and ran towards Van Lay. I sighed helplessly. Okay, I'm really afraid of you. I hurriedly quickened my pace and chased after Anastasia's back, and the other party seemed to have eyes on the back. When I was about to catch up, I immediately turned around and swung the big kitchen knife and chopped at me, while laughing wildly. Ha, it seems that I didn't misunderstand at all, Lord Zero. You really don't want to give up. Let my love give it to others first. No, this is a huge misunderstanding. Okay, I blocked Anastasia's attack, and my eyes stung a little, and then I was bounced back by her strange power. Anastasia didn't give me a chance to rest. Swinging a big kitchen knife, she rushed towards me again. Combat skill Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. The flames roared. But after this guy was pushed back a step by the hurricane at the beginning, he laughed wildly, steadied his feet, and rushed forward again. The blade carried the golden glow of prayer, angrily split the fire barrier. However, I had already done several backflips, and pulled away again. Sure enough, so that's how it is. I breathed a sigh of relief. After all, I had found the reason for the burning of the flames. It's not the eyes, but because you seem to be in that state of Chapalili's roar. Just getting close to you will be corroded by your flames. However, the effect is not as obvious as the roar, so I didn't notice it at first. I said what I found. In fact, since just now, I have been keeping a distance, while staring at the other person's eyes, but every time I was infected by the crazy fire. It was after Anastasia approached, which made me come to this conclusion. After all, this woman's madness has been burning since the beginning, and there is no moment of calm. However, discovering Anastasia's characteristics is one thing, and how to deal with her is another. Although the capture range of her flames should only be 1 or 2 meters around me. For a warrior with strength and agility points like me, if I want to attack, I can only be captured by her flames. Right? It can be said to be a special attack against melee warriors. Indeed, although I also have many long-range skills. The power of the Fiery Storm Slash in the snow field is at least reduced by half. And attack methods such as Thunder God Killing Spear and Magic Slash have a long start time, and a not particularly fast flying speed. So as long as you are prepared, they are easier to dodge. What should I do? Ah, I got it. I quickly took out the soul summoning bell and rang it. Hey, brother Teardrop, are you listening? Did you save the data of me when I was a magician? Hurry up and mimic it and help me. If Zero, you just want to use magic, I have another way. In my mind, my brother's mixed voice of a man and a woman rang. I used magic to slow down Anastasia and asked, "Oh, what's the solution?" After integrating the power of the compatriots in the passage. Although I can't give you a new life like the full moon queen, as long as I slightly use the power of the teardrops to modify your rune passage, you can cast magic directly. However, the price is the exchange of blood. In other words, magic originally consumed the mana bar, but after the modification of the teardrops, it can be exchanged with the blood bar? That's good. Please. I agreed without hesitation. Ding-ling-ling. Anastasia saw me stop, and immediately seized the opportunity to rush towards me. But, when I opened my eyes again, the red swelling pain was blown away by the breeze at night. I poked the night fire on the ground, and let's try it out first. Magic broom star. Whoosh. As the blue pyroxene on the hilt shone, a stream of meteorites flew quickly towards Anastasia. She was slightly stunned, although she dodged in time, but the broom star had a little tracking ability, and, even if it missed her step, the impact of the explosion and the fragments of pyroxene made Anastasia fall on the snow. As for me, oh my god, it would be better to forcefully summon Brother Teardrop. The moment the broom was sent out, I felt as if a tube of blood was drawn from my arm, severe pain, and then numbness and loss of consciousness for a moment. Hurry up, drink a mouthful of red holy grail dewdrop. Anastasia raised her head. She seemed to be incredulous at the magic I suddenly used. Why, you are allowed to cheat, but I can't? Magic Lonnie's Dark Moon. In the battle with Teacher Saren, Lonnie seemed to have deeply imprinted the rune of the Dark Moon into my mind. I floated up lightly with Nightfire, turned into a dark blue dark moon hanging in the air, then, unplugged, then the moon flew towards Anastasia. Seeing this, Anastasia obviously knew that she couldn't take this move head-on. So she had to get up in a hurry, intending to pull back a distance, and then dodge the flight path of the moon. How could I give you such a chance? Combat skill gravity. I raised the Nightfire high, and stabbed it into the ground with force. Then, a circle of purple light spread rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, it enveloped Anastasia's entire body, and then it shrank as hard as it could. She was slowed down, and when she turned around, the shadow of the cold dark moon had already enveloped her. Boom! Chapter 531, Death and Death. It's really hard to bear. I have at least 40 HP added to my body, but I didn't expect that a dark moon almost took away half of my life. And my heart was pulled, as if it had deviated from its original position. Gudon 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 with big mouthfuls of rapid breathing. My heart also jumped up and down violently. I thought Brother Teardrop had given me a super cheat, but because it was a newly put into use exchange system, my body was directly pineapple, full of holes. If it weren't for Anastasia's crazy fire characteristics, I had to use it like this, and it would be meaningless to put it into actual combat. It would be better to practice the 7 wounds fist that can kill both the enemy and me. If this move fails, it would be equivalent to beating myself up in vain. But fortunately, Anastasia was unable to think of a way to deal with the unexpected attack, and I used a small combo to hit her directly with Lonnie's Dark Moon, which blew Anastasia away. She fell to the ground and rolled several times before she stopped. She lay on the snow and seemed motionless, but no runes gathered around her, which meant that she still had her last breath. After drinking the dew drops of the red holy grail, I walked forward carefully. The other party suddenly choked, and his body began to tremble. Ah! It seems that the best opportunity has been missed. What a pity. Anastasia raised her head, and when her red and turbid yellow eyes saw me, she laughed fiercely again. She stood up unsteadily and complained, "Really? Really cold? Masterling. Just now. That was another woman's move. Right? This has nothing to do with you, Anastasia. Since it is a battle, then just decide the outcome of life and death. Why bother about what moves I use?" I looked at the other party vigilantly. You didn't too? In order to defeat others? In order to defeat me? You were given that crazy fire as the original finger which, I think you should know that it is the power to destroy the world. Right? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. That's right. We are all the same. Master Zero. To win, we will do whatever it takes. To survive to the end, we will do whatever it takes. Anastasia once again put in her best efforts. And the madness on her body rose again. After I killed the fading one for the first time and took away his rune power, Master Finger didn't blame me. It was then that I truly understood the mission that Master Finger had given us. No matter what means, we must survive. Survive continuously, until the last person, and then become the King of Eldon. As she spoke, Anastasia rushed towards me again. Magical surprise attack on the magic gravel. Anastasia's shoulder was pierced by the magic gravel that attacked from behind. But she was completely like nothing happened, and continued to roar and charge at me. She also said, "Do you know, Master Zero, since the time at the Smokehouse Church, since we parted, I have been thinking about you all the time, hanging around witches, and hearing about you, putting down the Cuckoo Rebellion, saving General Shatterstar at the festival, persuading the King of Blessing, uniting with Lionette and Stonewell, and jointly conquering the giant snowfield. Ah, you are really great. Even that Bernal kept saying that you are a role model for the fated. I don't know when. I found that I like you so much. I want to serve you so much. And I also want to have you forever. To be with you forever. And never be separated. Anastasia must be really crazy. She attacked me rudely and kept attacking me. She didn't even dodge or evade my pyroxene attack, but just rushed forward. Even if he was knocked down by pyroxene, he was like a cockroach. He took a few breaths and stood up again, which made people feel a chill in their hearts. You shine, and don't fit in with the ugly guys in this world. I wish you could accept my love, Lord Zero. Although she was saying words that sounded like a confession, Anastasia's hand wielding the big kitchen knife was not at all slow. Another pyroxene magic gravel hit her body, and this time she couldn't stand still, and she fell to the ground. Actually, you are wrong, Anastasia. I am not as perfect as you think, and the things you said can't be done by me alone. It is the help of many people that can make things go well. I corrected her point of view. But why? At that time, no one came to help me. Anastasia whispered something. When she raised her head, the fire in her eyes was still burning. It doesn't matter. One day, you will accept me, Master Ling. When that girl dies, when you realize the cruelty of the world, you will truly understand me. And then come to me, longing for my blessing, and let me take away your suffering. Anastasia smiled slightly, and was about to use the Blood Dynasty's invisibility technique to escape. See you later, Master Ling. No, because I used magic later to keep a distance and avoid being contaminated by the other party's crazy fire. At this moment, if I rush over, the other party must have already invisibly disappeared. The snowy land is vast, not like the underground where Dian Hualing was arrested, where there is nowhere to escape. But I didn't expect that. Just when Anastasia was about to turn into a pool of blood, suddenly, a bouquet of flowers stretched out from the underground behind her, and then a hammer hit her head, so that Anastasia not only failed to escape, but also had a bloody head, lying on the snowy plain, as if she had turned into a huge flower of the other shore. Lord Ling. She even called my name at the end, and it was so obsessive that it was scary. But why? At that time, no one came to help me. Thinking back to Anastasia's words that were so light that they were almost drowned in the wind and snow, I couldn't help but think, maybe at the beginning, Anastasia was also a normal finger witch, but since she killed the first fader, maybe she can't stop anymore. What happened at that time? Did she suffer from the abuse of the fader? So she has such a heavy filter for me, especially after hearing those rumors about me. Everything is unknown. As Rune drifted away, Anastasia had closed her eyes forever. Just in case, I'd better give her a stab. Sorry. Turning around, the hero who finally arrested Anastasia. White Mask Fan Lei's situation does not look optimistic. The previous blow probably used up all his last strength. Now, lying on the ground, no longer had the strength to cover his wound, but still panting and muttering, King, 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 I finally avenged the dynasty. Fan Lei. I felt sorry for him, and handed him my Holy Grail bottle. Don't talk first, drink the dewdrops, and take a rest. But he shook his head. It's too late, even if it's Queen Marika's blessing, I've already. How do you know if you don't try? I lifted his head, took off Fan Lei's red mask, and tried to force him to drink it. But the other party actually used his hands to weakly block the Holy Grail bottle. Fan Lei? I am a doctor. I know my own situation best. Van Lei's voice began to become lower. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I might not be able to seek revenge on that damn woman. Blood Dynasty, what happened? I asked hurriedly. The dynasty. The dynasty was destroyed by those crazy people. My king, the king's great rune was taken away. Everything was destroyed by me. This scourge. Van Lei shed tears of regret as he spoke, but his eyes began to blur. 00, can you do one thing for me? Kill Bernard. Yes, I will after all. I have to settle accounts with him. Sure enough. You are the 0 I saw for the first time. But unfortunately my damn eyes were blinded for a moment, and brought the disaster to the dynasty. Van Lei sighed several times in succession. That matter, I'll leave it to you, my king. Please allow me to go to you now to see you. Van Lei? Van Lei? Hey, wait a minute. Wake up. I haven't asked about Michaela yet, hey. In the snowy plain, in the whistling wind, there was only my shouting, and there was no other human voice. Chapter 532. A Tai bravely enters Edian town. Something seems to have happened in the Blood Dynasty. From the oral account of White Mask. Van Lei, I am afraid that when he was in Linia, he mistook another me and recruited him into the Blood Dynasty. Later, Crazy Fire Ailing went there together with Rebel Bernard, Devourer of Fading, Anastasia. After that, Munder, the monarch of the Blood Dynasty, may have been defeated by the group of Crazy Fire followers, and the Great Rune was taken away. No wonder. Bloodfingers are deployed in large numbers, wandering around the border. That's why the old man suddenly came to my door. I guess he mistook me for Crazy Fire Ailing, or he was bewitched by Xia Balalai, and simply wanted to take the 2 great runes from me to offer them to Munder to try to save the monarch's life. But he failed, and was finally taken away by Xia Balalai. The Blood Dynasty is probably destroyed. And I couldn't ask the dying Van Lei about Michaela's situation. If he got into trouble, I'm afraid the bargaining chip for peace talks with Lilian would be insufficient. However, I don't have time to care about the Blood Dynasty at the moment. Justice Officer. Ricade. Blood Monarch. Munder, in this way, Bernard has definitely obtained 2 demigod runes, and is fully qualified to go to the royal city of Rodel, challenge Mongot, and then enter the Golden Tree to realize the law of destruction of Mad Fire. The only uncertainty is his current progress in the strategy of the broken femme Azel in the Sky City. I must hurry up. Riding Tourette, I rushed to Edian town. On the way, I avoided the Platinum Sun's riding wolves, so there were no enemies. Although I had the silver tears given by Letina, which could make the Platinum Suns know that I was not their enemy. It seemed to be a one-time prop. Along the way, I did not meet the Night Cavalry. I did not know the situation in Edian town, so I planned to save it for use there. It could not be because it was daytime, so I did not run into the 2 cavalrymen. Anyway, I rode as fast as I could, and it took me half a day to get to Edian town. Just like in the game, the whole town exuded a faint, strange green light, and there was no one in the outside world. I had to enter the prison seal to really reach this town that specializes in cutting astragalus. I ran directly to the back of the town, where there was a sky staircase, and the portal at the end could lead directly to the branches of Michaela's sacred tree. Oh! Millicent and the others had successfully ignited several altars in Edian town and cracked the mechanism here. However, they didn't wait for me, which was really disloyal. It must be that Pollyanna, urging Millicent to leave quickly. Otherwise, according to Mibao's personality, she would not leave without saying goodbye. There was a vortex in the portal, but I reached out to touch it. But it didn't take me to the holy tree. Strange. Do I have to go into the inner part of the ceremony town? With such doubts, I also found that the portal was indeed covered with the same light green film as the town. This is different from the game. Well, it's just one more step. Sighing a little bit annoyed, I ran down the steps, and came to the entrance of the sealed prison not far away, took out a knife, cut a wound on my palm, and dripped blood into the center of the stone slab. As a faint blue glow spread rapidly, I entered the real Edian town. Huh? Isn't this my sentinel torch? At the entrance of the seal, the torch that I originally gave to Millicent and the others was actually stuck in the ground here, and, next to its heel, there was a rune motto. 0. The situation has changed. Pollyanna was captured by the silkworm. I have to save her first. Sorry. You see, I said it must be because of that Pollyanna, that Millicent couldn't wait for me here. But I didn't expect that. She became Princess Peach this time, and was captured by the silkworm? Is it the corrupted follower? Or is it Pollyanna's sisters? Although, except Pollyanna, the others in the game seem not to be able to use the silkworm, but after all, their father, the sage Gwei, is a corrupted follower. It's not difficult to teach them this trick. By the way, when and how did those sisters set foot on this holy snowfield? It didn't seem like they were following us. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the soul-summoning bell on my waist suddenly rang, drawing away my rune magic. Then, the sound of weapons clashing came from behind. I turned around. Under the glow of the sentinel's torch, a black shadow quickly jumped back, and in the blink of an eye, became invisible in the snow. And the one who helped me block the attack was my good sister Dishi, who is also a black knife assassin. What a close call. If it weren't for my elder sister showing up, I would have been cut in the waist by the black knife just now. Silently, invisibly, without any feeling at all, the black knife had actually circled behind me. It's no wonder that Prince Godwin was defeated by such a group of guys back then. Although, from what the dead dragon Fullshank said, it's not difficult to sense that Godwin originally wanted to die, and even anticipated the arrival of the black knife assassins. By the way, although it was an emergency, since the upgrade, Brother Teardrop and her can control my soul summoning bell on their own and summon them to appear. Then, when I fight the boss in the future, I don't have to ring the bell before entering the door. I can just call them and summon them. Be careful. As soon as Dishi finished speaking, he suddenly hugged me by the waist and took me away. Then, several black and red death blades fell on the position we were just in. It's a trap. Let's go. Master Ling. Dishi hurriedly put me on the ground. I'll help you cover your retreat. Let's go. Whoosh. As I hesitated for a moment, an arrow hit my shoulder. It's the sniper turret in Edian Town, those Platinum Suns. By the way, could it be that Millicent and the others didn't even deal with any of their opponents, and they just forcibly unlocked the seals everywhere and opened the portal? The Platinum Suns are fine after all. They seem to be able to be resurrected through the blessing, but it seems that all the Black Knife assassins are there. Those assassins should return to the tree as long as they are defeated once. I grabbed Ishi's hand. Why are you still interrupting? Let's run together. Combat Skillhound Step. Under the fire suppression of the Platinum Suns on the roofs of 4 or 5 buildings, Dixie and I hurriedly ran out of the town, and hid in a place where those guys couldn't shoot. However, the Black Blade assassins were chasing us closely, and they also deliberately drove Dixie and me away from the back of the town. Dixie, help me buy some time. I stuck the sentinel torch into the ground, pulled out the night fire to guard against the Black Blade assassins chasing us, and at the same time, I found the platinum tears that Latina gave me from the blessing backpack. If I remember correctly, I was going to crush this teardrop that looked like a diamond. I exerted force on my hand, and Letina's platinum tear turned into crystal light fragments, and dissipated with a breeze. Then what? Is that all? Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several more death blades flew over. Sure enough, the Black Knife assassins in reality are much smarter than those in the game. After they know that the sentinel torches can illuminate their figures, they will deliberately keep their distance, and will never easily enter the visible range. It was probably their idea to put the torch there, using the phototropism of Atai and Millicent's motto, to attract my attention, so that they could cut my kidney. Dishi, who could sense the power of the assassin, leaned against my back. It seemed that we were completely surrounded. Dishi, why don't we focus on one target first? And as long as we pull one guy to show up, I should be able to help you. I clenched the night fire. Dishi also nodded, okay. But at this moment, a gentle voice came from the corner of the alley. Please wait a moment. Fellow Black Knife sisters, I'm afraid that the Lord is not our enemy. I saw a platinum sun floating in the air. Oh, it should be a Black Knife who brought her here. She came out to stop our fight. It seems that Letina's tears came in handy. Chapter 533. The stage is calling. Just when the Black Knife assassins in Edian Town were on the verge of a fight with Dishi and me, the platinum tears that Latina gave me worked, and the platinum son of the town came to mediate the fight. The platinum girl sat on the shoulder of the Black Knife assassin, slowly walked forward, and then bowed deeply to me. You are Mr. Ling, right? Thank you for bringing Sister Latina to the holy snow plain, and injecting the initial tears of hope into our sister. Just now, I really offended you a lot. It's okay. It's okay after all. You are also ordered to protect this town. It's good that the misunderstanding can be resolved. I shook my hand generously. Thank you for your understanding. By the way, There should be another group of people here before me. What happened to them here? I asked curiously. Are you talking about the two red-haired women and the night cavalry? When the platinum girl saw me nod, she continued to explain. Those two seem to have a close relationship with the Valkyrie Marnia, and they know everything about the ceremony town, so we and the Sisters of Black Blade didn't make things too difficult for them. It turns out that there was no battle when Millicent and the others came here. No wonder. I said that with me Bow's ability, if they really fought, it would be impossible for them not to be able to deal with a single Black Blade. Alas, having a Valkyrie as a backer is too convenient. I also continued to ask, but one of them left me a message, saying that another girl was taken away by the worm ribbon. What's going on? The son of Platinum also explained. I heard from my sisters, following them. Several women who also smelled like Lady Marlinia came, and they took away one of the short-haired women, while your two companions were separately trying to unlock the sealed fire. Sure enough, it was the other Holy Tree sisters. However, they did not attack Millicent, but took Pollyanna away. I don't know what they were up to. As for how those sisters came to the Holy Snowfield, I can only guess that the Sage Gwei must have done something. He might have come from the Holy Snowfield. He followed the team all the way south to Galad, and after witnessing the coming of the Scarlet Corrupted Goddess, he stayed there. At the border, there is not only one means of teleportation. Perhaps the corrupt followers also have unique teleportation coordinates, like the Blessed Light. I understand. By the way, I also want to go to Michaela's holy tree. Will this be difficult for you? I asked in a friendly manner. Even if they really have difficulties, I will try my best to get in. However, social etiquette still needs to be observed. Master Zero, if you are also here to seek the protection of the holy tree, you may be disappointed there. In the Fragment War, Master Michaela, who was originally the seed of the holy tree, was abducted by a bitch. Since then, this place has been stagnant. The son of Platinum said to me honestly. It doesn't matter. Actually, I came here because I knew where Michaela was. I didn't lie. It's just that I should learn from the dynasty first. The situation is a bit serious. The Platinum Son and the Black Knife Assassin were all surprised. The girl's voice was skeptical, but it also shone with excitement and hope. Really? Master Zero? Well, so I have to go see Marnia and take care of the two companions who came before me. That's great. If Master Michaela can really come back to complete the holy tree, it will become a paradise, and we won't have to endure the chaos and disasters of the borderland and go to the ideal country. The son of Platinum was very excited. After a pause, she said, in that case, can Master Zero do us a small favor? Tell me about it. On your way to the holy tree to meet Master Marnia, you will definitely meet a noble knight named Loretta. Like you, she was also a knight under the command of the Bright Moon. When the time comes, please bring this to her. Speaking, the Platinum Son took out an arrow and slashed it across his palm, causing the platinum blood to slowly penetrate the arrowhead and flow through the entire arrow. I asked curiously, what is this? Loretta is doing her duty. I am worried that you will also have a misunderstanding with us like before, and have a conflict with that lord. The girl handed the arrow to me and explained. This arrow can convey to that lord that you have a close relationship with us, the Platinum Sons. When the time comes, I believe that Lord Loretta will no longer embarrass you. Even if you tell her clearly, she will go with you to find Lady Michaela. Oh, that means you don't even have to fight the only two big bosses of the Holy Tree? I think my trip to the Holy Tree will be very easy. Loretta can use this arrow to skip classes. If Marenia tells you clearly, she should also go with me to find Michaela. In this way, it won't take much time. I should be able to get the Golden Needle, and then according to the prophecy of the Golden Mask, find the Beast Priest. Find a way to go to the Broken Sky City. Thamazra. Connections are the orthodox way to be a king. Thank you. I accepted this peace arrow without hesitation, and then, with the farewell of the Platinum Son and the Black Knife Sisters, I climbed the steps behind the Edian town and touched the teleportation gate there. With a slight shake, I seemed to hear the sound of the horn of heaven. I opened my eyes again, and saw that I was still on the branch of Michaela's holy tree. The long and solemn horn sound was still playing, and the whole holy tree seemed to be shrouded in a dream, lightly hazy. Perhaps it was because of Michaela's disappearance. In this haze, and the sound of the horn, there was a sense of worry and sadness. The light of blessing was swaying on the tree branch in front of me. I walked forward and lit up the blessing. Below, there was thick fog, and I couldn't see the bottom at all, but it should be the sea. Michaela's sacred tree grew on the edge of the border, that is, above the sea. Continued to move forward, and I saw the white, fat, round, Mishwe Bing Chung mascot oracle messengers. They blew the horn day and night, calling for Michaela's return. Ah! I turned around. I was discovered. The horns of the messengers immediately became sharp, blowing out golden bubbles and flying towards me. As expected, a tie is not very welcome anywhere. I hurriedly crawled and rolled down. If I don't collect those messy things on the crown of the holy tree, I will run directly down to the holy tree town. The journey is not too far. After all, the town is right in front of me. It shouldn't take me 5 or 6 minutes to sprint at full speed. But the sharp and piercing sound of the horn was like a stone falling into the water. Ripples spread quickly, and completely broke the silence here. Suddenly, the same piercing sound was heard everywhere, one after another. I found a position, and jumped directly to the wider trunk below, but soon, a buzzing sound came from behind. I dodged subconsciously, and saw a big scarlet ant flapping its wings, like a bee, with its stingy tail, and stabbing straight at my back. After his move failed, the guy quickly flapped his wings and flew away. On the branches of the holy tree, dozens of scarlet ants were moving their legs and feet, and quickly crawling towards me. Oracle messengers of all sizes were also swaying along the branches, approaching me. In the blink of an eye, the various monsters on the treetops had surrounded me. Damn! I should have known that the holy tree stage would not let me pass so easily. Chapter 530 for the holy tree stage. If you have a command, you come. Michaela's holy tree, according to legend, is an ideal pure land that can accommodate everything in the world. The guys who came to follow the holy sun are all kinds of strange, but without exception, all very enthusiastic. Even a newcomer like me, the fated one, was warmly welcomed by them. Woo! The welcoming horn sounded one after another, and on the branches of the holy tree, the oracle messengers, who looked like snowmen, summoned one oracle bubble after another, which floated towards me. All around, the buzzing sound of wings continued, and those scarlet ants were also coming in an endless stream. There were also many guys with wings, charging towards me with their tails pierced. Combat skill molten flame hurricane dance. The firepower soared to the maximum, and the wild dance of the hurricane turned into a barrier, blocking some of the oracle bubbles, and also burned the stinky ants who attacked rashly. They flapped their flaming wings, and fell to the bottom of the tree. I retracted my strength a little, and let the flames condense on the blade, and then suddenly slashed forward. Fighting skill, fiery storm slash. The fire dragon bared its teeth and roared, tearing the defense line blocking my way. Woo! Another sharp and rapid horn sounded, and I saw, before the road, golden oracle bubbles were like mushrooms on the tree, and like inflated balloons, growing rapidly around me. I had no choice but to quickly perform the hound steps, and rush through this golden bubble area before the continuous explosions. But there were too many oracle messengers here, and so were the bubbles they summoned, and my last 2 steps were still affected, and I fell apart, and I quickly poked the tree trunk with the night fire, and forced the brakes, and almost made me fall off the branch. It was a close call. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Those ants seemed to be somewhat afraid of my flames. One of them raised its tail like a scorpion, and suddenly sprayed a stream of scarlet water at me. I quickly dodged it. The formic acid water fell to the ground, and immediately a pungent smell of burning rose, and corroded a hole in the branch. This power is much greater than in the game. If I had been careless just now, I would have melted into a bloody man now. Combat skill wolf attack blood dance. I quickly approached an ant, swung a knife at it, and blew away half of its big head. Then, I quickly jumped up, stepped on the body of the ant, and chopped down the oncoming guy with a knife, cutting the upper body of the ant in half. After dealing with several scarlet ants in succession, the road ahead finally had a gap. Praying for Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder protection, I quickly gave myself a status buff, and then used the hound step again. The knife flashed with lightning, and I quickly shuttled through the ant colony, making them lose their limbs and legs, and fly everywhere, as if they were in an empty space. Whoa! Suddenly, a powerful horn sounded in front of me. When I looked up, I saw a group of oracle bubbles like a big net, and they were coming towards me. On another branch of the tree, the large king of Mishuai's city, blowing a horn as big as a banana fan leaf, sounded the attack. If I just dodge, I'm afraid I will be affected by the explosion. If I'm not careful, I might fall off the tree. It's best to shoot them all down. I set up my stance and gathered the power of thunder on the blade. Combat skill Thunder God Killing Gun. Boom with the red thunder flashing in the opposite direction. I penetrated big bubbles one after another, exploding in the air, and the remaining few scattered around me. The blast only blew up my shoulder straps, and did not cause any major damage. The Snow King took a look, raised his head and took a deep breath, and planned to launch another round of bubble attack. Boom blow. 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 I told you to blow. I unceremoniously sent him a Thunder God Killing Gun. Even if I didn't puncture his big belly, I made him stumble and fall on the thick branch. Buzz buzz buzz, huh? Those damn big scarlet ants are here again. How can there be so many? I quickly ran to the end of the branch at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Oh! I found it. Go down the stairs to the Holy Tree Town. Hold the ladder with both hands, and clamp my legs from the outside, and descend to the bottom at the fastest speed. During this journey, those stinky ants were still chasing me. Those with wings, of course, and even those without wings, fell directly from above, landed on the ground, twitched a few times, and were able to stand up. Fortunately, the next blessing point was just in front of me. I used the fire-type combat skills to burn them all into roasted ants, exuding a crispy and fragrant smell from the inside out. I clapped my hands, walked into the pavilion, and touched the blessing point to restore all my status. I looked outside the pavilion. I didn't see any trace of Millicent and the others along the way. I didn't know how far the Sisters of the Holy Tree had progressed. I had to catch up with them as soon as possible. After a short break, let's go. I held the Nightfire tightly and walked out the door. Just as I walked down a ladder, the next second, as expected, a hybrid jumped up from the blind spot of another ladder, raising a machete high, and chopped down my head. I dodged sideways. This guy rolled on the ground, seemingly consciously blocking my way back to the pavilion, and at the bottom of the stairs, there were two other hybrids blocking my way. Roar! Then, there was another roar above my head. When I looked up, I saw the face of a lion hybrid, opening its bloody mouth, and swinging its great sword to chop at me. I had no choice but to roll forward, directly from the corridor, to the small platform below. Oh my god, could the movement in the tree canopy just now have affected this place? Such an encirclement obviously had some warning. The lion hybrid failed to attack, turned his head, raised his great sword with both hands, and leaped towards me. I had no choice but to continue dodging. And the other hybrids immediately formed a double team against me. You are more people, I am a good man and I will not suffer a loss in front of me. 36 strategies, I will escape. I slid from under a leaping and slashing hybrid, and directly slipped out of the encirclement. While standing up, I took the opportunity to slash the firestorm behind me, and force the ordinary hybrids to retreat. And the lion hybrid was really fierce, directly chopped off my flames with a sword, roared loudly, and chased me with red eyes. Is this the value of the Holy Tree? I didn't dare to stay at all, and hurriedly continued to run forward. Wait, I remember this side of the downstairs. Ahem. Another corrupted living being rushed from the blind spot of the shadow, and I hurriedly brake my legs and feet, and almost pushed him to the bottom of the corridor, and I would have died. Just because of this delay, the lion hybrid behind me had already caught up, and swung the big sword at my waist with all his strength. I was already leaning backwards because of the brakes, and when I saw this, I fell back directly, and the blade scraped my nose, and I lay on the stairs, avoiding this attack. Oh my god! My nose hurts a little. Could it be that I got chopped again? However, it seems that because I used too much force, the lion hybrid sword got stuck directly on the tree of the Holy Tree. After all, the entire Holy Tree town was built close to the branches of the Holy Tree. Good opportunity. While the opponent was still drawing his sword, I hurried forward. Be careful when entering the door of the wooden house. There is also a sapperling immortal inside, waiting for the opportunity. Look! Look! I dodged another insidious attack from Lao Lu in time, and was about to enter the door. But inside the house, a scaly hybrid was holding a long-handled axe that almost blocked the room, and was almost blocking the door. When he saw me, he roared enthusiastically to greet me. Behind him, the lion hybrid had already drawn his sword, and was approaching me with another hybrid. I glanced around, and had no choice but to climb over the wall. After all, a house built against a tree trunk could not be too high, and the one in front of me was only one floor. Fighting skill reverse storm foot, I asked the hurricane to lift me up and I jumped hard, and then, I quickly ran to the other side, and then I jumped hard. Dong. Oh my god, the height here is about 3 floors higher than the building. After all, there are several stairs when walking from inside. I just jumped down like this, and it was so trembling that my feet were numb. But the next second, a white glow like dandelion seeds flew around my feet. Pray for Miranda? Yes, under the platform here, there are several corrupt Miranda flowers planted. Behind me, the hybrids were still chasing me. I could only endure the numbness, like insect bites, and hurried forward. I passed another wooden house that looked like a long loaf of bread. And in front of me, a small round square appeared. The winged hybrid at the exit of the square saw this, and immediately flew up, blocking my way. The lion hybrid, who was kneeling in front of a twin statue, also realized my intention and immediately picked up the sword and held it tightly. Behind me, the hybrids chasing me roared, "Ah! I've had enough. Please, don't be so enthusiastic." Chapter 535, Holy Tree Stage, Come If You Have a Life. After parkouring all the way to the middle of Holy Tree Town, I was still blocked by the hybrids and lion hybrids guarding here. Oh, I am now beginning to doubt whether I have to parkour all the way to the big stage where Loretta is, before I can take a short break. After struggling all the way, I finally entered the boss room to take shelter. Oh my god, the full soul flavor is back. Gaw! Oh my god, there was actually a hybrid ambushing in the corner next to me, waving a machete and slashing at me, which was really scary. I quickly raised the Nightfire and blocked the opponent's attack. Even with the value bonus of the Holy Tree, I felt that the hybrid was no match for me in terms of strength. So, I directly blocked the opponent's next knife. And then, I turned around and chopped the hybrid with a knife. Roar! Seeing this, the lion hybrid roared angrily, jumped, and rushed towards me with a big sword. I dodged to the side. The winged hybrid pulled up a small bow and shot a few arrows at me, which I also blocked directly with the Nightfire. At this time, the hybrids behind me had also caught up. In the small square, 2 lion hybrids formed an angle, holding me in the middle. Behind them, the ordinary hybrids were like wolves, staring at their prey with a hungry look. Let's think of a way to break through a single point first. I clenched the Nightfire, and at the moment when the hybrids roared and rushed forward, I also chose to take the initiative to attack. The guys who rushed forward first were ordinary hybrids. Although their strength was not comparable to mine, they jumped up and chopped with their whole body weight. But they were still subtle enough to avoid it. The hound gated past the reckless guys. And next, it was the lion hybrid with a wide range of moves, holding the big sword tightly with both hands, and slashing at me with all his strength. I jumped hard, and flipped over the top of the opponent's head. Just after landing, another guy raised his big sword with both hands, and pounced on me like a beast's mouth. I pulled back again, and after dodging the attack, the flames ignited from the blade of Yahweh. As I swung hard, a hurricane suddenly rose, and it blocked the prison with the flames, blocking the other guys outside, allowing me and the nearest lion hybrid to form a short one-person economy. Seeing this, the other party roared and swung his sword towards me. But I had expected it. Riding on the roar of the wind, the flames gathered and turned into a giant dragon in an instant. With a big bite, it directly bit the lion hybrid off. The combat skill was the turbid fire falling dragon. The Nightfire was lifted from the blackened lion hybrid. The flames burned the blood stains and cracked, and then turned into ashes. Seeing this, the hybrids seemed to be suppressed by me in terms of momentum. For a while, they didn't dare to come forward. If you don't come forward, I will run away. The combat skill was the Fiery Storm Slash. I used the flames to clear the way for me. I hit the winged hybrid that was blocking the way with one blow. After blowing it away, I immediately used the hound step and rushed into the door of the wooden house. As soon as they saw me running away, the hybrids regained their courage and immediately chased after me with a lot of noise. However, I had already run to the central square of Holy Tree Town, lit up the blessing, and just happened to recover the magic power I had just consumed. I turned around and slashed a few magic powers at the hybrids, who had not yet crossed the bridge. My eyes fell on this wooden suspension bridge. Speaking of which, the terrain in the game cannot be destroyed. But in reality, I should be able to cut this wooden bridge and prevent those guys from crossing. Right? Thinking of this, I took advantage of the hybrids hiding in the house that served as a passage and quickly swung my knife at the bridge. But I didn't expect it to be quite hard. It was probably made of wood from the holy tree. Before I could cut the wooden bridge, the lion hybrid over there had already roared loudly, and rushed out of the door of the wooden house, raising the great sword high, and leaped over. Forget it, I'll talk about it later. I turned around and ran, jumping down directly from the other end of the platform in the square, and jumped onto the roof of a wooden building opposite, and continued my parkour journey. Ding-ling-ling. It's not my summoning bell that's ringing, but the phantom snail? Don't shake your head, I'm the real phantom snail. I chopped off the snail's head with a knife, and the ashes of the crystal man fell down before they were summoned into shape. However, in another corner, a phantom snail successfully summoned a gun crystal man, and it jumped and stabbed at me like a zombie. Moreover, the lion hybrid behind me had already caught up with me, so I could only spare the snail's life and continue to run away. I jumped over several roofs, and on top, those saprophytic living beings who seemed to be basking in the sun saw me, and they all stood up unsteadily, trying to stop me. However, I ran with the wind, and before they could get close, they were blown away by the wind surrounding me. The roofs below are a little far apart, so I can only jump down and go in through the door here. Roar! Speaking of which, the only one chasing me now should be a lion hybrid. After I passed through the door, I braked and turned around, holding up Nightfire and getting ready for a forward thrust. Just as the lion hybrid followed my parkour route, fell from the roof opposite, and was about to break into the door here, the red thunder spear pierced through. The door was narrow, and there was no way to avoid it. The lion hybrid was shot through the chest by my gun, but he still raised his sword and swung it at me. Seeing this, I could only seize the opportunity, somersault forward, avoid the attack from above, turn around quickly, and swung the sword. Although the opponent had the same idea as me, he was pierced through the chest by the thunder god killing gun, and his strength could not be restored for a while. After I directly blocked the sword, I slashed his soul back to the tree with another sword. Gaw! Gaw! The two winged hybrids on this side were also woken up by me, yelling, and were about to fly over to attack. I walked forward with the hound steps, using the storm to disrupt their flying airflow, and took advantage of them falling to the ground, to stab one of the hybrids in the chest. Going out of this door, you can see the Holy Tree stage where Loretta is. However, you still have to cross two wooden bridges and a pavilion first. Inside the pavilion, the battlefield magician guarding it naturally noticed the movement on my side, and after seeing the strange figure, he ran over quickly with a magic wand in one hand and a stone iron rod in the other. Ding-ling-ling. This time, I rang the soul summoning bell. Brother Teardrop, help me build a circuit, I'm going to use magic. And on the battlefield magician's side, the wooden bridge is so narrow, there is no room for you to dodge. Origin Magic Comet Aisler, Buzz. The torrent impact from the depths of the universe directly hit the battlefield magician, who had no way to dodge, making him surrender under the excitement of Comet Aisler. Buzz buzz buzz. What's that sound? Looking back, I saw from the other side of the house, these scarlet ants flap their wings again, chasing over. Could they be chasing from the treetops? Do you have to be so patient? Oh no, there were also scarlet ants on the branches near the square just now. Could it be that I made too much noise there, and attracted these guys too? I didn't care about that. I had already defeated the battlefield magician guarding the pavilion. I rushed over the wooden bridge, and ran all the way into the Holy Tree stage. Loretta-sama, save me! Chapter 536 Foreplay. From Michaela's Holy Tree crown, I parkoured all the way to the Holy Tree stage. I had drained my magic power and health bar, and then I stumbled to find Royal Guard Knight Loretta. As long as I had the arrow given to me by the Platinum Suns, she shouldn't make things difficult for me. But Loretta isn't at home. After entering the stage, I found that there was no one here. Behind me, the chattering buzzing sound sounded again, and when I turned around, I saw a group of scarlet ants, some of which flew out directly, or crossed the wooden suspension bridge with great momentum, and rushed straight towards me. I quickly stuffed the 2 Holy Grail bottles into my mouth, and drank them down, quickly recovering my health and mana while swinging my sword behind me, making the flame sweep towards the group of flying ants. But I didn't expect that. These guys suddenly became agile, and after breaking, they also avoided my attack. Originally, I wanted to follow up with Molten Flame Hurricane Dance, in case some fools happened to avoid it and continued to rush at me. Buzz buzz buzz. Immediately afterwards, the winged ants actually dispersed in a rather orderly manner, forming a circle around me from a distance. They all raised their tails, and aimed at me, and launched a volley of formic acid spray. I was forced to use the Molten Flame Hurricane Dance to resist the attack. But I didn't expect that the next second, in front of the flame barrier, a group of black shadows suddenly appeared. The big ants crawling on the ground actually curled themselves up into a ball, withstood the raging fire, and charged. The scene was like 100 beasts galloping. If you were hit by one of them by accident, it might be like a pinball, colliding with each other inside, and finally falling to the ground. I looked around, and finally, my eyes fell on a branch that crossed the stage above my head. So, I pulled myself up with the force of a hurricane, and stretched out my arms to grab the branch that was hanging down. Buzz 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 suddenly, a large winged ant seemed to have anticipated my action. I had just grabbed the branch, and it had already thrust its tail stinger and stabbed me straight. I just waited to cross the night fire to resist the opponent's attack. But I was stabbed and flew away. After several somersaults, I landed safely on the ground. In front of me, a circle of winged ants were flying noisily in the sky. A circle of ants on the ground also came in formation, surrounding me in the corner of the holy tree stage. How did these guys suddenly become so smart? They were like an army. Could it be that Loretta hid in a corner and secretly commanded them? Anyway, I don't believe that the scarlet ants can become so well trained by themselves. It's impossible that they are on the big stage and their desire to perform comes up. Royal Knight Loretta, I am not your enemy. Please ask these ants to retreat. I shouted to Loretta, who was nowhere to be found. I have something important to discuss with you. But there was no response. Well, it's normal to think about it. After all, no one can just believe what a guy with unknown origin says. Then I can only force you to come out, Loretta, just now. I was caught off guard by the ants' unexpected behavior, but now, I will not give them another chance to perform. This time, I took the initiative to attack, dragging Nightfire, and rushed towards the big ant in the front. The flying ants in the sky immediately used the same trick, raising their big buttocks to aim at me, and then, shooting a stream of formic acid. Combat skill, Hound Step. I instantly increased my speed, making all the opponent's attacks miss, and at the same time, I launched a powerful spinning slash at an ant, directly chopping the opponent's upper body to the ground. Seeing this, the big ants around immediately raised their heads, raised their bodies, and tried to bite me with big mouths. I directly slashed from bottom to top, making the head of the first guy who came forward begin to shatter from the center of his mouth parts. I turned my head, glanced, avoided the sneak attack from behind, jumped hard, and landed directly on the back of a big ant, and stabbed it with my knife. The ants in the sky immediately planned to take advantage of my failure to pull out the night fire, and raise their tails to shoot at me. But combat skill gravity, the purple halo spread quickly, enveloped those flying big ants, and then began to shrink rapidly. Although a few formic acid beams were still sprayed out, they lost their accuracy after I pulled them. Moreover, several guys also fell to the ground, because of the gravity magic that destroyed their balance. I pulled out the night fire, and a raging fire burned on the blade. The next second, it brought a scorching storm, and slashed at the scarlet ants. Perhaps knowing that they were no match, the remaining ants hurriedly ran, flew, and retreated from the holy tree stage. Or, it seems that the fated ones, who can get here are indeed capable. A woman's crisp voice sounded above my head. I saw a blue glow, leaping down from the branches of the holy tree above the stage, like a thunderbolt, and hitting me. I quickly dodged to the side. In the glow, a silver-white knight stood up, waved his hand, and the fragments of light condensed into a Gwanda-like war sickle. Royal Guard Knight Loretta. As expected, it was this guy who was commanding those ants to attack me. Like a knight cavalryman, the blue pyroxene at the end of the war sickle in her hand lit up, forming a circle of magic runes under Loretta's body. And then a warhorse wearing silver-white armor was summoned from the rune, and Loretta rode on it. Well, next, let me meet you, fated one. The war scythe swung, and pointed directly at me. Wait a moment. I raised one hand, stopped the other party, and put away the night fire with the other hand, and raised it to the sky. Loretta was also quite martial. She pulled back the horse that was impatient, and wanted to rush towards me. She looked at me warily, and asked loudly, Fated, what else do you want to say? But even if you surrender now, for the sake of the master here, I can't let you go easily. Someone asked me to bring you something. Loretta. The light of rune finally floated over from the nearest blessing point, and condensed into shape in my hand. Look at this. Princess? Fuck. I got the wrong one. How did I summon the petite Lonnie? This made the scene awkward for a while. Even the horse named Loretta tilted its head, looking confused. If you don't know, You might think I wanted to show off to Loretta. After all, she was once a knight under the Kalia royal family. Obviously, I should have summoned the arrow of the Platinum Sun. Okay, I admit that there was an element of showing off. After meeting the petite Lonnie, Loretta's momentum also eased. It seems that you are indeed a genuine Kalia knight. Not a fake. How can there be a fake? I summoned the arrow again and answered casually. After all, I heard that many fated people who returned to the borderland, because they had no blessings, often plundered others' things and seized armor and weapons. So, even if you are indeed wearing the armor of the Knight of Kalia, it is difficult for me to judge, Loretta explained. I could not refute it at all. After all, I did this kind of thing a lot. Oh, here it comes. The light of rune. This time, it finally formed the shape of an arrow in my hand. The arrow coated with platinum coagulation blood. I threw it to Loretta and asked, "You should recognize this, right?" "This is." Loretta gently grasped it, and the whole arrow seemed to merge into her body. She raised her head again and asked in surprise and disbelief, "Fated, who are you?" "Perhaps it shouldn't be said that this is our first meeting, Royal Knight Loretta." I clasped my hands together and bowed slightly to her. "As you can see, I am just a passing fated, named Zero. By chance, I helped the platinum girl named Latina complete her mission. This time I came to the holy tree, and I also got the information about the son of God Michaela, and came to meet the Valkyrie Marinia." Chapter 537 The Secret of Michaela. Holy Son Michaela. After hearing what I said, Loretta seemed to doubt whether she had heard something wrong, and asked hurriedly, "You mean, do you know where Lord Michaela is now?" "Yes. It doesn't matter if I tell you, after all. We can't predict the future, and you still have to lead the team, Loretta, to bring Michaela back." I nodded, and told her honestly. At the beginning, Michaela was captured by the Blood Dynasty. I was abducted by the monarch Munger, and was imprisoned in the Blood Dynasty under the ground of Galat, preparing to be one of the gods of the King of Eldon. Just like Queen Marika and her King Gufule, Munger wanted to become the king of Michaela. What I said still made Loretta quite unbelievable. "Really? Really?" "Of course. If you still have doubts, Loretta, you can send someone to the edge of the high cliff at the southern end of the Holy Snow Plain. If I remember correctly, behind the most conspicuous jungle, you should be able to find the portal leading to the Blood Dynasty hidden there." After I finished speaking, Loretta pondered for a long time. She finally sighed slightly and said, "It seems that, with my identity, I am not qualified to ask you too much. The fated one named Zero. I am sorry for what happened just now." As she said that, Loretta also turned over and got off the horse, and gave me a knight's salute to apologize. I waved my hand quickly. "It doesn't matter. After all, guarding here is your duty. If I were you, I would do the same thing just now. Thank you for your understanding. It's just..." Loretta's tone still seemed a little troubled. "But what happened?" She sighed and explained. "It's just that Lady Marinia has been staying under the tree since she returned from the battlefield. Now, the place is occupied by a group of corrupt followers, claiming that they want to protect the goddess. Therefore, even I haven't been able to see her for a long time. I will send someone to confirm what you said. But if you want to see Lady Marinia, I'm afraid I can't help you much." Loretta sighed again. Sure enough, Marlenia is now completely indifferent to current affairs, and the sacred tree is only a name. Has it completely fallen into the territory of corrupt followers from the root? I rolled my eyes, and thought for a while. Marlenia looks like that, probably because she can't find where her brother is. If I can tell her, the Valkyrie should cheer up. I hope so. Loretta looked at me, and suddenly asked, "Zero, you are a knight from Kalia, so you should. How is Lord Latin now?" As you know, I was originally a member of the royal family of Kalia. But in order to assist the Platinum clan in their search for the sacred tree, I had to leave Linia. Therefore, I deeply regret that I cannot protect the princess and help her embark on the path of becoming a god," Loretta said apologetically. "After I arrived here, I was summoned by Lord Michaela, who had become the core of the sacred tree, to inquire about Lord Latin. Afterwards, I heard that Lady Marinia went to Galat and fought a great battle with the general, and both sides were injured in the end. I understood the other party's intention, and said, 'Don't worry, Brother Latin is fine now.' Oh! Just like Lonnie, he also changed into a puppet body, and got rid of the curse of scarlet corruption. But He gave up the half-god great rune, and became like us fated ones, and everything needs to be retrained. I said everything in detail. I see. Loretta nodded. However, her words also reminded me that, after we discussed the plan of collecting dead roots and exploring the sacred tree of Michaela, Latin actually came to see me in person. Brother, are you sure you want to meet that Marnia, or Michaela? His words at that time made me a little confused. I thought the general didn't know that Marnia probably went to see him because of Michaela's disappearance. So, I could only meet one of them. The brother and the sister. However, I nodded firmly. Latin seemed to have something to say. But in the end, he just said, forget about Marina. Be careful of Michaela. 0. I can call him my brother. But my brother has a very formidable power. A power that even you, my eldest brother, are afraid of? What is it? After all, when I came to this world, the DLC of the Ring of Law had not been released yet. Coincidentally, most of the information about Michaela was hidden in the DLC. He is very good at bewitching people. If you accidentally find his way, be careful not to come back. Latin said this to me earnestly. Oh, I know this. After all, the text on the charming tree branch says, the god Michaela is loved by all things. So he can force others to have a good impression of him. Ah, I suddenly have doubts. Could the president be bewitched and become non-tuned? Did I misunderstand him? But this is irrelevant now. After all, I went to the holy tree, and it was impossible for me to see Michaela. So I asked curiously, brother, what do you think of Marina? She, although she is called the Valkyrie by the world, and I admire her for resisting the scarlet corrosion since she was born, she can even practice the flowing sword technique and acquire a lot of skills. But, Latin sighed, Marina is just an ignorant little girl after all. Compared to her brother, she is much cuter. If Lilian heard this evaluation, would she be so angry that she would come over and chop you again? Brother Latin. However, for Latin, Michaela is indeed a more terrifying existence. And now combined with what Loretta said, Michaela seems to treat his half-brother differently. Perhaps the reason why Loretta was accepted into the holy tree was that she was familiar with Latin. Alas, I don't understand the matter of gods and men. I'll talk about it after meeting Lilian. I casually asked about Millicent and Pollyanna. Sure enough, Loretta felt that those people had a close relationship with the Valkyrie, so she let them go. However, Loretta said again, the woman with the ponytail just passed by here not long ago. I still have a chance to catch up with her. That must be Millicent. I hurriedly said goodbye to Loretta. Night 0. Loretta finally stopped me. Can I ask you for one more favor? Well, what? That is, the princess's doll. Can I take a closer look at it? Oh, the knight recruitment standards of your Kalia don't have a doll control for Lonnie. Alas, although I'm not much different, I generously lent the petite Lonnie to Loretta for a good look. She praised me like she loved her own child, and stroked me several times, and then reluctantly returned it to me. Continue to move forward from the holy tree stage, go down a long staircase, and slide down a ladder, and then you will arrive at a tower. Go up to the roof, open the treasure chest, and obtain an ancient dragon rock forging stone, which happens to be able to upgrade my finger holy seal in the future. Get down the elevator in the tower, and walk through a long corridor, and you will arrive at the prayer room of Aberfil, the holy tree branch. But at the door, the noble knight waiting there saw me in front of him, and without saying a word, raised his spear and rapier, and rushed over like a wild bull. Oh! I knew it. All the dogs of Auteuil are weak. With a hound step, I passed the opponent, and then turned around, and slashed at the noble knight with blood. After all, according to this pattern, before I reach the Valkyrie's boss room, I have to parkour for a long distance. So, I have to use the prayer room here to make some rest. However, the noble knight stumbled forward a few steps, supported his body with his spear, and then, as if nothing had happened, he turned around and raised his rapier to attack me continuously, holding the holy seal tightly, just as I was about to use Dragon Thunder protection to quickly deal with the opponent. A familiar voice sounded in the prayer room behind me. Wait a minute. Honorable knight. This person is my friend, not an enemy. Turning my head, a touch of bright red came into my sight. Mibao. You are waiting for me here. Chapter 538. A break. Perhaps because she heard the fighting outside the door, Millicent, who was still in the prayer room, came out and stopped me and the noble knight guarding the door. She was quite easy to talk to, and did not ask about the wound I caused her. She immediately put down her weapon, returned to the appearance of an old man, used her spear as a cane, and walked back to the door of the prayer room to stand guard. I also put away the night fire, smiled, and greeted Millicent. "Zero. You are here as expected." Millicent smiled calmly, and took me into the prayer room. It looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. There were weeds growing everywhere in the corners, and the rows of chairs were not neatly arranged. There were even a few flower vases lying on the aisle. However, the candlestick in front of the prayer room was lit, and it swayed gently with the blessing light, exuding the fragrance of flowers, and also illuminating the statue on the wall. It looked like an old man, wearing a cloak, holding a long scepter, and a piece of cloth covering his eyes. Could it be that this is the founder of the flowing water sword technique? The blind swordsman who suppressed the scarlet goddess of corruption and sealed her in ancient times? Millicent was also looking up at the statue. I took the initiative to ask, "Millicent, are you okay? By the way, how is Pollyanna? I heard that she was captured by those sisters. Since we came to the holy tree, the whereabouts of that group of people have disappeared. So I am still looking for their clues." Millicent paused, and continued, "But Pollyanna should be fine. Along the way, she must have realized that we, and the sisters, have an inseparable blood relationship with the Valkyrie Marnia. Perhaps we are all her descendants, or clones, although the details are not clear. But the deeper I go into the holy tree, the more I can feel that my body, whether it is blood or scarlet corruption, is responding to her power, pulling me, and will bring me to her. So, I think Pollyanna and the others are the same." As she said, Millicent's hand holding her right arm trembled slightly, as if she had secretly exerted some strength. Perhaps she had expected that before meeting the Valkyrie Marina, she would have to fight a life-and-death battle with the Sisters of the Holy Tree. I comforted her. "It's okay, Millicent. I will stand by you." "Zero, thank you." Millicent breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "Also, there is one more thing. Can I ask you for it?" I patted my chest generously. "We are friends. Tell me, what is it?" "There is one thing I want to give back to Marinia, which is her past consciousness. Facing the whisper of scarlet corruption, as a human being, I have the self-esteem to fight against it. I want to give her back everything she had abandoned on the battlefield in order to fight against Latarn. This is my mission." When Millicent said this, she kept looking up at the blind swordsman. After all, the flowing sword technique naturally represents Marlenia's consciousness of not yielding to Scarlet. And Millicent perfectly inherited that set of sword techniques, and the smart girl naturally understood the meaning of it. After returning it to her, "What will you do, Millicent?" I asked worriedly. Millicent lowered her head in silence, did not answer my question, but asked, "Can you promise me?" "Zero. If." Alas, I couldn't help but sigh and interrupted the other party. "There is no if, since you are determined to do so. As a friend, I will naturally help you to the end." Millicent was slightly stunned. Then, she smiled and said, "Thank you. However, you, Melina, all of you, put the mission at the top of your heart. Compared to Lian, the brother-obsessed otaku, I don't want to hand you over." "Millicent, originally, I've already thought of a good way to tie you up." I couldn't help but complain. After hearing my explosive speech, the noble knight at the door couldn't help but stick his head out. And Millicent's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" Looking at her rather silly look, I sighed again. "It's fake. If you really do that, will you not be angry with me, Millicent?" Millicent shook her head. "Not really. After all, I know that if Zero really chooses to do that, there must be a reason. Then let's just do it now. Kidnapping." I changed the subject. "By the way, Millicent, since you and Marnia have some perception, then, do you know why she was determined to defeat Latin at all costs?" According to my original understanding, it should be that after Michaela was kidnapped by Munder, Marnia led the army to attack Gaelid. The bond between the twins made her sense that her brother was in that land. But Marenia didn't know that Michaela was actually imprisoned in the Blood Dynasty below. But from my understanding of Latin, he is not the kind of unreasonable person. Even if Marenia led the army to come with murderous intent and asked him to hand over Michaela, Latin would definitely persuade him with kind words first. And he might even let Marenia join his army in person. Or even go to Red Lion City to find someone. There is no need to fight to the death to prove his innocence. Well, but thinking that Millicent is one of the incarnations of Marlene, it means that Pollyanna's character also comes from Lilian. If she is unreasonable sometimes, perhaps, it is really possible that she must be beaten. In addition, after talking with Loretta, I also found new doubts. When Loretta led the Platinum Sons to find the sacred tree, Michaela was still in the sacred tree, and soon after that, Marlene led the army to go to war. And Michaela was abducted, which happened after that, roughly naturally, during the first defense of Rodel. Why, Marlenia had already set out at that time. Did she accept the invitation of the Blessed King to resist the attack of the coalition forces together? No. In the game, when Mr. Munger criticized everyone, he obviously didn't look good to the twins. So that trip, Marlenia's only expedition, her final destination might have been Galide. As for why, I can't find the reason. Moreover, according to Marlenia's brother control personality, at that time, it was also very likely that Michaela's sacred tree was growing, and it was a critical stage for creating an ideal hometown. At this time, without a decisive reason, she should be unlikely to leave the sacred tree. Unfortunately, Millicent could not answer my question. She shook her head, sorry. I can't understand the real reason why Marnia broke the rules. Especially after seeing what Gale looks like now. Even I can hardly imagine her mentality at that time. Michaela? As she was speaking, Millicent paused for a moment, and suddenly said this familiar name. Michaela? What happened to him? I asked hurriedly. Millicent frowned and thought for a long time. But in the end, she sighed helplessly. Sorry. I can only feel that this matter is closely related to the Son of God. But I can't find out what happened. It's okay. Anyway, this problem is not a big deal. I comforted her. Although it's a pity. I can only stop here. But for some reason, in my heart, I still feel that this matter may have a great connection with my peace talks with Marenia. Chapter 539 Two People Going Together Part 1. Just when Millicent and I were discussing matters related to Marlene, suddenly, a man's questioning voice came from the side door of the prayer room. Who are you? Oh no, it's the soldier of this holy tree branch. Abel Field. Could it be that? Our voices led him here? Millicent and I quickly stood up from our chairs, looked at each other, and I brought up Millicent to explain. I am escorting this girl to the holy tree to meet the Valkyrie Marlene, brother soldier. If you can meet the Valkyrie, please go and tell her. To meet Lady Marlene? The soldier frowned and glanced at Millicent. Millicent bowed politely to him. Then, the other party's eyes fell on me again, and I followed suit, and bowed slightly like Millicent. Wait a minute, you man, are you a fated one? Suddenly, the soldier said in surprise, as if he had discovered a new world. Huh? I began to have a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, he shouted, Oh no, there is a fated one here. He defeated Lady Loretta and is coming to seize Lady Marinia's great rune. Outside the prayer room, there were also noisy voices. What? Fated one? Why would a fated one appear in the holy tree? The priests are right. The villains in the border area are really eyeing this pure land. The reputation of the fated one cannot be covered up anywhere. Even though Millicent was already used as a shield, the hatred value was directly overwhelmed. By the way, although I did have something to do with Marlenia, I didn't come here for her great rune. At this moment, any explanation was probably useless. Millicent also understood this and asked, Zero, what should I do next? No way. As expected, I can only force my way through. Pull out the night fire. Burn. My little universe. Combat skill fiery storm slash. The roaring flames blew away the soldiers blocking the door. I rushed out with Millicent. Follow me. We rushed out from the side door of the prayer room, and saw a large number of holy tree knights in golden armor, rushing towards us. I quickly found the gap in the right guardrail, and said to Millicent, Just jump down. Jump, then, we landed on a roof on the next floor. Woo woo woo. Above our heads, the soldiers blew the horn, letting the wind from the seaside inform all the knights nearby of the invaders. At the same time, the map of the entire Aberfield quickly unfolded in my mind. I ran straight forward from the house here, passed through a house with several noble knights, and continued along the road. Before reaching the next blessing point, there would be a row of crossbow soldiers guarding the main road. Moreover, there were 2 knight commanders and corrupted golden tree guards guarding the gate. If Millicent and I forced our way in, we would probably suffer. Don't run. Fated one. I didn't have time to think about it carefully. I saw that the soldier of the holy tree had a golden glow on his chest and jumped down directly from the top. This is turning himself into a human bomb, and he must die with me. There is no other way. Let's go this way first. I took Millicent back down the roof, then found the gap in the right guardrail again, and jumped towards the terrace with square stone pillars opposite. After landing on it, around the stone pillars, there is a long corridor below. Continue to jump down. Bang. Behind, immediately came the dull sound of footsteps. Looking back, sure enough, we alarmed another golden tree guard on this side, who was holding the corrupt ritual staff and big buttocks, and came towards us. Millicent quickly drew out the long sword of scissor. Don't worry about this guy, just follow me first. I took her hand, and took Millicent all the way to the end of the corridor, and took away a piece of ancient dragon rock colorless forging stone. Then, I jumped directly from the guardrail here, and landed on a roof. I flipped down from the roof, and suddenly, a sound of ghosts and wolves howling accompanied by gusts of cold wind was heard directly in our ears. Here it comes, the street of royal ghosts. Before I could figure out the weakness of that guy, I almost lost my defense here. The first time I came here, I struggled all the way. And I thought that damn guy moved so fast that he always blocked me. I only realized after I died that, my goodness, in such a small street, the old thief put 5 such dung monsters here. Let Miyazaki's mother fly out of the solar system. Amen. However, now that I'm here, I summoned a stone sword key from the blessing backpack. And while the royal ghosts haven't appeared yet, I turned around and opened the sealed fog door here. In the wash basin-like table, I found Marika's corruption mark. It can increase mana, intelligence, faith, and induction. Although it is somewhat incompatible with a strength agility warrior like me, I would rather take it. Millicent and I took a breath in the room. Millicent asked, next. Where should we go? 0. I quickly explained, go through this path. You can find a long ladder. If you climb up, you will encounter the noble knight and the holy tree soldier inside. However, there is no other way. If you want to enter the inner part of Aberfield City, that place is a better choice. I'm sorry, Millicent. If you were not with me, you should be able to go in directly. There is nothing to apologize for. 0. Rather, the current situation is better for me. Millicent clenched the scissor long sword, and said with a smile, my sword will be swung for you, by your side, and I will fight with you. It is also my wish. Mibao, you are so kind. I was so moved that I almost shouted out my true feelings. I quickly coughed twice and changed the subject, but it's strange. Obviously, the noble knights all respect you. And those hybrids and ants on the holy tree should not have given you any trouble. And these little soldiers, who are blind, can't they see that you and Mernia have a close relationship? Perhaps it is because they have eyes that they can tell that I am different from Mernia after all. Millicent's explanation seems to make sense. Hybrid, ant, these guys probably trust their intuition more than the information sent back by their senses. The noble knights are deeply affected by corruption, and perhaps their vision is already affected, and they, like the beasts, should be more able to feel the corrupt power contained in Millicent. Even Loretta, because Millicent and I passed by her one after the other, and because of various reasons with the Kalia royal family, she let me go. If Millicent and I had entered the sacred tree together at the beginning, Hybrid, and might not have stopped us, but Loretta would have made the same choice as those soldiers. Forget it, it's useless to think about these things. Let's just get through this royal ghost pedestrian street. Oh, it's bad! What's wrong, 0? I was discovered in such a hurry just now, I forgot to remember some recovery prayers, which is the biggest weakness of the royal ghost. I slapped my thigh hard. Oh right, there is a backup plan. Ding-ling-ling. Fortunately, this street can summon ashes, and I, and my dear Saralina can help me. After taking a few steps out of this street, in front of the road, there was indeed a pool of filthy water boiling, and the royal ghost with a big mouth came out from the black smoke. Hee hee. Let them see how powerful you are. Saralina. I waved my hand. Saralina immediately followed my order, squatted down, clenched her fists and prayed, and a circle of golden prayer runes spread out from under her body. Just a slight touch on the royal ghost. The big guy immediately twitched like a bug sprayed with insecticide, fell to the ground, and another shot. It was wiped out. Well done, Saralina, I praised. Let's keep moving forward at this moment. The light around suddenly dimmed. 0, overhead, get out of the way. Millicent immediately helped me and Saralina, rolling backwards. When I looked up, I was also scared and turned around and ran. Boom. Dust flew up. The golden tree guard that was originally on the corridor of the city wall actually jumped down directly, blocking the entire passage, and even splashing the corrupt tree sap on its body everywhere. Luckily, Millicent, Saralina, and I were all fine. It seems that, if we don't deal with this guard, it won't let us pass easily. Millicent stood up calmly. Be careful, the royal ghosts surround us. As soon as I finished speaking, 2 more ghosts, crying miserably, climbed out from the ground. You don't want to drink our toast. Do you really think we're afraid of you? In that case, then let's all become the power of Millicent, and I, the blade ignited with flames. Flame Blade, Charge. Chapter 542 Person Team. Part 2. Like 1,000 troops galloping, like the most beautiful flower in the world blooming, go, dancing flames, devouring everything, combat skill, turbid fire dragon falling. For the incarnation guards of the golden tree, flame is naturally their biggest weakness. I used a combat skill with all my strength, which made the opponent stagger back several steps, just like a person, tiredly supporting the ground with a scepter. And seeing Millicent running forward quickly, 1 foot stepped on the side wall, pushed hard, and then leaped over the head of the golden tree guard like a flying bird. In an instant, the long blade turned into a flash of swords and shadows. Like a big net, which captured the opponent's huge body, chopped the guard's branches and sent them flying everywhere, and then landed gracefully behind it. The royal ghosts were noisy and chaotic, moving their centipede-like hands and feet, rushing forward, trying to crush him. But the holy prayer, the glow suddenly appeared, and immediately made the ghosts bow their heads to the ground. Seeing that his side was completely suppressed, the golden tree guard stood up, raised the scepter, and smashed it to the ground. Suddenly, wisps of golden light rose from the ground, and turned into light balls one after another around it, condensing into the shape of gravel. And then, it would shoot at us like a machine gun. We must find a place to hide quickly. I was thinking so. But I saw that Millicent did not retreat at all, and even rushed directly towards the golden tree guard. Then I will trust Millicent's judgment. Combat skill hound step. I also rushed towards the golden tree guard at my fastest speed. Before the light condensed into shape, it rushed to the feet of the golden tree guard. Combat skill flame hurricane dance. Combat skill water bird dance. The fire was blazing, and the water birds were flying in the breeze. Under our combined attack, the golden tree guard was unable to release its golden gravel move, and fell to the ground. And then, it was broken into pieces, and turned into a pile of dead wood. A large number of runes gathered on me, and it seemed that the final blow was determined by the burning of fire. Millicent, well done. I raised my hand to her, asking for a high five. Millicent also understood, reached out her hand, and slapped my palm back, so that I wouldn't be embarrassed alone. I didn't expect that. This big guy would chase us to such a place, even though those soldiers had given up halfway. Looking at the dead with still emitting sparks, I couldn't help but complain. Voluntarily giving up the favorable terrain, and insisting on squeezing into such a narrow long road, it really surprised me. After all, the guard was originally guarding the city wall. If we roll over a little, we have to worry about falling down. If things go wrong, we will die. But here, not only does it limit the golden tree guard's ordinary attack method, but also, there are many miscellaneous items. Even if it really uses the golden gravel move just now, we can directly hide in the room on the side of the road. The only relatively effective move may be the falling shock move, and it can also splash the corrupt water everywhere. Fortunately, fire is a special anti-corruption. Once the combat skills are released and the wind blows, the corrupt water that is in the way will be almost completely evaporated. Millicent and I are both very flexible fighters, so we can easily deal with this big guy. As for the royal ghost, this kind of monster, it can be left to Saralina. Let's go. This is just an appetizer. After that, there are still many difficulties waiting for us. Clapped his hands, and continued to move forward. I took Millicent through the corridor and found the upward ladder on this side. Let Millicent climb up first. At least, the soldiers inside, or the noble knights will not attack her immediately. After I went up, as expected, as soon as the soldiers saw me, they immediately shouted, "It's the Fated One! The Fated One is coming here! Catch him! Don't let this guy get close to Lady Marinia." There was nothing to say, and there was no need to say more. Yehua swung out the bloodied blade and cut the opponent's throat. Millicent also drew out the scissor-long sword and slashed the back of the soldier who was about to run to inform the news. "I'm sorry." Seeing this, the noble knights all rushed towards me. These guys have extremely strong vitality, just like the indestructible cockroaches. It usually takes a night for ordinary people to be revived through blessing, or at least a few hours. But the Zuinfu Knight can always stand up again in a short time, just like taking a short nap. I also raised my sword without hesitation, found the flaw after the opponent's attack, pierced her armor with a sword, and then continued to push the Zuinfu Knight, pushing her out of the door directly, and then fell down the long road outside. In this way, we can delay the time for a while. Another noble knight saw this and rushed over with his spear like a wild bull. After I found him, I waited until the tip of the other party's spear was about to pierce me, and then I used the hound step to dodge, and then I moved behind her and kicked her, "Go down and shout Robert." After clearing the room on this side, luckily, no soldiers from the holy tree came to support us. I took Millicent with me, lowered my body, carefully went out from the other side of the door, and walked up the stairs on this side. The bottom edge of the platform here is the right path that leads directly from the prayer room. Look! There are 2 crossbows at the intersection. And there are 2 or 3 more crossbows on the platform here. The soldiers of the holy tree are also on full alert. If you really force your way in, even if you can use waterfowl and hound steps, you will be riddled with hornets. Millicent and I sneaked over and planned to assassinate the soldiers here, and then directly climb over the nearby slanted railing to enter the inner city of Aberfil. Unfortunately, these guys were standing too scattered. As soon as I dealt with one, the other guy started shouting, "Fated? Come on! The fated one has already run over here. Ah, sword blood seal throat." But his shout had already made another golden tree guard guarding the inner city gate, and the knights of the holy tree discovered something was wrong. However, I have long wanted to try the crossbow in this world, and now is the time. Ola ola ola, sure enough. Even the knight of the holy tree could not resist the continuous attacks of the crossbow, and turned around and ran towards the door. The golden tree guard became the best target, with his front side pierced like a hedgehog. This made the golden tree guard stamp his feet in anger. After all, he was too fat to jump onto the platform, so he could only use his staff to dig the ground, and then summon golden gravel to attack. Oh, there is still this trick. I quickly withdrew, and as a price, the crossbow was riddled with holes by the gravel, and could no longer be used. What was even more unexpected was that the 2 knight commanders actually climbed up to the 2nd floor of the city, ran out of the reverse direction of my original infiltration route, and jumped onto the platform here. However, you are courting death. Millicent and I looked at each other, and then we worked together to kill the 2 knight commanders. The golden tree guard was still wandering below, but I was too lazy to fight the same monster again. So I took Millicent and followed the path the knight commander took to enter the inner city of Aberfield. As for the big guy like the golden tree guard, he was naturally stuck outside the small door and couldn't get in. Chapter 541, The End of Flowers. Bringing Millicent into the inner city of Abelfield, the incarnation of the golden tree was still making a commotion outside. I still lit up the light of blessing, made some arrangements, and continued to move forward. After all, such a commotion would soon attract people's attention, and then it would be difficult to attract the holy tree soldiers and the noble knights outside. However, the city was peaceful, and it didn't look like it was disturbed at all. In the corridor, just like in the game, there was no one at all. Speaking of which, Loretta once said that the interior of the holy tree is now basically controlled by those corrupt followers. They are naturally looking forward to the Valkyrie Marinia blooming the bright corrupt flowers again, and guiding the real corrupt god to descend on this world. Therefore, it is reasonable that there is no one in the city, and people can enter freely. As for the 3 brothers of the corrupt crystal who are guarding the treasure chest, if we don't deliberately disturb them, those guys won't care about these trivial matters. Anyway, I have the night fire, and I don't care about the corruption crystal sword. I'll just skip them and take Millicent deeper, following the holy tree branches that broke through the wall. I crawled out of the hole. Inside, it was a different world. Flowers were everywhere, and butterflies were flying. Inside the tree, there was a huge hollow, and white light was pouring down from the top, and it seemed to be carrying the flying ice and snow from the holy snowfield. A gray-red waterfall fell from the middle part in front of us to the bottom of the center of the holy tree, where a sea of flowers formed. Above the waterfall, in the rock-like trunk, the inner city wall of Aberfield is inlaid, and there are murals carved one after another. One is the golden tree, the place where the twins were born, and the other is the old man who was seen in the prayer room. However, there are many statues of people around him, holding their heads, looking painful. Are they the people infected with scarlet corruption? And this old man can bring them eternal peace? This picture inexplicably reminds me of a certain old man in the mountains. A religious group originated from the Caspian Sea area in the Middle East, whose main business is assassination. And the founder is even synonymous with death. Death. Could it be that even this blind swordsman has a great connection with the death at the border? Well, I can't interpret it. Moreover, even the great environmentalists seem to have done little to analyze the old man in front of me. Turning back, I saw Millicent standing on the thick vines in a daze, looking down at the bottom of the holy tree. What's wrong? Millicent? Marinia. Millicent replied. I feel her power. She is over there. Yes, this is Marinia's boss room. Lilian is probably leaning against the tree roots at this time, looking up at the place where her brother was hollowed out. Speaking of which, the former Blood King Munger could not have found the right position, flew down from the hole above, and abducted Michaela. After all, the second stage of the president can grow a pair of large wings, and I think it would be difficult for him to pass through the winding holy tree stage outside alone. Yes, Marinia is down there. If we work harder, we can see her in person. Let's go. Millicent. I continued to lead the way. When Millicent followed my footsteps, she suddenly stumbled. Millicent? Luckily I didn't walk too fast. I quickly supported her. What's wrong with you? She frowned slightly. Some sounds, quite noisy. Sounds? Wow, suddenly, in the sticky and wriggling waterfall, water splashed. A corrupted follower actually crawled out from it, blocking in front of us. Hiss, you, who are you? Oh my god, you bugs can talk? I was quite surprised, but thinking that the sage Gwei could transform into a human form, it seemed that it was not so surprising. The insect seemed to be staring at Millicent. The antennae on its head were like radars. It locked onto Millicent and trembled slightly. You can go. Well, no need to say more. I directly used a fiery storm slash, and my fighting skills covered the opponent's face. Racial discrimination. Right? Your damn place is just short of writing that no dogs or mortals are allowed to enter. Unexpectedly, the opponent was still quite strong. Or maybe he fell in time, allowing the corrupted water to absorb the damage of the fire. As soon as the followers stood up, the tentacles on their heads began to shake, and at the same time, a sharp and piercing insect sound was emitted. The next second, several corrupt followers emerged from the corrupt stream, and there were even younger ones swimming in the water, waiting for the opportunity to attack. Millicent waved her hand and stood in front of me. This move immediately stunned all the corrupt followers. The insects' heads trembled slightly. For a moment, it seemed that it was not right to attack, and it was not right not to attack. Get out of the way, Millicent said coldly, as if it was the queen's order. The corrupt followers heard it and went back to the bottom of the stream. Even the guy who came up to block the way just stood there for a while reluctantly, and finally retreated. After a slight sigh of relief, Millicent turned around and said, Let's go. Zero. Well, Millicent, you are so handsome. I didn't expect you to be able to command those guys, I said in surprise. Millicent shook her head and smiled bitterly. Zero. You should know that I just borrowed Marinia's reputation. Under Millicent's leadership, we passed through this corrupt waterfall safely. Next, we passed through the vines next to us and found a small door. Inside was the drainage channel of Aberfield. We went out from there and found the corrupted church. We took the innermost elevator and went to the bottom of the holy tree to find Marinia. But just as we jumped over another vine, Millicent suddenly discovered something. Pollyanna? As she said that, she quickly ran to the opposite side of the small door of the drainage channel, followed the vines on the edge of the cliff, and ran to the protruding tree wall, forming a small pool of corrupt lake. And just as she said, there was a figure, indeed standing on the shore of the lake. But that position was... Wait a minute, Millicent. I hurriedly chased after him, and Millicent had already run to Pollyanna. After simply looking her up and down, she breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Pollyanna, are you okay? Why did you come? Pollyanna's voice was very low, and her expression was very different from her usual arrogant self. Forget it, you don't need to ask to know. No wonder my father values you so much and favors you. Now, I know everything, after meeting that woman. Have you met Marinia? Millicent continued to approach and asked. Pollyanna suddenly drew out her dagger, and swung Millicent away with one sword, and at the same time, completely cut off all the ties between them. Fight me again. Millicent. Her eyes were like torches, and she would not tolerate rejection. Prove to me that you are the strongest one. Millicent hesitated for a moment, but still replied, okay. Chapter 542 Second Duel. Millicent actually accepted Pollyanna's challenge to a duel again. When I rushed over, the two had already drawn their weapons and were on the verge of a fight. However, according to Millicent's character, she should stop at the right time like last time and not fight to the death. Now, pay attention to whether there are other guys nearby. I looked around. There were flowers swaying near the corruption lake, and it seemed that there were no people. Looking up, I didn't see the shadow of the corrupt tree spirit. I remember, as long as I don't run into the depths of the lake and pick up a lily of the valley flower, I shouldn't alarm the monster. It started. Pollyanna rushed towards Millicent first. Her two daggers were like the fangs of a beast, and she opened her mouth to bite her opponent. But Millicent was not in a hurry either. Seshel's long sword accurately blocked every attack of Pollyanna. Between the flashes of swords and shadows, the petals of the flowers around flew away with the startled butterflies. After a long time of attack, Pollyanna began to get a little impatient. As a result, Millicent immediately found the flaw between the two blades and slashed at her with a knife, forcing her back. TSK, Pollyanna frowned. And when she looked up, she saw Millicent leaping into the air. Water bird dance was coming. She hurriedly performed small steps and quickly pulled away. But unexpectedly, Millicent did not intend to perform water bird at all. After landing the sword, she swung in the air and pushed hard with one foot, transforming the power of the water bird slashing blade into lightning speed, and quickly approached Pollyanna with the knife, and slashed again. Pollyanna had no time to dodge, and could only use her double blades to block Millicent's attack. But the opponent's attack was so fast and powerful that Pollyanna fell out and rolled several times in the flowers. She almost fell off the cliff before she stopped. She stood up with gritted teeth, and at the same time, a corrupt prayer rune lit up behind her. Suddenly, strands of insect silk shot towards Millicent one after another, but they were all blocked by the opponent. However, bang! Between the chaotic insect silk, there were flying blades, although Millicent blocked one of them. The next second, another cold light swept across her side. Subconsciously, she raised her knife to block. But to Millicent's surprise, Pollyanna lengthened the silk thread, and Seshel's long knife blocked the silk thread, while the blade part went around and slashed towards Millicent's forehead. In this way, Millicent could only bend down and dodge. Pollyanna took advantage of the victory and combined several tough silk threads with two daggers, using them as double-headed rope darts, one on the left and one on the right like two white snakes, with strange and unpredictable attack methods, moving left and right, with extremely fast attack speed, and a wide range of attack. Sometimes, when Pollyanna bent down to swing the rope, the blade would suddenly shoot out from her back, like a bullet. As soon as she blocked it, before the blade was retracted, another one would immediately come down from above, forcing people to dodge. After all, if she failed to block the blade, the silk would wrap around the long knife of Seshel, causing the blade to turn and injure Millicent's back. Moreover, the length of the silk was controlled by Pollyanna, so it was quite difficult to block the blade exactly. After forcing forward several times, the two swords circled Pollyanna and danced continuously, which was dazzling and difficult to attack. Therefore, Millicent could only keep a good distance and observe the opponent's every move first. I watched from the side and couldn't help but worry about her. Pollyanna? This girl. How did she learn new moves? However, if I were to deal with her, I would definitely use fire-based combat skills to confuse the opponent's eyes, then find an opportunity to use gravity combat skills to pull the opponent's posture, and finally attack in the chaos. After all, the use of rope darts requires a strong ability of coordination and balance. If you are not careful, you might get tangled up and fall to the ground. Millicent moved, and sure enough, she chose to force a breakthrough from the front. After all, she had no means of long-range attack. If she kept her distance, Pollyanna, who had a wider attack range, would naturally have the advantage, and she would just be beaten. Seeing this, Pollyanna first threw the rope, wrapped it around her toes, and then kicked Millicent hard, and then launched a swift attack like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue. Although the attack angle was quite unexpected, it was obvious that, no matter what, the direction the blade was pointing at must be Millicent's vital point. Therefore, she had already made a prediction and quickly dodged the attack instead of blocking it. She waited until the rope stretched to its limit and became taut. And then she struck it from bottom to top. It was like hitting a snake in the vital point. With just one sword, Millicent broke a section of Pollyanna's rope dart. Pollyanna frowned, turned around, and swung the other end of the blade horizontally. The rope dart swung like this were difficult to block and cut off. So Millicent simply ignored them, dodged them, and took advantage of the moment when the opponent failed to pull the rope back, rushed in front of Pollyanna, and swung the knife. The silk thread that tied the knife was completely cut off, and Pollyanna also lost balance and fell backwards. In this duel, Millicent won again. But just as I was about to run to celebrate with Millicent, and coax Pollyanna, and find a way to make her stop, a golden arc of light suddenly rose from the corrupt lake, and fell towards Millicent like a circular saw, forcing her away. Is this the combat skill? Michaela's halo? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There was also a slight sound of breaking through the air behind me. Without time to turn around, I rolled up the knife fire directly, summoned the storm barrier of fire, and blocked the sudden attack from whoever I didn't know. Ha! Now you know it. Right? You can't do it alone, willful sister Pollyanna. A woman's voice came from the thick branches behind me. I saw a woman with long red hair, blindfolded, appeared there. The four sisters of the holy tree, the eldest sister Mary, and in the corrupt lake, the second sister Jasmine also stood up expressionlessly. Butterflies were flying among the flowers. A figure rushed out from the deepest part of the lake and slashed at Millicent with two curved swords. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Because I'm afraid of pain. So can I bother you to die? The third sister Amy, who was quite crazy and timid, also came. Sure enough. Will this still trigger a duel between the four sisters of the holy tree and Millicent? Pollyanna shouted loudly, Sister Mary, this is a matter between Millicent and me. You, Pollyanna. The other party interrupted Pollyanna coldly. Father's order is absolute. Don't forget our mission. Besides, you just now. Didn't you lose to her? You couldn't even force out her trick. Next, let the sisters help you kill Millicent. The voice of the eldest sister Mary fell. Suddenly, from the depths of the corruption lake, there was a loud splashing sound, followed by a loud and terrifying roar like a wild beast. Roar. Roar. Chapter 543 Pollyanna's Despair. Roar. The deafening roar stirred up waves in the corruption lake. Oh my, I didn't expect that. The eldest sister of the four sisters of the holy tree actually summoned the corrupt tree spirit hidden here, and rushed towards Millicent and me aggressively. Originally, in the game, this guy could stand on the thick vine nearby and use a bow and arrow to skip class, but now, that position is occupied by the eldest sister Mary. Even if I want to rob directly, the terrain is extremely unfavorable. If I am not careful, I may fall directly from the vine, and then die. Therefore, the best way is to help Millicent deal with the rest of the sisters first. In this way, it may be possible to force the eldest sister Mary to come down from the vine and join the battle. Then we can find a chance to escape from here. However, in this way, we have to find a way to deal with the corrupt tree spirit and the second sister Jasmine and the third sister Amy. The two have already entangled Millicent, so I can only run towards the corrupt tree spirit first to block its progress. The flames rose, tightly wrapped the black blade, and aimed at the head of the crawling corrupt tree spirit, and used two combat skills, Fiery Storm Slash. Roar! The corrupt tree spirit was also afraid of flames. It seemed to be in pain. It angrily reached out and dug into the lake, and then splashed the corrupt water towards me. I had no choice but to dodge and pull the corrupt tree spirit away from Millicent and the others. In my ears, I heard Pollyanna arguing with her elder sister Mary, eldest sister. Our affairs have nothing to do with Zero. There is no need to involve him. That man is Millicent's companion. I hope he can abandon Millicent now, so that my father's plan can be realized faster. You have had a lot of contact with him. Do you think he will easily let go of Millicent and leave here, Pollyanna? But there is nothing to but. Pollyanna, if you really want that man to leave, you might as well go and help Jasmine, Amy and the others, and deal with Millicent, and everything will be over. It seems that there is a slight difference from the game, and that is Pollyanna. Although, this guy is always unreasonable and always gets into trouble for no reason, but she has traveled with Millicent after all. She is not just a robot, but Pollyanna with flesh and blood. Perhaps, finding a way to win her over will be the breakthrough point at the moment. I was about to shout, but I saw the corrupt tree spirit raised its body, and some golden flames came out of its mouth. Oh no, it's a breath! Roar. The corrupt tree spirit roared at me, opened its big mouth, and a large range of golden furnace fire with a red corrupt flame spewed towards me. The flowers on the shore withered as soon as they were touched. And then, they were turned into ashes by the flames. The surroundings were also bare. And there was no place for me to hide. There was no other way. I made up my mind, held my breath, and plunged directly into the corrupt lake. Although the depth was only as high as my legs, diving deep could more or less avoid the other side's corrupt furnace breath. However, when I came into direct contact with this sticky corrupt water, I suddenly felt a burning pain all over my body. I could clearly feel the scarlet corruption penetrate my skin and quickly accumulate in my body. When the roaring stopped, I quickly got out of the lake. And then a ball of red fire ignited in my left hand, and I slapped it on my chest. Pray for the healing of the flame. I had just cleared the accumulation of corruption, and the tree spirit sensed my power, twisted its body, and swung its huge tail. The sticky lake water dragged my feet, and I used the hound steps. But I only avoided the opponent's sweep to the extreme extent. But I saw the corrupt tree spirit push its hands on the ground, slap its tail, and the whole big guy actually jumped out of the corrupt lake like a fish, hanging upside down, and opened its big mouth to swallow me. Oh! It's a bit hard to dodge. I don't know if I can make it in time. And at this moment, suddenly, 2 strands of silk wrapped around my waist from behind, and Pollyanna shouted in my ears, "Come out!" Seeing this, I quickly kicked my feet, and used the combat skill of Storm Feet to drive away the lake water that was dragging my legs and feet. Then I was quickly dragged out of the lake by Pollyanna, making the attack of the corrupted tree spirit fall in vain, and a wave of tide surged in the air above the corrupted lake. Pollyanna. I couldn't help but call her name gratefully. She was still upset as usual. Don't be so sentimental. Let me make it clear first, I'm not here to help you. It's just that I think this monster is a nuisance. Yeah, it is indeed quite a nuisance. I also followed her words. But Pollyanna still snorted. Pollyanna, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to disobey your father's orders? Eldest sister Mary asked with a cold face. But my father's order didn't say that we had to remove Zero. Pollyanna argued. Millicent, I will kill her, but it's okay to leave this guy alone. I must take Millicent to see Marnia, and I won't let you hurt her. I stood up. As a result, Pollyanna elbowed him. Shut up. You? Alas. The eldest sister Mary sighed helplessly. Father spoiled you too much. He has let you be so willful since the beginning. Pollyanna, have you even forgotten his kindness in raising you? I have never forgotten. But after meeting Marina, I also want to know. Have we really been loved by our father? Isn't it because we are all the buds of that guy, her clones, that our father brought us back from the Ionian swamp and raised us up? But what is the ultimate purpose? What are we born for? Pollyanna's face flushed, and she became more and more excited as she spoke, and the golden light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. But Mary still looked cold and indifferent. You don't have to think about these things. But I can't help thinking about them. Damn it. Why? Why did Millicent get her father's love? Why even at that time, I defeated her, cut off her arms, but my father, who was almost killed by Millicent, still cared about her, only thought about her, wanted to give her everything he had. Pollyanna gritted her teeth, and her voice lowered. Now I know. This is just because Millicent, like the goddess, possesses the purest scarlet corruption. So, even if I can surpass her in everything, I will never get anything from my father. Not even a glance. Pollyanna is proud, but also sharp-minded. Now that she has seen Marinia's true form, she understands why the sage Gwei is obsessed with Millicent. Among the 4 sisters, Mary is calm and cold. Jasmine is ignorant and insensitive. And Amy is afraid of being hurt and timid. Only she, who is always unwilling to admit defeat, would think so much. Therefore, after meeting Marlene, she may have felt the despair of pain. It is not a question of who is stronger or weaker between her and Millicent, but they are essentially different. So, when they met here, Pollyanna told Millicent to prove that she would be the strongest one, and at the same time, the most appropriate incarnation of the Valkyrie Marlene, so that Pollyanna would give up completely. Forget it. It's up to you. Sister Mary sighed again. She summoned her spear. Walk slowly. Father's order is absolute. We will deal with Millicent. As for you, Pollyanna, take care of yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, the corrupt tree spirit roared again, spewing corrupt molten flames from under her body, and rushed towards me and Pollyanna. Chapter 544 Flower Dance Part 1. I watched the corrupt tree spirit roaring and breathing at the ground below, while charging towards me. Pollyanna and I quickly separated ourselves, avoiding the monster's attack. I glanced over and saw that Millicent was surrounded by 3 people. Originally, it was already quite difficult to deal with just the second sister Jasmine and the third sister Amy. Amy's attack was crazy and fierce, and Jasmine's sickle was also cold and ruthless. Now, the eldest sister Mary joined the battle. Millicent didn't even have the chance to perform the water bird dance, and she had already used up all her strength to block the opponent's attack, and there was no room for her to fight back. I have to help her first. The spear and sickle forced Millicent to retreat step by step, and Amy quickly went behind her, wielding the double flowing water curved sword, and was about to chop her back. Seeing this, I hurriedly swung out magic slashes one after another, blocking Amy's steps forward. Roar. The corrupt tree spirit didn't pay any attention to Pollyanna at all. It clasped its arms, twisted its body, and hit me on the head. I quickly used the hound step to quickly pull away from the attack, and at the same time, I also moved closer to Millicent. Thank you so much for just now. 0. Millicent panted slightly. You're welcome. I also said quickly. Pollyanna seems willing to help us. Let's deal with the other 3 sisters together first, and then go directly and leave here. After all, no matter what, this corrupt tree spirit can't chase us to the Valkyrie's boss room. Even if it can leave this corrupt lake, how to enter the sewer area is also a problem. However, Millicent smiled faintly and said, I'm afraid Pollyanna is just here to help you. Huh? Without giving us time to continue, Jasmine swung her sickle, and 2 Michaela halos flew towards us. Almost at the same time, Amy also launched an attack, chattering non-stop, and waving her 2 swords wildly. The flames blazed up, and I fought back against Michaela's halo with a red flaming blade. Millicent faced Amy with a single sword, and the 2 blades quickly intertwined to form a storm of sword light, causing the flowers and branches around to fly everywhere. But compared to Amy, who just swung her blade ruthlessly, Millicent's flowing swordsmanship was better. In the opponent's chaotic attack, she threaded the needle and pointed directly at the opponent's vital points, forcing Amy to retreat one after another. Seeing this, the eldest sister Mary used the prayer worm silk. But why was the target me? I had to dodge, and Jasmine immediately swung the sickle blade and slashed down at me. This kind of weapon is not easy to block. After all, you can only block the long handle of the sickle. If the opponent hooks and pulls, the sharp blade will hit your back. I had to roll again in embarrassment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fortunately, several worm silks suddenly flew towards the eldest sister Mary, so that she had no time to take care of me for a while, and interrupted her pursuit of me. It was Pollyanna. She was still quite unconvinced and yelled, Don't forget me. Roar. Originally, the scene was already a bit chaotic. The corrupt tree spirit was also unwilling to be lonely. It roared, twisted its body, and swung its tail towards us. It was so close that it could only roll to dodge. In the corner of my eye, another figure rolled to avoid it. I turned my head and saw that Amy had rolled right next to me. She seemed to be startled, and immediately picked up the flowing water curved sword and slashed at me with a knife. Don't hurt me! Don't hurt me! I also hurried to dodge. Jasmine seized the opportunity after I dodged, and swung the sickle blade down again. But this time, Millicent caught her attack from the side, and then pushed hard, causing the opponent to step back a few steps. Wake up, Pollyanna! On the other side, the eldest sister and the rebellious youngest sister were still fighting, and Mary couldn't help but scold them loudly. But Pollyanna retorted, I have always been sober. You are betraying. You have failed your father. No. I just want to make my own choice, and no longer want to be manipulated by anyone. Roar! Here it comes again. The corrupt tree spirit. This time, on its body, the deep cracks in the tree bark burst into red furnace fire, and the huge claws ignited flames, and then pressed it to the ground fiercely. Suddenly, the fire in the hands of the corrupt tree spirit drilled into the ground, and spread rapidly in all directions. After sensing the presence of people on the ground, it suddenly gushed out like a spring. Good guy. The corrupt tree spirit's version of prayer flame. Devour everything. Right? However, This move seemed to be an indiscriminate attack, and everyone was on high alert. When there was a commotion under their feet, they hurriedly dodged. I was forced to roll to the edge of the cliff, and I almost lost my balance and fell down. Suddenly, I heard a rustling sound in my ears. I looked back and saw a corrupt larva, which opened its mini centipede-like arms and legs and flew towards me. I subconsciously crossed my arms to block in front of me. The moment the other party grabbed my hand, I hurriedly tried to shake it off. But this guy was quite difficult to deal with, holding on tightly. I couldn't even get my hands away to drive it away for a while. After all, there were more corrupt larvae in front of me, climbing over the vine on the edge of the cliff and flying towards me. Fighting skill, flame hurricane dance. I told Storm to knock down all the stink bugs in the air, and then, using the Hound step, I first retreated from the edge of the cliff, while turning Nightfire, and stabbed the chest and abdomen of the larva on my arm with a knife, and then threw it off. The opponent was dead but still didn't give up, and scratched my left arm armor to shreds, leaving stinging marks inside. And it wasn't just the corrupt larvae. The corrupt followers, who had obeyed Millicent's orders before, actually also climbed over from the vines and joined this chaotic battle. But it was obvious that these guys were summoned by the eldest sister Mary, holding insect blade halberds. Half of them were attacking me, and the other half were attacking Millicent and Pollyanna. The situation was getting worse and worse for us. Prayed for the protection of Lance Senko IV's Dragon Thunder. I prayed for myself to gain benefits, and prepared to make full use of the power of fire and thunder to eliminate these insect soldiers first. But on the other side, because of the intervention of the corrupt followers, it hindered the attack of the Sisters of the Holy Tree, with Pollyanna pulling from the side. Millicent found a rare opportunity, and the bird leaped up. The fighting skill of the water bird danced wildly. The blade turned into an unstoppable storm, tearing everything it touched into pieces. The Sisters of the Holy Tree naturally dodged in a hurry, and the corrupt followers who surrounded them were chopped and broken by the water birds in the blink of an eye. 1 section, 2 sections, 3 sections. Millicent did not stop there, and spread her wings again. Although the corrupt tree spirit relied on its huge body and tonnage to forcibly withstand the attack of the blade storm, it could not catch the flexible water bird at all, and it twisted its body and dived back into the corrupt lake. Is this one of the strongest fighting skills of the Valkyrie Marnia? Waterbird dance? But everything happened so suddenly, just when I thought the situation could be reversed. Suddenly, Millicent's movement stopped in the air, and then, she fell from the air like a bird shot by a bullet, with broken wings. Millicent. Seeing this, I hurriedly ran towards the direction where she landed. But I heard a roar from the lake, and the corrupt tree spirit came back again, its huge body tumbling up, and it opened its huge mouth, and was about to swallow Millicent, who was unable to move for a while. Chapter 545 Flower Dance. Part 2. Roar. Watching the corrupt followers falling from the sky, about to engulf Millicent, who suddenly stopped flying and fell to the ground. At the critical moment, Pollyanna used the insect silk again, wrapped Millicent's body, and pulled her out with force. With the lightning sword and the blazing knife, I also cleared the corrupt followers around me as quickly as possible and ran over. Before I got close, I heard Pollyanna's confused and anxious cry, "Damn it, what's wrong with you?" I saw Millicent frowning, holding her chest, pale, and sweat dripping like raindrops. Her lips moved slightly, and she squeezed out a few words with difficulty. That needle. Needle? What needle? Pollyanna was puzzled. But I suddenly realized, it was the golden needle of Michaela that the sage Gwei repaired. That old bad guy. The needle he gave Millicent was indeed problematic. Speaking of which, when we entered the inner city of Abelfield just now, Millicent seemed to be a little bit wrong. Could it be that because she sensed the power of Marinia at that time, the golden needle had already started to flare up? But at that time, Millicent's corruption disease broke out, and the situation was quite urgent. Therefore, I didn't think much about it. I could only insert the golden needle into her body to suppress the scarlet corruption. And everything was all tricked by that bad guy. Ha ha, ha ha. Eldest sister Mary also laughed triumphantly. Finally it worked, Father. Did you see it? In this way, the girl will be used as a sacrifice, and the god of scarlet corruption will come to you, Millicent. Bloom the most beautiful flower. This is your purpose? Millicent gritted her teeth and supported herself. That's right. To force you to use the water bird dance, under the influence of the Valkyrie Marinia's power, the scarlet corruption in your body will wriggle more violently than before, eroding your body. The golden needle was originally a broken and repaired thing. Now, the restraining force is even more difficult to work. However, it still has some effect. It can maintain your life, maintain until the scarlet corruption completely erodes your body, your mind, then the goddess of corruption will come, and then it can be removed again. No wonder, you asked me to force Millicent's water bird dance, so that's how it is. Pollyanna suddenly realized. I was also shocked. According to what Mary said, is there really nothing wrong with the golden needle itself? The problem is just this environment, which makes the Valkyrie and Millicent resonate. Although both of them have Michaela's golden needle protection, Marlenia is a god after all, and has the blessing of the Great Rune, and her ability to resist the scarlet corruption is naturally far superior to that of a mortal like Millicent. That means, as long as Millicent enters here, the longer she stays, the faster the scarlet corruption will erupt in her body. And Gwei deliberately arranged the Holy Tree Sisters here, just to weaken Millicent's energy and accelerate the erosion of corruption. Now you understand, Pollyanna. This is our real mission. And Father has always loved us. And only Millicent will be sacrificed. Mary stretched out her hand to Pollyanna. So, come back, my sister? Interesting. But do you think it's over? I exhaled a long breath. Blocked Millicent between Pollyanna and the Holy Tree Sisters, and prepared to stab. Pollyanna will have her own choice. But you? I will never let you go easily. Sure enough, just like my father said, a man, will be our biggest obstacle. Mary's voice also turned cold in an instant. Go. Jasmine and Amy immediately rushed towards me. Combat skill Thunder God killing gun. Boom. Red lightning burst out, but unexpectedly Amy, who was leading the way, reacted very quickly, and actually blocked it. TSK, the target was wrong. Jasmine saw this, and used Michaela's halo, to force me to move, and then destroy my thrusting posture. Amy took the opportunity to rush over, raised her two swords and jumped up, slashing at me. I quickly dodged, and the night fire ignited a blaze, turned around, and slashed with flames. Although Amy had the same idea as me, after the attack failed, she immediately used the two swords to follow up with a spinning slash. But I was stronger. The blades clashed, and the burning flame spit out tongues of fire at her face, pushing Amy back. Jasmine wanted to step forward to help, but Pollyanna was already close to her. Second sister, you also say something. Those who disobey Mary will be killed. Well, the distance was too close, and the sickle blade could not play an advantage. And in terms of speed, Pollyanna was faster than Jasmine, so she chased her relentlessly. Seeing that both sisters were at a disadvantage, Mary immediately assigned the corrupt tree spirit to disrupt the situation. But after hearing the tree spirit roar several times in succession, it was still hesitating, looking like it didn't know what to do. You are using corruption, the power of corruption, to control and command such monsters. Millicent panted, struggled, and stood up. But now, when it comes to the power of corruption, I have the strongest one. Can't you feel the pain of corruption? Mary gritted her teeth. Millicent said calmly, I've gotten used to it. Then, she suddenly shouted at me, Zero. Go and deal with the tree spirit first, and leave the others to me. Really? Are you sure? I suspected that I had heard it wrong. Don't worry. I'm fine. It would be great if I was fine. But I still listened to Millicent's words and rushed towards the corrupt tree spirit. Amy and Mary also immediately attacked Millicent. As expected, after a little interference, Millicent's control over the corrupt tree spirit weakened. With her current mobility, it might be difficult to deal with this hyperactive monster. The corrupt tree spirit roared, twisted its body, raised its claws at me, and was about to slap it down. Combat skill Hound step. I quickly dodged the attack, and then rushed straight to the opponent's waist, if the part under the arm is the waist. The night fire burned fiercely, and the combat skill Turbid Fire Dragon falling. Roar after being stabbed. The corrupt tree spirit twisted its body wildly in pain, and its claws kept scratching around. But unfortunately, I was too agile, and the opponent was huge, which meant there were many blind spots. If I kept a good distance, I could make all his efforts go to waste, and then, I could strike with a fiery storm slash at the right time. The corrupt tree spirit couldn't stand it any longer, and after slapping the ground several times in succession, it raised its head and roared, and then suddenly dived forward, and dived into the corruption lake, and then slapped its arms and tail on the water, and the whole tree spirit leaped up, turned around, and spit dragon breath at the original position. But it must be very strange. Why is there no human figure at that position? I have seen this trick of yours hundreds of times in the game. Just move your butt, I know what you are going to do. Just after the corrupted tree spirit finished slapping the ground, I took advantage of the other party's roar, moved forward, and then jumped up with the hurricane, and directly asked Nightfire to stab into the body of the corrupted tree spirit, and made it run around with me, and then took off. And just after the corrupted tree spirit landed, it was slightly stiff and dazed for a while. I stood firm. Rune magic provided the maximum firepower output. At the same time, the combat skill Hound Step was activated, at the speed of the wind. Carrying the Nightfire that stabbed into the body of the corrupt tree spirit, I directly cut a huge wound on the opponent's back with the cassock slash. Finally, twisting the blade and turning it hard, a raging fire erupted from the wound. Enemy felled. Rune light permeated from the body of the corrupt tree spirit, and gathered towards me. This huge monster also let out a final roar, twisted and struggled for a few times, and finally fell down. Oh my god, why did this guy fall right on the edge of the cliff? Its head was so big, it actually dragged the whole body down quickly. I was still on its back. I quickly pulled out Nightfire, and tried to run back. But I didn't make it in time. I finally jumped with all my strength. But I was still 2 steps away from reaching the edge of the cliff. Falling. Gravity dragged me down. And I kept falling into the hole in the center of the sacred tree. 0. But at the critical moment, the silk shot from above. And I was lucky to catch it. You are so heavy, Pollyanna complained. Sorry. I had to apologize obediently. And climbed up with Pollyanna's silk. Where's Millicent? How is she doing? I asked hurriedly as I climbed back up the cliff. Pollyanna didn't respond. Turning her head, I saw that the last section of the water bird sword energy suddenly burst out, tearing the 3 sisters of the holy tree around them apart. Millicent, who was in the middle, couldn't stand still and fell headfirst into the broken flowers and branches. Chapter 546 Withering. Millicent. Seeing Millicent fall to the ground, Pollyanna and I hurried over to her. As long as the power of the Valkyrie is used, the scarlet corruption on Marinia's body will resonate with Millicent. So, at this moment, her body is emitting a visible crimson, and the corruption has corroded, even the branches around Millicent, and they have also decayed. In the short time we rushed over, a circle of completely withered withering was formed there. I went to help Millicent up. She was like a hot potato just out of the oven. So hot that it was scary. Millicent. Millicent. How are you? 0. Millicent finally woke up slowly. I still have some Holy Grail dew here. Drink this and hold on for a while. I quickly took out the Holy Grail bottle from my waist. And then thought, oh, right. I can take you to the blessing teleportation. Let's leave here first. After all, the eldest sister Mary just said that the scarlet wriggling on Millicent's body was because she was too close to Marinia, which made it active. Then, as long as she stayed away from the Valkyrie, it should subside. But Millicent shook her head. No. No. 0. It's too late. The erosion of scarlet corruption is about to spread all over my body. Even if I leave here, it can't be saved. On the contrary, it is you and Pollyanna. You should leave here quickly. Don't worry, I will not let myself bloom. Let the goddess of corruption come and harm this world. As she said, Millicent still reluctantly raised the corner of her mouth to me slightly. So, let's go quickly, 0, and Pollyanna. No, Millicent, there will be a way. By the way, I will use the prayer healing of flame first, to help you suppress the scarlet corruption. Let's go to Gilead, there should be extra corruption moss medicine there. As she said, I clenched the holy seal on my finger, and remembered the healing rune in my heart. But Pollyanna on the side grabbed my hand. Are you crazy? The scarlet corruption has almost merged with Millicent. Using healing with fire now is equivalent to killing her. What should we do? I was so anxious that I couldn't help yelling at Pollyanna. Damn it, if I had known. But didn't I already know this ending? But I still couldn't stop it. My brain was like it was on fire. I grabbed my hair and gasped for breath. Oh, right, Pollyanna, you should know if there is any way to help Millicent suppress the scarlet corruption. After all, you sisters of the holy tree should be similar. Since Millicent is affected by Marinia, then you should be the same. You must have used some method to suppress this influence. Right? You, don't be silent. In the other party's silence, I seemed to feel a touch of despair. Millicent also struggled and said, 0, don't blame Pollyanna, they should be like me. They are fighting while forcing themselves to wriggle in scarlet color. We are all blood relatives of Marlenia. The only difference, maybe we are affected differently. Even so, just standing next to me now, it must be very uncomfortable, Pollyanna. Shut up, no matter how uncomfortable it is. It's better than your situation. Pollyanna frowned and muttered inaudibly. Thank you for all this time, Pollyanna, especially when my arm was not yet connected to this prosthesis, you were able to accompany me on the journey, Pollyanna. Millicent seemed to be caught in a revolving lantern, slowly, chattering about the past. Because of you, I have never been alone on my journey. Whenever there is any danger, you are always in the front, shining like a spark. It happened so long ago. Pollyanna sighed, pursed her lips, and said hard. I am not traveling with you for you. I just want to prove that I am better than you, so I follow you for a while. Millicent smiled faintly, and then her somewhat blurred eyes fell on me again. Zero. Thank you too, Zero, my gentle friend. Because of you, I was able to have myself and live till now. Before I met you, I never thought that I could get rid of the Scarlet Whisper for so long. Travel, meet many people, and experience many interesting things. In this life, I am already very satisfied. So, don't cry anymore. Okay? Millicent stretched out her hand to me tremblingly. But halfway through, she stopped. Perhaps she realized that her scarlet corruption would hurt me. So she stopped. Subconsciously I grabbed her hand and placed it on my equally hot cheek. I cried. No. Don't go. Millicent. Obviously. I came here to save you. But you still have a lot of things to do. Isn't that girl still waiting for you? Zero. Millicent smiled from beginning to end, as if the scarlet corruption didn't exist for her at all. She comforted me instead. So, you should go. And you can't stop here. Maybe one day, I will become a real flower in a corner of the new world you created, and bloom for you. Now, it is just a dream that needs to end temporarily. My journey ends here. You still have to keep going. Zero. No, it is not over yet. After sniffing a little, I tried to put on a smile and said, Millicent, didn't you say you wanted to see Marnia in person? Didn't you say you wanted to return some rules and human dignity to her? So, it is not over yet. Millicent, I will definitely take you there. After saying that, I didn't wait for Millicent to agree or not. I picked her up and carried her on my back. It was like carrying a burning plank on my back. My entire back was corroded and burned by the scarlet corruption. But as long as I prayed healing of fire at the right time, I should be fine. After a while, Millicent whispered in my ear, Thank you. Well, let's go. I took a deep breath and walked towards the vines on the cliff. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, but at this moment, I suddenly heard a sound of breaking through the air. Hey, be careful, Pollyanna shouted, blocking me, and her body suddenly splashed with some blood. Bo, Pollyanna, why is this man more important to you than your father? It was totally unexpected that my elder sister Mary was still alive after having her hand and leg cut by Millicent's water birds. From her back, several red insect threads were supposed to hit me who was defenseless, but they were all blocked by Pollyanna. Pollyanna did not respond to her elder sister's words, but shouted to me, Go! But, my elder sister is like this. Do I still fear her? Don't underestimate me. Pollyanna snorted coldly. Besides, you are going to find that Marnia, I don't like her. Speaking of which, it was because of meeting Marnia that Pollyanna realized that the sage Gwei had always only used them as tools, as possible containers of the corrupt goddess, and that's why he raised them. His love has always been false. And with Pollyanna's proud character, she would indeed hate the Valkyrie Marnia for this reason. Then you stay here carefully, and wait for us to come back. I also followed Pollyanna's wishes, taking Millicent away first, to meet her mother in a sense. In this way, we really don't owe each other anymore. Indistinctly, Pollyanna's voice seemed to come from the cold wind, and I turned my head subconsciously, and vaguely saw a bright red flower, also blooming on Pollyanna's body. Chapter 547, Meeting the Valkyrie. Hold on. Millicent. Soon, we will get there, and see Marnia. I kept running, while talking to Millicent on my back. After passing through the sewer of Aberfil, we came to the roots of the holy tree of Michaela. We walked down along the thick vines, and found a church-like building. The elevator leading to the deep roots of the holy tree where Marnia was at the deepest part of the church. We're almost there. Millicent. We'll be there soon. I ran along the vines, and then jumped onto a long diagonal beam connecting the wall of Aberfield to the ground support. I walked to the bottom, and next to it was the second-floor terrace of the church. Just like in the game. The door here was open. I jumped off the diagonal beam and took Millicent with me. The moment I landed, the clear sound of insects rushed into my ears from all around. Decay, God! I feel the power of God. The same power as that, adult. Lightless, faded one. Faded one? Scourge, appeared here? Then, beside me, there was a hurried and chaotic crawling sound. The person who came was not kind. I pulled out Nightfire and slashed at the source of the sound. It was indeed a corrupt larva, with no reason, and it could not wait to attack me. I chopped it in half. And at that moment, in the dim and almost lightless church, malice rushed from all directions without concealment. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Take back our gods! Suddenly, the sound of insects in the church was loud. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless white insect silk pierced me. There was no other way. I could only jump down from the front with Millicent, and landed in the center of the first floor of the church. However, the elevator happened to be at the deepest part. Combat skill hound step. I gathered all my strength and rushed to the entrance of the elevator. But two insect halberds predicted my speed and suddenly stabbed at me from both sides. This forced me to stop. Gwei's daughters were defeated after all, but they also completed their mission and cultivated such bright and sacred flowers. Finally, a skilled person's voice came from above my head. When I looked up, it was still a corrupt family. However, just like the sage Gwei, this guy is wearing a red robe that is dark red, and his size seems to be larger than other followers. Is it the church here? The insect spoke again, fading one. Put down the girl on your back and hand her over to us. In this way, I will forgive your rudeness and let you go safely. How about it? You big head. I have nothing to say to you pests. Call out Marinia. Otherwise, I will break in. Since I have been called rude, I might as well be more rude. The night fire ignited a blazing flame, illuminating the faces of me and the Pope. However, there were more chaotic footsteps behind me, and the insect chirping just now, as expected, recruited more corrupt followers outside to break into the church, and quickly surrounded me. Disrespectful, ignorant. The Pope shook his head. Accept him. Combat skill. Fiery storm slash. I took the initiative, and directly used a flaming blade, slashing at the Pope insect. This guy is also afraid? I was so scared that I quickly shrank back inside the floor. The other corrupt followers immediately rushed forward, holding up their insect halberds, and stabbed at me. Because I was carrying Millicent on my back, I couldn't dodge, so I could only use the flames on the night fire to output at full power, stepping on the storm, dancing among the corrupt followers, making it difficult for these guys to get close, and slowly approaching the elevator leading to the bottom floor. Seeing this, the Pope of the followers naturally realized my purpose and shouted, "Stop him quickly! Don't let this rude guy get close to Lady Marinia. In addition, call the knights outside to deal with this man." Almost as soon as I finished speaking, the crisp sound of armor stepping on the ground came from the door of the church. A Holy Tree Knight commander led several soldiers, and it seemed that they were ready to go. After all, there was quite a lot of noise here, and there were already many Holy Tree Knights stationed on the right side of the church. But they waited for the order of the Pope, or rather, the request. Before they came in, the depths of the Holy Tree are now occupied by those corrupt followers, who guard Marinia and control Abel Field. I remembered what Loretta said again, and I gathered the power of fire in my hands, and then suddenly slashed at the Holy Tree soldiers, who were coming quickly. The Knight Commander and the Shield Guard held up their shields, blocking my flames. Then, they separated to the left and right, and came to me in a pincer attack. At the same time, although the corrupt followers retreated behind the Holy Tree soldiers, they all raised their arms, and sent out silk threads, shooting at me. Oh, this is a bit tricky. Otherwise, let's put Millicent down first. Otherwise it will be difficult to deal with these guys. Anyway, they won't hurt Millicent at all. I dodged the attacks while looking for a good position to put Millicent down. Just as she was about to explain to Millicent, she said weakly, "Sorry. Zero. Prepare the healing of fire. Be patient." After that, a crimson flame suddenly spread out from Millicent to the surroundings. Even in a trance, it seemed that she saw several phantoms, waving blades, forcing all people and all insects back at once. This move seemed to be the flying flowers, and walking shadows of Marlenia's second stage. It seems that Millicent has become more and more assimilated with Marlenia, which means that the scarlet corruption on her body has spread more and more seriously and thoroughly. There was a noise around me again. What just happened was... Valkyrie, that was Lady Marlenia's move. Sure enough, the soldiers of the Holy Tree also noticed that Millicent and Marlenia had a close relationship. Knights of the Holy Tree, please allow me to meet the Lady Valkyrie. Millicent's voice was very soft, but in this church, it was still loud and clear. I am willing to return this martial arts, the dignity of the undefeated and scarlet decayed god, to her. Stop, shut up. The Pope of the Dependents shouted immediately, but it was not difficult to hear that. There was panic in his words. No, you are absolutely not allowed to meet Lady Marlenia. Knights of the Holy Tree, you were willing to stay here to protect the Valkyrie. Wasn't it because you admired her will? Or did you just come here to let these insects do what they wanted? I quickly fanned the flames. Suddenly, behind me, I heard Millicent's painful groan. Millicent? I didn't know what happened to her, so I hurriedly asked. But I heard Millicent panting and holding up something. This needle was once dropped by Lady Marlenia in the Battle of Galat. Cough, cough, cough. Millicent. I was extremely surprised. Did she just pull out the needle? At this time? Millicent continued to say resolutely, Today, I am here to return this needle. Please, everyone. No. No. Don't do this. The flower will rot. The Pope of the family obviously knew the consequences of Millicent pulling out the needle, and hurriedly shouted, Quick! Hurry up and grab that girl for me. The insects around the church were chirping again. But the next second, the Knight Commander of the Holy Tree suddenly shouted, All soldiers! Protect that girl. Protect her to see Lady Marlenia. The soldiers immediately surrounded me, formed a human wall, and opened the elevator road to the deepest part for me. Go! Unexpectedly, Millicent's determination infected the soldiers of the Holy Tree, and made them willing to turn sides and help. Thank you. I hurriedly thanked her, and rushed into the last elevator room with Millicent. Touching the blessed point, I carried Millicent on my back and broke into the last garden right under Michaela's holy tree. And the Valkyrie Marlenia, like a statue, nestled there, beside the roots of the holy tree. Chapter 548 The Battle of Scarlet and Flowers, Awakening from a Dream. Michaela's holy tree, the snow-white sea of flowers at the bottom of the deep roots. The center of the holy tree was hollowed out. Originally, the holy son Michaela was stolen away, and his sister Marlenia, who had returned from the expedition, was like a sculpture without a heart, stroking the roots, just staring blankly. I took Millicent with me, and finally broke through the church occupied by the corrupt followers, and came here. The flowers swayed, and the butterflies felt the strange power, and flew everywhere. Next to it, there was the same corrupt tree spirit that had fallen from above, but its body had turned into a pile of branches. She is the Valkyrie. Marlenia? Our mother. Millicent whispered weakly in my ear. The sound cymbal seemed to have turned into a breeze, blowing past Marlenia, causing her fingers to move slightly. Oh, I seem to have had a very long dream. Marlenia murmured softly, and stood up from the chair. The body is as pale as gold, and the blood is corrupt. 0. Millicent also said at this time. Put me down? Although I was a little confused, I still followed Millicent's words and put her down. However, her body was weak, and she couldn't even stand if she left me. I could only put Millicent next to the tree spirit corpse nearby. At this time, Marlenia also put on her golden prosthetic limb and put on the Valkyrie's winged helmet. The world has piled up countless corpses, waiting for that person's return. Be careful. 0. When she put Millicent down, she handed the golden needle she had pulled out of her body to me. Did he want me to return the golden needle to Marlenia? Or stab it directly into her chest? I don't understand, but the only thing I understand is that the battle with Marlenia is probably inevitable. As for the Valkyrie, she was also ready to go. She clenched her prosthetic sword and waved it gently, making a branch of flowers on her right fall down. Feel it well, Marlenia, the reason why I am invincible as Michaela's blade. Wait, I know. Just as I said a few words, Marlenia jumped up lightly, raised her hand, and then a gust of cold wind blew towards me. I subconsciously rolled and dodged. The Valkyrie's thrust, even under normal circumstances, was as fast as lightning. When I first met Marlenia, I was still standing at the door calling for my brother, but was stabbed into the air by the other party's thrust, and began to fully experience what Michaela's blade is. However, Myrnia also had no reaction to Millicent. After this thrust, she was clearly not far from Millicent, but she didn't even look at her, raised her long sword, turned around, and came towards me. I jumped back and forth. The Valkyrie didn't have much desire to attack in the first stage. As long as they kept their distance, most of the time, she would walk with Atai. Valkyrie Myrnia, please listen to me. I took this opportunity to say, I know where your brother Michaela is now. So, but once again, Myrnia rushed over as soon as I opened my mouth. The long blade pushed past the flowers, and slashed at me with all her strength. I hurriedly dodged again. But I didn't expect that. Even though the opponent's blade didn't hit me, the gust of wind that followed forced me to use Nightfire to block it. Even so, my armor was still torn apart, causing a sharp pain. Good man. Such a casual slash. Can it also bring up the sword energy? But the more critical question is, why did Myrnia still act so aggressive even though I told her that I knew Michaela's location? Did she think I would deceive her? Did she just want to distract her with words? I stopped talking nonsense, kept a good distance, and continued to shout, Michaela. He is now imprisoned in the Blood Dynasty. He was captured by Munder, who planned to worship Michaela as a god. I have asked Loretta here to investigate the portal to the dynasty, and I believe there will be an answer soon. This time, Myrnia finally did not attack me immediately, and waited until I finished speaking. But I still couldn't let my guard down, because the Valkyrie's sword didn't fall down. After a long while, Myrnia whispered, So that's it. Mung, the twin son of Evil Omen. Yes, it's him. As soon as I finished speaking, the sword flashed in front of me again. Why? I dodged in a panic. When I was still confused, Myrnia said something surprising. Then, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Rutten. My brother is still waiting for the King of Promise. Huh? Why does Rutten's name appear here? And, the King of Promise? Could it be that Rutten is the one you were talking about? I barely avoided another attack from Myrnia, and hurriedly pulled back to distance myself. But this time, the opponent didn't give me a chance. The blade followed like a storm. I had no time to think about anything else. I tried my best to catch the opponent's blade, and then blocked, and blocked again. Myrnia's sword was too fast. The wounds on my shoulder, waist, thigh, were accumulating. But I gradually caught up with the opponent's speed. I only needed to see the trajectory of the long blade, and then cut it off in advance, so that I could block Myrnia's sword energy. Bang! Myrnia suddenly turned around and slashed. Even though I blocked the attack with my sword, I was still knocked away by the heavy force, and fell headfirst into the sea of flowers. Fortunately, Myrnia did not chase me immediately, but waited for me to stand up again. During this time, I also understood the reason why the other party was attacking so hard. Myrnia's eyes had long been eroded by corruption, and she could not see. I am afraid that because I had the great rune of Latin on me, she mistook me for her. Moreover, now it seems that the reason for the previous expedition of the Knights of the Corruption was not to find the missing Michaela, but the other way around. Michaela personally asked his sister Myrnia to go to Galad to find his promised king. The general seemed to know Michaela's ultimate goal, but he did not agree to the twins' request. So he fought with Myrnia, and ended up with both sides injured. As for why it had to be like this, I don't know. At least, there is no more time now for me to think. I hurriedly shouted and explained, Myrnia, I am not Latin, but a fated one. The general was defeated by me, so I got his great rune. Is that so? Myrnia said so, but she still had no intention of putting down her prosthetic sword. Then, in this way, my brother's journey to become a god can really begin. And it's time to welcome him back. As she said that, she sighed and once again got ready, and I, Myrnia, should also clear all obstacles for him. As the voice fell, the bird spread its wings, and another long rainbow pierced through. I quickly dodged her attack to the side. But unexpectedly, this was exactly what Myrnia had expected. After she landed, she turned around very quickly, grabbed my neck with her big hand, lifted me up, and threw me into the air. Thank you for your hard work, fated one. I hope we can meet again in the Golden Dream. Chapter 549 The Battle of Scarlet and Flowers. The Dance of Water Birds. Dingling-dling. I was caught off guard, and was thrown into the air by Myrnia's throw, and in the next second, the golden long blade came through from below. But at this critical moment, A cloud of silver-gray mist suddenly spread from my body, as if someone pushed me to the side, and I dodged Marinia's sword as much as possible, and fell out of the cloud of mist. Marinia saw this, and also subconsciously dodged the silver-gray mist. After all, platinum blood is poisonous to the people of gold. Brother Teardrop, you came just in time. I supported Nightfire, and climbed up from the ground. Fortunately, I was prepared. When Marinia rushed over, I quickly rang the soul summoning bell. The replica Teardrop also took shape at this moment, and stood beside me silently. While my brother was there, I quickly drank a sip of the Holy Grail Dewdrop to restore my various states. I wiped the corners of my mouth and said to Nightfire, the opponent is the strongest demigod. Don't take it lightly. Let's go together. I prayed for the protection of Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder. Then, combat skill Hound Step, I and the replica Teardrop used the same move at the same time, like two wolfhounds, wrapped with wind and red thunder, and rushed towards Marinia. Since you are determined to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Marinia also stepped back a few steps alertly, to prevent herself from being completely sandwiched on both sides, so as not to be in a dilemma. Teardrop swung the knife, slashed at the opponent from the left, and I slashed from the right bottom. Seeing this, Marinia followed the direction of our attack, bent down and leaned sideways, while the whole person was spinning in the air, swung the uprising sword and slashed, forcing me and the replica Teardrop back. However, once she had gained a firm foothold, her tears ignited her night fire, and she swept up the dragon with the storm. When she saw that Marinia was about to retreat, she immediately transformed the flame hurricane dance into storm slash. Marinia turned around without hesitation, and directly slashed the dragon of fire with her sword. But all this was just a cover. Combat skill Thunder God Killing Spear. The red thunder burst out at the moment when the flames had not completely dissipated, and hit Marinia with one blow. But the Valkyrie's reaction was also quite fast. It seemed that she was repelled by my Thunder God Killing Spear, but in fact, she used it to dissipate the force, and at the same time distance herself. The waist and abdomen were pierced by the red thunder, and blood flowed from the wound, and a red corruption was also emanating. However, Marinia did not show any pain. She stood up steadily, and without stopping, she brandished her sword and ran towards us. The imitation Teardrop was not to be outdone, and rushed forward. The two slashed at each other, and the blades collided, and sparks flew. At the same time, a series of air slashes spread, destroying all the flowers around. Could it be that even the Valkyrie's sword energy could be imitated by the Teardrop brother? I don't care about that. I followed the hound's pace, quickly circled behind Marinia, swung up the Nightfire, and struck with blood. Marinia seemed to have sensed it, quickly picked up the imitation Teardrop with a sword, then did a full-throated jump, avoiding my attack. The imitation Teardrop and I looked at each other. She immediately understood, stood firmly, rushed towards me, jumped up, stepped on my shoulder and leaped again. The whole person was in the air, turned into a crimson moon. At the same time, I also used magic to condense the blue pyroxene of Nightfire, and then turned around and slashed with an icy blow. Marinia had just landed, and the thrust under her feet froze, which made her stunned for a moment. And at that moment, the Teardrop seized the opportunity. The combat skill Scarlet Blood Moon slash fell straight down. Although Marinia crossed the long blade and resisted the attack of the blade, the blood slash was like a heavy hammer, and fell heavily on her body, causing Marinia to fall back, and she had to use the sword to barely support the ground. Perfect cooperation, Brother Teardrop. However, it is not time to stop yet. Teardrop and I used the Hound Step again, closing the distance as quickly as possible, preparing to launch another round of attack. But Marinia pulled out the long sword from the ground, and then suddenly jumped, like a flying bird, spreading her wings and soaring into the air. The blade flashed with cold light, and the next second, it turned into an overwhelming light. The fighting skill Water Bird Dance. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! This move, once she uses it, the dazzling attack is unstoppable. The Teardrop was fine. With a wave of my hand, I still had enough energy to transform into a shield to block the opponent's attack. But even if I summoned a shield from the Blessing Backpack now, it was too late. I had to quickly pull back to distance myself. But the flying bird lightly swept by, and the murderous aura instantly enveloped me. Since I couldn't escape, I had to fight to the death. The Nightfire burned, and I turned around and slashed with flames. But the Water Bird blade instantly dispersed the flames, and then it came like a landslide and tsunami. One sword turned into 2 swords. 2 swords turned into 4 swords. 4 swords turned into... I couldn't see the opponent's blade at all, and I relied on instinct to defend against Marinia's attack. The wounds on my body burst one after another, and blood splattered everywhere. Boom! Fortunately, a thunderclap came from the side behind Marinia, forcing her to flip and jump, and temporarily interrupted the water bird's attack. And my mind was also in a trance, and I knelt on the ground. A terrible fighting skill. If the attack of the imitation teardrop was a little slower, I felt that I would be eaten up by this storm. He drank the holy grail dewdrops impatiently, and looked up at Marinia. It seemed that the previous knife wounds on her body had healed. After a set of water birds, her blood volume was almost full. No, it looked more like Marinia was just standing still, and her wounds were healing. The scarlet corruption continued to destroy her body, but at the same time, the power of the Great Rune also gave Marinia extraordinary recovery power. And now, it was this power that prevailed. So no matter what kind of injury it was repairing quickly. It's like fighting with us with the back of the recovery fountain, which is even more difficult than sucking blood. If we can't continue to organize attacks effectively, it's possible that in the middle of the battle, Marinia will quietly recover to her full state. However, the state of me and the replica teardrop is falling all the time. If we continue like this, we can't be the opponent of the Valkyrie. My comrade, lend me that scepter. The replica teardrop obviously realized this problem, and came back to my side to give me some advice. Ah, then I'll leave it to you. I understood what she meant, and while summoning a shield for myself, I also summoned the Kalia scepter from the blessing backpack. In the eyes of the teardrop, the blue light began to flicker, and it was obvious that the power had been readjusted and replaced with my mage's name. I will be the shield, and you will be the spear. Let's go and attack with all our strength. After saying that, I rushed towards Marinia quickly. The opponent waved his sword again, like a bird spreading its wings and flying. The fighting skill of water birds dancing. The second attack. Chapter 550, The Battle of Scarlet and Flowers. The movement of flowing water. Fighting skills. Water birds dancing. When the sword light enveloped me again, I seemed to be back in the vast white snowfield in a trance. The blade slashed out from Millicent's hand, seemed to split the flying snow in two. Then, I was chopped and flew out, and fell headfirst into the snow. Oh my God, it's so cold, so cold, so cold. I hurriedly pulled my red face out of the snow pile, causing Pollyanna to laugh. After rolling his eyes at her, he couldn't help but sigh. This move is really too strong. In reality, it is even more impossible to block it. Moreover, even in the game, I can't completely avoid the water birds close to me, and I will always be chopped into a muddle. Millicent, do you know how to solve this move? To find the answer, you might as well ask the questioner how to solve the water bird dance. Millicent herself frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, Personally, the opponents who are more difficult to deal with are those who wear solid armor and have brute strength. It's like water meeting a stone. They can use unreasonable strength to break my blade. This might be the solution. That's it. I rolled my eyes and collapsed to the ground. Let's not talk about Millicent. After all, if we really want to compare strength, I am naturally better than her, so the solution she said might be effective. But what if I meet the Valkyrie Marinia herself? She is a god. In terms of strength, lifting a tie with one hand is like lifting a chicken. Moreover, water birds cannot bounce back and are difficult to interrupt. Unless you control the mechanism well, when she spreads her wings and flies, use frostbite, bleeding and other methods to cause a lot of damage instantly, then it will work. But will the real Marinia give such an opportunity? In that case, the only person who can use the method Millicent said to break the water bird may be Brother Latin before he was corrupted. Otherwise, even if it is the demigod Mungert, I guess the teacher's thin body is not enough. However, as the secret of the flowing water sword technique, the dancing of the water bird is naturally not separated from the origin of the sword technique. 0. Millicent said. When encountering flowing water, blocking it may not be a good choice. After all, even the strongest stone will be damaged and destroyed under the agitation of the accumulated days and months. Alas, I just can't avoid it. So I thought about whether I can find a way to block it. I sighed. It seems that the magic ring is not a wolf after all, and it is better not to think about it for a mortal body to fight with the gods. Millicent smiled and said, Turn yourself into a fish. Walk with the water. 0. If you can understand this, it is not difficult to avoid the fluttering water birds. When I came to my senses, Marina in front of me had leaped up again, and the water bird spread its wings and came lightly. I originally planned to keep a close eye on the other party's sword-wielding arm, but in an instant, Marina's arm and the blade also moved so fast that they split into many virtual images. Meow. Did you see it? I am not the Monkey King, and I am not even a dark horse. How can I turn into a fish and walk with the water? Dang dang dang, the blade fell on the brass shield. And the next second, it was a violent storm that hit me without stopping. I gritted my teeth, but was still chopped back. Even when the teardrop behind me summoned a meteor shower to attack, Marina didn't care at all, swinging the blade. Just like that day, Millicent easily cut through the flying snow, and all the magic gravel around her turned into broken crystals and dissipated. Under the glow, she turned her body around, and with a powerful swing, she threw me out, and I crashed into the wall of tree roots next to the sea of flowers. The arm holding the shield had lost feeling, and even the brass shield that was 100% immune to physical attacks was chopped into pieces. My head was also dizzy, and I only saw that the red figure was like the flower of the other shore of death, coming towards me. Boom! Fortunately, a torrent of water forced Marina back. It seems that even the Valkyrie is afraid of the power of the origin magic comet Azrael. Taking advantage of this gap, I quickly drank 2 sips of the Holy Grail dew to heal the injuries on my body, and the feeling of my arm returned with the warmth. As soon as I looked up, I saw Marina rushing towards the replica teardrop. Millicent, when you use the water bird dance, what do you think about? I probably don't think about anything. When I use the water bird dance, I just need to focus on the feeling of swinging the sword, flowing freely, and letting it flow naturally like water. So, there is no fixed move? That's right. Every time I use it, I don't really pay attention to the sword swinging moves. When I rushed to support Brother Teardrop, I couldn't help but think of the conversation with Millicent when I was practicing. I intervened between the two from the side, and slashed with a sword from bottom to top, breaking Marina's stabbing move. Your target is me, Marina. Let's do it again. Marina naturally said nothing, and thrust her sword directly into a quick 3-hit slash. But compared to the water bird, I have already adapted to this speed. The 3-stage block splashed sparks, and the opponent held back a little, and then stabbed with a sword. I dodged to the side, and turned around and slashed with blood. Marina defended quickly, but the blood blade still fell on her, forcing her to step back to avoid it. Behind her, a dark blue spiral suddenly twisted, and then a magic gravel shot from it to Marina's back. Magical surprise attack on the magic gravel. Marina noticed it, turned around and blocked the attack of the magic gravel with her prosthetic sword. But on my side, the night fire burned, and the flames danced wildly with me, like a roaring dragon, leaping into the air. Combat skill, turbid fire dragon falling. Sensing the power of my rune, Marina chose to jump away, and just as she flew into the air, unable to dodge, the imitation teardrop also seized the opportunity. Magic broom star, the huge pyroxene magic gravel rushed towards her. Marina could only block it with her prosthetic sword, but she was still knocked to the ground by the power of the broom star, and rolled several times. Seeing this, I rushed forward, but after Marina stood up, she jumped lightly, and after pulling away a certain distance, she once again spread her wings and flew high. Combat skill, water bird dance. I was too late to retreat and dodge at a distance from my position. In front of me, I was once again completely covered by the light of the blade. It is completely useless to just stare at the opponent's arm to judge the attack. Moreover, this move does not have a fixed way of attack like in the game. How to break it? My eyes fell on Marlene's feet. Water bird frenzy is the secret of the flowing water sword technique, and it is naturally not separated from the origin of the sword technique. Turn yourself into a fish. Walk with the water. 0. Millicent's words once again came to my mind. At the moment when Marlene had not landed, I subconsciously looked at the opponent's feet, quickly stepped forward, and went around her left side. I glanced at the opponent's blade with my peripheral vision and rolled to dodge. After Marina landed on one foot, she quickly flew towards me like a dragonfly skimming the water. Once, twice. Then she quickly bent her knees and used a leap. The combat skill hound step. Looking at the opponent's steps, I accelerated and slid, dodging the blade that swung in front of me, and circled behind Marina's heels again. However, when I dodged, I was hit slightly on the top of my head, and the Kalia Knight helmet was cut off by the opponent and fell to the ground. But it was not a big deal. Marenia landed on one foot again, bounced up, turned around in midair, and swung her forefinger sword to attack me. But I seemed to have gradually figured out the trick. To turn around and attack directly in the air, I had to jump higher, so that I could almost lie on the ground and slide over the opponent's sword again. Sure enough, the most important thing about the water bird dance is not the blade waving on her arm, but the steps. The core of the flowing water sword technique is not the slashing, but the footsteps that are as agile and continuous as flowing water, which makes the enemy have no place to hide or avoid. If you want to turn into a fish and avoid the dancing water birds, the first thing you need to do is to keep up with Marenia's steps. And this, for someone like me who is already familiar with the hound steps, is not difficult. Marenia is like flying and dancing among flowers. And although I am a little embarrassed, I crawl and roll on the ground and dodge the opponent's blade again and again. Even if you are a god, you will run out of energy after swinging the blade at such a high intensity. At the moment when Marenia's steps pause for a while, I seize the opportunity and quickly step forward with the hound steps and slash from bottom to top. Combat skill wolf attack blood dance. I will seal the dancing water birds here. Chapter 551 The Battle of Scarlet and Flowers. Decay. With a scarlet blade from bottom to top. The reverse cassock slash. In the sea of flowers at the bottom of the sacred tree of Michaela, the clear and loud sound of blade collisions reverberated, causing a large area of flowers around to bend down. Although Marenia still blocked the attack, but after all, she had performed a complete set of water bird dances, and then met my last full-strength attack. Even the godman was chopped back, turned over, and barely used the prosthetic sword to poke the ground, supporting himself. On her body, the bloody blade had cut a long scar on her chest, exuding a red corruption, and I was naturally panting. After all, I was more focused than ever before when dodging the fluttering water birds. Even Marenia's footsteps seemed to be slowed down in my eyes. Of course, there was also a lot of luck involved. Fortunately, the opponent's blade barely scraped my skin, leaving a slight stinging sensation. As a result, both of us consumed a lot of physical strength, and for a while, we might not even have enough strength to raise our hands. However, there is another person between us. The teardrop holding the Kalia pyroxene staff flashed with bright blue light, and continuously swung the magic gravel at Marenia, not giving her a chance to breathe. Marenia dodged in panic, and was hit by the pyroxene magic gravel several times. I took the opportunity to take a deep breath, and after adjusting my breathing, I raised the night fire and rushed towards Marenia again. The method of cracking the water bird dance is also very effective even against ordinary flowing water swordsmanship. Often by looking at the opponent's footsteps, you can judge the next move Marenia is going to perform, and it is also convenient to choose to dodge or block. After all, although the sword moves are dazzling, in fact, no matter how many attacks are launched by a sword, if you want to dodge, just dodge the key blow. The opponent's agile and swift footsteps are the foundation of everything. Could it be that Greg saw through the key points of the flowing sword technique and knelt down to lick Lilian's jade feet to give hints to future generations? Oh my god! The opponent's sudden knife almost cut off my scalp. I had better concentrate and stop making fun of Xiaogu. While Marenia dodged the magic of the teardrops, I found her weakness and swung my sword, and the blood blade fell on her back. Marenia stumbled forward a few steps and was faced with a huge broom star. I quickly slashed it continuously, breaking it completely. I had already gathered all my strength, and from the side, I swung the lion's sword at Marenia. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and Marenia was slashed and thrown away again. But just like those noble knights, the undefeated Valkyrie was like a zombie that failed to hit the vital point, and stood up again. Magical meteor shower. Several blue meteors fell towards Marenia, and she could only spread her wings and fly high again, using the dancing of water birds to quickly knock down the meteors. And once again with the shadow of the sword, she rolled towards me, who was relatively close. This time the distance was a little longer, and Marenia was forced to use this move, and even the speed of the sword blade was not as fast as before. I glanced at the teardrop, and immediately used the hound step, approaching. Just as the opponent caught up with me, I quickly dodged the water bird's blade and rolled behind Marenia, so as to catch the position and movement of the opponent's feet. Marenia really changed her tactics. touching the ground with one knee, turning around quickly, pulling the long blade and slashing at me again, while I dodged the horizontal slash. I saw Marina touching the ground with one foot again, so I quickly used the hound step, slid from the right side of the opponent who had not yet put the knife back, hid behind Marina, and rolled to the side. And before Marina could attack, I had already dodged her attack. Just as Millicent told me, as long as you catch the flow of water and avoid the frenzy of water birds, it is not difficult. At this moment, I am like a loach, catching Marina's footsteps, hiding in her blind spot, so that no matter how many slashes I make, I can't catch me. Soon, the gap in the opponent's attack came. Even at the moment when Marina turned around and jumped, the teardrop that had been waiting for an opportunity to move on the side predicted the opponent's movements and accumulated magic power. A torrent, a long rainbow penetrated. Origin magic comet Azrael. Marina had no time to dodge, forcibly interrupted the water bird for me, and slashed at the torrent of magic with a sword. But the power was too different. She was thrown away. Even the armor on her body was completely torn apart by the torrent of comet Azrael, exposing the corroded body covered with scales, like butterfly wings underneath. Hound steps, quickly stepped forward. Just when Marina raised her head, I slashed down with a knife. You lose. Marina! With a clang, the Valkyrie's winged helmet was cut into 2 pieces by me, and fell to the ground. Marina fell into the sea of flowers again, rolling several times before stopping. I was a little tired, so I took a breath and recovered my energy. But it was obviously not the time to end it. I was just about to move forward and attack Marina. But suddenly, a scarlet scorching flame was released from her body, engulfing the surroundings like a tsunami. I was suppressed by this sudden arrogance, and for a moment, I couldn't take a step. Could it be that, in the short time I fell to the ground just now, Marina pulled out the needle again? The scarlet corruption spread rapidly, causing the flowers it stained to wither instantly, and the entire sea of flowers also turned into decay. Countless scarlet Ionian butterflies, as if seeing a warm flame, flew from all directions in the hollow of the holy tree, forming the wings of the goddess of corruption. Feel honored, the fated one. The scarlet flower of corruption will bloom again. Marina really soared into the air. Experience what true creepy means. Like a giant butterfly, moreover, all the decayed things around her were attracted by the power of Marina and gathered away. Withered flowers, dead branches and rotten cotton, even the scattered branches of the corrupt tree spirit, were all absorbed. On the way to approach, everything turned into corrupt nutrients. The scarlet light gathered more and more. Oh no, it's the prayer after the transition. Scarlet Ionia. Brother Teardrop, hurry up and go. I hurriedly ran back, and Marina had curled herself up, turning into the core of a flower. Combat skill hound step. Perhaps, this move in reality will have a larger range than in the game, so we must open up the distance as soon as possible. Cough, cough, cough. I suddenly heard a slight cough in my ear, and then I noticed that Millicent, who was deeply affected by it, was also dragged by this force, and went towards Marina. I hurried over to pick her up. Just like Marina, Millicent's face had been completely corroded by the scarlet corruption, and her eyes were blinded by the Ionian flower. But she still recognized me at the first time, and squeezed out a very weak breath from her teeth. No, don't worry about me, Zero. I ignored her, but gritted my teeth and endured the corrosion pain from Millicent's body, and took her out of this sea of flowers first. Don't worry, I'm just going back to where I should be, Zero. Let me go. As she said that, I don't know where she got the strength from, but she actually pushed me away. Millicent. I turned around in surprise, but she had already fallen into the sea of flowers, and never moved again. I looked up, and the scarlet Ionian flower had already bloomed in the air, and was falling rapidly in my direction. In the dry and fiery air, there was only a death-like voice, corrupt. Chapter 552. The Battle of Scarlet and Flower. Scarlet Goddess. Annihilation descend. Watching the Ionian flower fall, suddenly, the scarlet and scorching flames exploded like a hurricane, and everything around was blown away. And I had almost no resistance, was blown away by this force, and hit the root wall beside the entrance. Then my eyes turned black, and I fainted. Brother, brother, it hurts. Where are you, brother? In the dim and lightless world, it seemed as if there was a little girl's voice sobbing softly in my ear. Then, various chaotic voices came like a tide. Brother, do you have to choose him? Your promised king. Actually, in terms of strength, I should be no weaker than that man. One day, I will prove it. Do you love him so much? Why? Okay. I know. As long as it is your wish. I, Marnia, will realize it for you. After all, I am your sharp blade. Are these voices all Marinia's memories? Or have they always been hidden in the heart of the girl who seems to be not good at speaking? I have no way of knowing. I only know that, under the deep of this tide, there has always been a voice, which keeps echoing. Brother, didn't you say, you would always be by my side, brother? My comrade, it's not time to fall asleep yet. Suddenly, the sound of teardrops intervened in this world, like a rope, tying the consciousness swallowed by the tide, and then pulled me out of the sea. The next battle, it's up to you. As the voice fell, I suddenly opened my eyes, and saw wisps of scarlet dust floating in front of me. Yes, my battle with Marinia is far from over. When I stood up, I found that my body was covered with a silver-gray film, like a spread of jelly. It seems that it was Brother Teardrop who used his last strength to save me at the critical moment when the Ionan flower was in full bloom. By the way, where is Marinia? I stood up and looked around. The original sea of flowers had been completely annihilated, turned into a land as red as Galad. Even the walls of the holy trees around, in a short time, grew a layer of pale fungi that symbolized decay. The gate was blocked by dead branches and wood. It seemed that there was no chance to go out and touch the blessing to recover. The dewdrops of the Holy Grail were almost used up. Now was the last chance to recover. The Ionan butterfly flapped its wings and flew to the center of the red dust. There, the scarlet flowers were slowly falling off. Malnia. Oh! Maybe it was the goddess of corruption who came. According to legend, every time the scarlet flowers bloomed, Malnia would become a little corrupt. And the third time, she would completely turn into the scarlet goddess. This is her second bloom, which means that 2/3 of Marinia has been occupied by the goddess of corruption. That one is a brutal being that can corrupt everything. I swallowed my saliva, picked up the nightfire, and walked carefully to the center of the flower. Marinia was there, but it was quite different from the game. After the second stage was opened, the Valkyrie would change from the casual stroll in the first stage to the aggressive and continuous attack like a mad dog. But now, she was kneeling on one knee, propping her prosthetic sword on the ground, and holding her forehead with her other hand. Marinia. What happened? Suddenly, like a lion sensing a threat entering its territory, Marinia turned her head towards me. The next second, the Ionan butterflies that flapped their wings and gathered around her formed a whirlpool and swallowed me. Combat skill, flame hurricane dance. I subconsciously set fire to resist the butterflies, but a cold light suddenly lit up in front of my eyes, causing me to dodge subconsciously. But the opponent was too fast, and my cheek almost brushed against the blade before I dodged it. Then, Marnia turned around and slashed without hesitation, and told me to use the hound step quickly, and barely pulled the distance, causing the sword energy to miss, and the slash on the ground raised dust. Scarlet corruption. The knife wound on the face hurt as if she knew there was a wound, and she deliberately twisted it hard. I always feel that after entering the second stage, her strength and speed have increased again. Bang! Just when I took a breath, there was a sonic boom in front of me, and then, my throat was firmly locked by a shackle. Marinia broke through the smoke and dust, and lifted me up again. This time, there was no teardrop to help me avoid this throw. I subconsciously grabbed the opponent's wrist, and my legs wrapped around Marinia's arm like a dragon snake, so that she couldn't throw me out, and then twisted it with all her strength. Marinia obviously couldn't deal with my trick, and her arm suddenly lost strength, so I was thrown out. After rolling on the ground for 3 or 2 times, she raised her head and shook her hand. It seemed that even if she broke her hand bone, Marinia's big rune could make her recover quickly. Then, the opponent rushed forward again. The corruption wings only needed to flap slightly, like the thrusters of a rocket, to allow Marinia to pass the golden blade light in an instant. And with the momentum of cutting through space, she swept a reverse cassock slash at me. I quickly dodged to the side, and the sword energy slashed out, hitting the root wall of the holy tree. Ha! I yelled, holding the knife fire tightly with both hands, and slashed back at the opponent. Marinia also slashed down with a sword without any hesitation. In the contest of strength, I should not have lost. But with that heavy blow, a scarlet aura burst out, and I could not help but retreat. Marinia took advantage of the victory and pursued me. With one swing and one slash, the sword became heavier and heavier, suppressing me and forcing me to retreat step by step, until I retreated to the corner. Then, the fighting skill water bird dance. The pace was faster than before, and the blade was sharper than before. Although I already had a strategy to deal with the water bird, I was still scratched by her sword energy, which hurt everywhere, and the wounds were broken and bloody. Even the last part of the spreading sword energy forced me to use a broken brass shield to block it, and I was thrown out. The brass shield had completed its final mission and was completely shattered. Cough, cough, cough after falling to the ground. The first thing I felt was the pain in my lungs. The scarlet corruption had already eroded deep into my throat. I was afraid that if I didn't use the healing of fire, the poison of corruption would explode. I had just gathered the flames on my hands, but I immediately smelled the murderous breath of the god of death. I looked up and saw that Marinia raised her prosthetic sword high, and countless Ionin butterflies were entwined around it along with the scarlet corruption flames. Then, she swung the sword at me, who had just stood up. It's over, I don't have time to hide. At that moment, I couldn't help but think of this, but at the same time, the opponent's blade slid from the top of my head and slashed down to my right side. However, the scarlet corruption rolled up the flower pillar, and the air still pushed me out. After coming to my senses, I quickly slapped the flame of my left hand on my chest, clearing the accumulation of corruption. And this time, Marinia, like before, held her forehead, and did not immediately pursue. It seems that the knife that slipped just now was not a simple mistake or accident. But what happened? Before I could think about it, the opponent had already adjusted his mindset and swung his sword, as if cutting off all distracting thoughts, splitting a gully on the ground beside him. The corrupt wings that hung down to the sky flapped gently, and the Scarlet Goddess rushed towards me again. Chapter 553 The Battle of Scarlet and Flowers. Return. Lance Sanks, lend me your power again, boom. The red lightning obeyed the call, and descended and wrapped around me, flaming. I roared, gripped the long sword, and slashed at the corrupt goddess with all my strength. And Marinia had no reason to dodge, and swung her long sword, and slashed back. Like two wild bulls, the powerful force collided, and both of us were shocked and retreated involuntarily. However, the moment I stood firm, I immediately used the hound pace, and rushed towards Marinia at the fastest speed again. After all, I couldn't be completely passive like before. After the corruption, Marinia's speed was also higher than before, so I had to use the same speed to bring up kinetic energy to compete with her. In a flash, deep under the sacred tree of Michaela, thunder-like sounds continued to explode. Each time, it was accompanied by a pale and dazzling light. However, after several times, my physical strength began to fail, and I gradually lost the upper hand in terms of strength. The opponent seemed to have found the right opportunity, and suddenly held the prosthetic sword with both hands, and slashed at me. I gritted my teeth and finally managed to block the attack. But I didn't expect that the butterfly on Marinia's back that formed the wings of corruption suddenly changed its shape, as if it turned into two huge fists, and hit me out. Can I still play like this? I rolled to the ground, and after releasing the force, I quickly braked and stood up. Fortunately, Marinia did not chase immediately, and held her head like before, and even slashed at the side, where there was no figure in anger. Is this an illusion? I am a little confused. But since there is an opportunity, why not? The power of the red thunder is stored on the blade, and it is aimed at Marinia and pierced through. Combat skill Thunder God Killing Gun. Unfortunately, although she looked confused, Marinia's reaction was not slow at all. She swung the long sword directly, split my lightning, and landed behind it, raising a cloud of dust. But this was just a cover. Of course I knew that Marinia could block such an attack. When the god-killing spear was fired, I also rushed over to chase the lightning, leaped up with a big step, the blade was carrying thunder, and slashed at Marinia with all my strength. Seeing this, Marinia quickly turned around to avoid my attack. Almost at the same time, a large number of Ionin butterflies flew towards me, blocking my sight. The blade fell on the hard ground. Did she dodge it? But the tip of the sword was bright red, and there was also a sense of being cut. It should have hit, but the wound was not fatal. I swung the sword again, stirring up a fire and storm, and dispelling the annoying butterflies. But in front of me, a scarlet pillar of flame spiraled up, and Marinia had already taken advantage of the chaos and soared into the air. Water birds dancing. Oh! No, not water birds dancing. The next second, The flying butterflies condensed into scarlet phantoms, carrying the sharp aura of sword blades, and slashed at me. I quickly rolled to avoid the attack. And then, a second phantom flew out from Marinia's body, like a falcon, and swooped down again. I was thinking about which direction to dodge the phantom's attack, but I didn't expect that another sword would come from the side in my peripheral vision. I turned around to dodge subconsciously, but the sword still cut through my armor. At this moment, the second phantom that fell from the sky was already holding a long sword, piercing through. I could only try my best to avoid the vital points, and was attacked, but was also directly pushed away. Then, the third phantom came again. Damn, this move is too bad. Unlike the game where it only slashed for a while, the phantoms did not dissipate immediately, and continued to slash at me. That means that after getting rid of Marinia, do I still have to fight 3 Valkyries? However, the distance the third phantom was flying was a little farther, which gave me time to regain my balance. I gathered all my strength and slashed at the guy with a sword. The power of the phantom was naturally no match for Marinia's real body, and I forcibly split her into 2 pieces with one blow. However, the rising scarlet corruption also made my chest and lungs tighten. I was in a trance for a while, and had to quickly support myself with the night fire. The first 2 phantoms immediately surrounded me. At the same time, the fourth phantom followed closely. It seems that this move must be resolved quickly. I was planning this, but I didn't expect that the fourth phantom would attack the sisters from behind, and directly kill the first 2 phantoms with one sword, and she herself also dissipated. It was a bit puzzling, but this time it was Marinia's real body who raised the prosthetic sword, pierced, and swooped down. I almost touched her blade again, and barely dodged it. At the moment when we passed each other, I seemed to hear someone calling me, "Zero, Millicent?" I turned my head in surprise, and looked at Marlenia. Sure enough, she fell into the same chaotic state as before. Could it be that, at the moment when the Ionin flower bloomed, Millicent's personality was also absorbed back by Marlenia as part of her power? So, the sword that Marlenia missed before was also Millicent secretly helping me to dodge that sword? Marlenia's spirit. It seems to be quite unstable. Even the pair of wings on her back seemed to be smaller. The Ionin butterflies flew everywhere. Perhaps the power of the goddess of corruption was weakening? I heard it again in my ears. It was indeed Millicent's voice. "Zero. Golden needle. Please, return the needle to Marlenia." I took out the pure golden needle that Millicent had given me before from my pocket. Could it be that, as long as I pierce the needle into Marlenia's chest again, I can suppress her corrupt power and make Marlenia wake up? And this is the true meaning of return that Millicent said. But, Mibao, my holy grail is completely empty, and after several rounds of fighting, my body is covered with wounds. The monster in front of me seemed to have suppressed Millicent's consciousness again. He raised his head, and his fierce killing intent was like countless blades stabbing into a person, which made my brain numb. Marinia, or rather, the scarlet corrupt goddess's arrogance was even more flamboyant than before. She swayed a few steps, then suddenly sped up, drew her sword, and vowed to kill the person with one blow. But at this moment, a large amount of fragmented golden light gathered towards me, fell on my chest, and formed multiple golden rings stacked on top of each other. It was also at that moment that a new force surged in all directions in my body. It was as if the gods opened their eyes and cast their gazes on me. The ancient great rune, bestowed by the demigod, awakened at this moment. The night fire burned with the most powerful flame since the sword was forged. With the rapid pace of the hound, it tore through the space, tore through the decay, and vowed to tear apart the scarlet light together. This is my last ripple. Millicent. Chapter 554, The Battle of Scarlet and Flower, Seal. The rune arc is said to be the simulacrum of the vessel that receives the grace of the ring under the Elden Ring. Using this item in reality can, for a certain period of time, exert the power of the great rune possessed by the demigod. And what I lit up was the great rune of Greg, which omnidirectionally enhances all attributes. After exhausting all the recovery items, this is my last means of fighting. Bang. The scarlet corruption and the scorching fire collided like 2 crimson meteors, and the flames wrapped around the Ionin butterfly, and rushed up to the hollow of the holy tree. The 2 blades kept slashing, slashing, and slashing again, and the torrents of wind surged around. With my overall strength improved, I was able to keep up with Marlene's speed. But gradually, I was still overwhelmed by the scarlet corrupt aura. After all, Marlene's great rune gave her the special ability to recover. I breathed a sigh of relief. And the opponent's attack was like a falling snow tide. A surging tsunami, rushing towards me, almost swallowing me up. But at that moment, Marinia's movements froze for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, I directly and unceremoniously swung out a fiery storm slash, forcing the opponent to retreat. She held her forehead again, and Millicent's interference with the Scarlet Corruption Goddess seemed to become more serious. Come back, Marinia, remember your belief as a god, and don't want to lose to the will of Scarlet Corruption. Woo-woo. Shut up. Marinia screamed sharply, and with a swing in the air, the scarlet blade flew towards me by accident. I dodged and seized the opportunity to continue attacking. After all, Millicent alone could not suppress the goddess of corruption. It seemed that only if I continued to attack from the outside, and put a certain amount of pressure on the opponent, the Valkyrie's will that would not succumb to corruption could be re-emerged. However, Millicent, it's useless to just say that. Marinia, she is a dead child who only knows how to be a brother. A brother. I raised the blade of fire, and chopped down at the opponent with all my strength. Like a falling meteor, Marinia seemed to be slightly stunned, and hurriedly dodged. The ground collapsed, and the flames even burned me. But when I was unconscious, the phantom sound of the little girl crying was in my mind, becoming clearer and clearer. I shouted and continued to attack her. If you want to get Michaela's approval so much, then wake up. Marinia, how can a person who has been devoured by the corrupt goddess be called the strongest? At most, he is just a rusty tetanus knife. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I don't know if it was Marinia herself or the corrupt goddess who roared angrily. After she blocked my blade, she jumped up directly. The fighting skill was Waterbird Dance. But to deal with this move, I already had enough dodging skills and experience. Using the Hound Steps, I quickly found the rhythm of the flowing water in the scarlet swords and shadows, and dodged the attack accordingly. Moreover, Waterbird Dance was not fully performed. As Millicent said, when she performed this move, she had no distractions. And how could Marinia be free of distractions now? Woo! Her mind was slightly dazed again. I seized this opportunity, and used the combat skill Wolf Attack Blood Dance, the red blood blade. Completely broke the Waterbird's posture, and the blade fell on Marinia, turning into a scarlet knife wound. And you should grow up, Marinia. I also took a breath. My hands and feet were like they were filled with lead, and they were extremely heavy. If the blood was not still boiling, I would probably have turned into a statue by now. You're already so old, and you lost your brother, and you're hiding under this holy tree and feeling sorry for yourself. Didn't I tell you I'd helped you find him? If you're worried that you still can't find him, I can go with you to find him. After a long sigh, I gathered my strength again and straightened my back. Ah, could it be that, because he lost to Latarn, we didn't wait to see Michaela? Yet he will rekindle the blazing flame, but this could also be the last flame. Marinia seemed to have calmed down again. She spread her wings of corruption, soared into the air, and made a thrusting posture. Scarlet flames gathered towards her blade, and even the Ionan butterflies on her body were all wrapped around her arms and prosthetic sword. Hey, 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 could it be that my last words touched Marinia's reverse scale? This attack. It doesn't look simple at all. But I won't give you my great rune. After all, I also have a world I want to realize. I also made a final thrusting posture. Now that the battle has come to this point, I will give my last full blow, the final god-destroying slash of the combat skill. The flames turned into a turbid dragon, and as I thrust forward, they roared and flew towards the scarlet light in the sky. And Marinia's blow also penetrated. The scarlet Ionan butterfly rolled up a vortex, and swept the turbid dragon of flame. Flames and corruption, in the land of Galad, the two forces that had been fighting until now, at this moment, sparkled a dazzling brilliance under the sacred tree of Michaela, even making everything around them pale in comparison. But I have to say that the power of corruption is still stronger. Even though I have exhausted all my strength, I only resisted for a short while. And the vortex of the Ionan butterfly has already begun to engulf the fire dragon. Is everything going to end like this? In front of me, a golden light suddenly lit up. I saw that Marinia actually passed through the vortex of the Ionan butterfly and penetrated the turbid dragon. The cold light of the sword went straight to my throat. 0. Golden needle. Ah, I know. Millicent. Seeing that the sharp edge of the prosthetic sword had surpassed Ihwa, I decisively dropped the long sword, and my cheek was almost touching the opponent's icy blade, avoiding the vital point as much as possible. In my hand, the pure golden needle was already ready. This is our real sword, the Scarlet Corrupt Goddess. I pinched the golden needle with 2 fingers, and pierced through Marinia's chest. The opponent had no time to stop, break, and rush straight towards me, and the next second, I was naturally pushed away by Marinia, and fell on the scarlet dust. But the golden needle had already sunk into Marinia's chest. Strands of golden light, like silk threads, flew out from her chest, and then with incredible speed, wrapped Marinia's entire body from head to toe, and finally, turned into a golden water lily flower rune, imprinted on her body. The last Ionin butterfly, from Marinia's hair, flapped its wings and flew up, and she raised her arm and reached out to the hollowed-out human core of the holy tree brother. But unfortunately, she still caught nothing in the end. Demigod felled. Chapter 555 Marnia Part 1. Watching Marnia fall, the Ionin butterflies on her body also flew away. I also breathed a sigh of relief, and laid down on the ground with peace of mind. Finally, I succeeded. And it seems that I should have successfully sealed the goddess of corruption. After all, it was not like in the game. After defeating Marnia, she completely turned into a scarlet Ionin flower. However, Lilian is worthy of being the #1 brothercon in the borderland. Even at the end, she still missed her brother Michaela. Suddenly, I remembered that I didn't seem to have really defeated Marinia. After all, there was no rune light gathered on me after the end, which means that Marinia is still alive. Also, her great rune should still be running. Under the effect of strong recovery, Marinia might wake up again in the next second. At that time, wouldn't it be back to the first stage? My head started to hurt, but to be honest, I couldn't do it. After all, according to what happened just now, Millicent should have merged with Marlenia's consciousness. Forget about that for now. I'll find a way to go back to the blessing point outside to recover. If it's just her first stage, if I can recover to full condition, I should be able to deal with it. Thinking of this, I also tried to struggle up from the ground. But I really didn't have any strength in my body, and my bones seemed to have melted. I flicked my fingers slightly, and the pain was unbearable. Just at this moment, there was a sudden explosion at the door, and all the branches, vines, and wood blocks that were blocking the door were blown away. The first to break in were the corrupt followers. When the insects saw the scarlet remaining in the sky, they were so excited that they were stunned, raised their arms tremblingly, and made excited and piercing insect sounds. Finally, has the goddess arrived? The scarlet Ionin flower is blooming here, and corruption will return to this world. The archbishop of the followers also knelt on the ground uncontrollably. Then, the knights and soldiers of the holy tree also squeezed in. They were the first to find Marnia lying on the ground, and hurried over. Lady Marnia. Of course, some soldiers also found me, and shouted immediately, "The fated one is here." Sure enough, the noise just now was caused by the fight between this villain and Lady Marnia. He is not here to help Lady Marnia at all. Hey. I never said that I was here to help Marnia. Right? Seeing the holy tree soldiers surrounding me, the cold light flashed on the tips of their swords, and they pointed at me one after another. It's over. It's all over now. I didn't expect that, after finally defeating Marinia, I would fall into the hands of the holy tree knights. Maybe I should have used the time when no one was around just now to find a way to use the blessing to teleport away. Catch him. Kill him. How dare you offend Lady Marinia? The sword was raised high, and the knight in front of me solemnly ordered me to execute him. Stop. The voice was not loud, but it was like the cold wind from the north, freezing the holy tree knights, and making the noisy voices of the corrupt followers completely stop. Is it Marinia? She actually stood up again, walked towards me without saying a word, although her steps looked a little shaky. The holy tree knights naturally did not dare to stop her, and they all made way for her, so that Marinia could personally judge me. I could not see any change in her expression. I clenched my teeth, and tried to hold the knife fire tightly, but I couldn't even do such a simple action. What did she want to do? What was she going to do to me? Marinia came in front of me, leaned down, and stretched out her hand to my head. Unexpectedly, she did not pick me up like a chicken, but hugged me. Marinia actually picked me up like a princess. Not only me, but also the holy tree knights and corrupted followers present. All were stunned. She didn't explain anything at all. In front of everyone, she took me out of the deep roots and came to the passage. The blessed light. Is it near here? Yeah, a little. a little further forward. I was so surprised that I was a little slurred. And Marina really walked forward a few steps without saying a word, and when we were near the blessed light, she gently put me down. As soon as I touched the blessing, the spring water flowed through my whole body, clearing every blocked blood vessel, and injecting new vitality into my bones. I was resurrected again, although my body was still in pain. But after doing all this, Marina just sat beside me blankly. I couldn't read the expression on her face at all, so I could only ask carefully, should I call you Marina or Millicent? Yes, she would do this. There is only one possibility, that is. Now, Millicent's consciousness has completely taken the upper hand. But Marina's answer was somewhat beyond my expectations, so. The child is called Millicent? It sounds like a good name. This means that the one in front of me is the real Marina, the Valkyrie who is the sharp blade of Michaela. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. I just felt a mass of sad thoughts slowly accumulating in my chest. I could only take a long, deep breath. Did the girl named Millicent disappear in the end? Although this was the fate that Millicent chose, I still didn't want her to leave. 0. Marina's call made me raise my head. After all, it was her origin, so I suddenly heard the voice of Millicent. The other party continued, please allow me to call you this, a friend who came from afar. The girl has told me everything about you. When she returned the consciousness of facing my own destiny and fighting against the scarlet corruption to me, she hoped that there was something for me to pass on to you. I was quite confused. But Marina reached out her hand and touched her chest. Gradually, a golden light lit up in her palm, and a scarlet burning flame spread from her body. Hey, what are you doing? Are you going to pull out the needle? I subconsciously reached out my hand and grabbed her wrist, trying to stop Marina. I finally inserted the needle into your body, and in just a short while, you want to pull it out again? But it was still too late. Marina had already pulled out a golden needle with all her strength. However, what was unexpected was that, this time, the scarlet corrupt aura on Marina's body not only did not spread, but was suppressed by her. This move consumed a lot of energy, but after taking a few breaths, Marina handed over the golden needle in her hand. I also saw clearly that this golden needle was completely different from Millicent's, with a pure white color, wrapped with vines like tree buds. Just looking at it, you can feel a sacred power. This is Michaela's needle, which is the ultimate purpose of my trip. But this needle should be related to Marina's life. She just pulled it out without saying anything and gave it to me. I couldn't help asking, are you okay, Marina? To be honest, I did come here for this needle, but there is no rush. I will make another one after I find the crack in time and space, or find your brother. You are just like she said. Marina suddenly interrupted me. She shook her head, and still stuffed the golden needle into my hand. It doesn't matter, I have long been accustomed to the creeping of corruption, and now, you need it more. I can only accept Marina's kindness, thank you. For a moment, we didn't know what to say and fell into silence. The group of Holy Tree Knights and corrupted followers, whether they were there to watch the fun, or were just as confused as I was about the situation, all crowded around the door at the bottom of the deep roots, and there was a crowd of people. Can you walk with me in Abel Field for a while? 0. Suddenly Marina sent me an invitation. If you still have time. Although I was completely confused, but I would be happy to do it. Chapter 556 Marina. Part 2. Marina actually invited me to walk with her in the holy tree for a while. She meant that. She had more to say to me, but I had no idea what it was. However, the restoration of the blessing points had taken effect, and the pain from the battle had subsided. I agreed to her request without much hesitation, and followed Marina to take the elevator at the bottom of the deep roots, and return to the corrupted church above. After leaving the gate, the sky was gradually approaching dusk, and the golden holy tree land was dyed orange. All around was quiet and peaceful. Come this way. 0. Marina walked to the right side of the church. She seemed to be planning to go back the way I had brought Millicent. I said casually, if you want to go this way, you should have said so earlier. I can't fly. I can only jump up from the second-floor terrace. Wait for me. No need. Marina grabbed me who was about to go back, and picked me up, and then jumped hard, and jumped directly onto the inclined railing connecting the inner city of Abel Field. Thank you. Thank you. I was startled. But looking at my hands that were subconsciously around her neck, I couldn't help but blush. Can you put me down? Next. I should be able to walk by myself. Yes. Why do I suddenly feel like a princess? It's Marina who has become my personal knight. Theoretically speaking, she is the real golden princess. Marnia was still silent, and took me through the sewer, and then returned to the hollow inside Abel Field, the corrupt swamp. By the way, where is Pollyanna? Didn't she say that she would wait for Millicent and me nearby? I noticed a red figure on the edge of the corrupt lake, and I ran over and called her name, Pollyanna. The Ionan butterfly flapped its wings, and Pollyanna, obviously, would no longer respond to my words. Just like Millicent's last scene in the game, the corruption in her body also completely broke out, turned into nutrients for the flowers, making the scarlet bloom on her body. There were still a few scarlet threads on Pollyanna's body, connecting to my elder sister Mary. I suddenly remembered her last words. This way, we really don't owe each other anything anymore. Could it be that my elder sister Mary's threads were originally covered with scarlet corruption, intending to die with me? However, Pollyanna helped me block it, which also caused the scarlet peristalsis in my body to intensify, and I even lost the last strength to pull out the threads. I couldn't help but kneel in front of her and touched her face that could no longer feel anything. Are you stupid? Pollyanna, you said you were waiting for us here. When did you owe me something? Naturally, there was no response. It should be the time in Windmill Village, 0, you defeated the apostle of the god Skin and saved her. Unexpectedly, Marinia actually answered my question. I looked at her in surprise and squatted down. Marinia even knew about the Windmill Village. It seems that Millicent really gave her all her memories. Pollyanna, this girl seems to be a part of me. Marinia reached out her hand and gently hugged Pollyanna. The next second, the girl's body suddenly turned into a red butterfly, flew onto Marinia, and merged with her. She must be very competitive, always unwilling to admit defeat, and caused you a lot of trouble along the way. I thought about it carefully, and shook my head, not really. Although sometimes, I really don't understand why she is always upset, but Pollyanna has helped me and Millicent a lot along the way. Without her, we might not have met you. Really? Then I really have to thank her, Pollyanna, my competitive child. So, are the other sisters also different sides of you? Marinia? I asked curiously. The other party nodded, walked towards the remaining 3 sisters, and explained to me, is this one called Mary? She should be the side of me that is called the Valkyrie after I learned the flowing water sword technique. She is calm and indifferent. Only in this way can she become the real blade of my brother. Indeed. Jasmine, what a nice name. She doesn't talk much, but she should be quite obedient to others' orders, especially to Mary. She is my attachment to my brother, unconditional trust, even, something that you think is a little childish. Does Lillian still remember the battle just now? However, I was also in a rage at that time, and I didn't hold back, she shouldn't mind. And Amy, she is very similar to me when I was a child. Because of the pain of scarlet corruption, she always hides in a corner, crying day and night. Neither my mother, nor my father, can do anything about the corruption in me. Every time that happens, my brother will come over, huddle with me, and then use his power to comfort me and calm me down. Touching Amy's cheek, Marinia also recounted her past lightly. Michaela is indeed very important to you. I couldn't help but say, it's really hard for Marinia not to become obsessed with a brother who can take care of others like this. Just like all the sisters of the Holy Tree crave the love of their father Gwei, to Marinia, Michaela is also her everything, her whole world. But that world does not belong to her completely, there is even a more important existence. Latin. In the end, the sisters of the Holy Tree also returned to their origins, and Marinia's face seemed to be a little gloomier than before. Are you okay, Marnia? I asked with concern. Perhaps. She was unhappy with the experience of the sisters of the Holy Tree being bewitched by the corrupt followers. Marnia shook her head and stood up. It's okay. Let's go. I continued to follow Marnia out of the gate of Aberfil. When the knights and soldiers of the Holy Tree saw her, they were all shocked and saluted her one after another. Some even knelt on the ground, or wept with gratitude with their companions. After all, after losing Michaela, Marnia was the last hope for the people here. But this hope has been dormant in the deep roots of decay, never seeing the light of day. Day by day, hope has unknowingly turned into despair. And now, Marinia's appearance also means that their sun may rise again. How can I not be moved? While comforting the excited soldiers, Marinia continued to lead me towards the crown of the Holy Tree. She suddenly said, my brother, he hopes to create a dream world that embraces everything, where everyone can be happy. So, we have gained the support of many warriors. Originally, Aberfil could become a paradise independent of the border, but The news that his mother smashed the ring shocked him, and also greatly changed his original idea. We walked all the way to the prayer room, looking at the statue of the blind swordsman. Marinia continued, Marinia, maybe, our time is finally coming. As long as we can obtain the power of the Elden Ring, we can lead more people to Aberfil, to the Golden Dream. Then, the border will become a real paradise. No more pain, no suffering, no war. Brother, he said so. Now, we only lack a real king of Elden. So did he send you to find Latin? Marinia nodded. But what about you, Marlenia? Actually, you want to be your brother's Elden King, right? I recalled the chaotic words I heard during the battle, which were also Marlenia's thoughts. I just want to be with my brother. Marlenia sighed slightly. But after hearing those words, I really felt that my brother was taken away by someone. Just like what you said, I am still the dead child who never grows up. Sorry, I was just angry with the goddess of scarlet corruption, and I was thinking about whether I could help Millicent fight against her by stimulating your original consciousness. I'd better apologize. Marlenia really remembered those words. Marlenia seemed to smile slightly. I know. Ms. Marlenia? Suddenly, Loretta's voice came from the front. She was extremely surprised, and ran over in a hurry. Chapter 557 Farewell. I didn't expect that they would all come from the deep roots and walk to the holy tree stage. Seeing Loretta panicking and in a hurry, Marinia greeted her calmly. Long time no see, Knight Loretta. Loretta glanced at me in surprise, and then quickly saluted as a knight, and tried to calm her voice. It is my honor to see Lady Marnia safe and sound, and refreshed, and that you remember my name. In addition, there is one thing I need to report to you. Please speak. Earlier, under the guidance of Lord Zero, the fated one beside you, I dispatched the Black Knife assassin stationed in Edian town to the south side of Huashan Snowfield. Indeed, near the high cliff, I found a unique teleportation door. As Loretta spoke, she kept glancing at me, and, just as Lord Zero said, there are indeed traces of people from the First Blood dynasty on that door. Sure enough, was my brother taken away from there? Marinia also gave the order without hesitation. Knight Loretta, please go to Aberfil to summon the Zuingfu Knights and the Holy Tree Knights, and prepare for the march. Tomorrow, we will march into the Blood Dynasty. There is something I didn't have time to say before. I raised my hand and interrupted. The Blood King Munger may have been seized by the mad fire, which has caused many blood fingers to come out in droves. So, if you want to rescue Michaela, you may send a unit similar to light cavalry. The sooner the better. I also learned this information on the way here. Marinia pondered for a moment, and also modified the order, then summoned the Knights of the Holy Tree here. I will let the Scarlet Ants help us march, and go to the Blood Dynasty as soon as possible. Yes. Although Loretta received the order, she did not go immediately, but carefully looked at Marnia several times. I couldn't help asking, Loretta, what's wrong with you? Is it so unbelievable to see Marnia? I really didn't expect that you could actually cheer Lady Marnia up. Lady Zero. But, Loretta paused, leaned close to my ear and whispered, why is Lady Marnia naked? Huh? I just realized it now. After all, during the battle, Marinia's original Valkyrie costume was completely blown apart. After the battle, she kept that look and walked with me. The soldiers of the Holy Tree have always regarded her as a goddess. They probably believe that no matter what Marinia does, they have her reasons. I was also beaten up by the second stage corrupt goddess. I have seen a lot of things and got used to Marinia's behavior, so I didn't think of reminding her. Speaking of which, things like wearing clothes shouldn't need others to remind you. But looking at Marinia's look, I guess she doesn't care about such things at all. She held her forehead. Loretta also sighed. Forget it. I will go to find clothes for Lady Marinia. You stay here and stay with her for a while. Lord Zero. After that, she hurriedly ran towards the inner city of Abelfield. Ha ha ha. I laughed dryly twice, trying to remind Marnia indirectly, to resolve the embarrassment. By the way, Marnia, aren't you cold? The sacred tree is near the snow-capped mountains, and it's close to the sea. The scarlet creeping will make my body temperature higher than that of ordinary people, so I can hardly feel the cold. Zero. Stand a little further away, I need to release my power, and summon corrupt subordinates. Marnia said. After I took 2 steps back obediently, a scarlet flame rose from her body, and drifted towards the treetops. She just said that she was going to summon those big ants. If you find Michaela, will you bring him back to continue to complete the Holy Tree and Abelfield? Or, will you help him win the Elden Ring? I asked tentatively. Marinia was silent for a moment. And then she responded in detail, to be honest. I haven't thought about it so much. Now I just want to bring my brother back first. 0. You will continue to pursue the Elden Ring and realize the country you hoped for. Right? Yes. Millicent. That girl also described to me your wish. The world you want to create. It looks like it is also tolerant and full of vitality. It is quite similar to my brother's ideal world. Marinia turned her head and faced me. So, if possible, those things will wait until later. Please talk to my brother. People with the same aspirations will definitely make him happy. I will also find a way to help you. The implication is that she doesn't want to fight me again. Then it's a deal. I smiled and extended my pinky finger to Marinia. However, considering that Marinia couldn't see it, I continued, pinch your pinky finger with me. Marinia. The other party seemed a little confused, but still extended her hand blankly. I took her finger and shook it slightly. This way. We have made an agreement. If I can come back from Famyazel and fulfill the law, then I will ask you to introduce me to your brother, Marinia. After all, Michaela is also praised by thousands of people as a gentle and kind son of God. Perhaps he can further help me perfect the law and lead the borderland to a better future? However, this is all later. Michaela's golden needle is already in hand, and it's time to go to Famizra to settle accounts with Bernal. Marinia seemed to sense my intention to leave. Are you leaving? 0? Well, I'm sorry. I can't accompany you to the Blood Dynasty. It's okay. After a pause, Marinia reached out to me again, and a large amount of rune light emanated from her palm and gathered towards me. Marinia? You won't lose, will you, fighting those crazy people? After all, you defeated my people. Marinia smiled softly. I can't say I defeated you. In the end, you woke up with strength, but I was lying on the ground like a dog. I laughed and complained to myself, and once again accepted Marinia's kindness. But thank you, I will do my best to defeat them. Yeah. Goodbye, my friend, may gold guide your way forward, and may we meet again under the promise. Goodbye, Marinia, I hope you can also save your brother safely. I also said goodbye to Marinia, performed the blessing transmission, and returned directly to the Ria Lakalia Academy. It landed at the Azalea Church, and Sir Baiji seemed to have anticipated my return and was waiting here. It seems that you have indeed obtained the golden needle. 0. He closed the book in his hand and stood up. Of course, we have also collected all the dead roots except the holy snow field. Everything is ready. Well, thank you very much. Then, next, we will go to the Dragon Tomb of Galad, find the Beast Priest, and ask him to help us lead to the Sky City Famizra. Wait for me. Melina. Chapter 558 Beast Priest. Outside the foggy forest of Ningufu, at the foot of the mountain behind the third church of Marika, in the lush bushes, hunting death. He took us to the portal to the temple where the Beast Priest was. The Beast Priest, Lord Grunger, does not like too many people to disturb his temple. You'd better arrange a few representatives to go, so as not to displease Lord Grunger. Before departure, Dee reminded us so. And Sir Baiji agreed with his opinion. If things go well, there is really no need for too many people to go and make a fuss. After that, a finger which walked out from behind him, and a man wearing a golden mask, who looked like he came from the royal city of Rodel. 0. If the Beast Priest promises to guide you to Famizra, you must bring this witch with you. When the time comes, light up the blessing nearby, and the witch will be able to guide the side and send a helping hand to assist you. Baiji explained to me. In addition, this one is a prophet from the royal city of Rodel, who is guided by the master of the golden mask, and will meet with Gulong with you. Is it the help sent by the master of the golden mask? I extended my hand to the other party in a friendly manner. Please give me your advice. The other party was silent, like a piece of wood, with no reaction, which made me quite embarrassed, and I could only silently retract my hand. But his golden eyes seemed to have been examining and measuring me since just now. What a weird guy. Have you prepared everything? 0. Baiji reminded. Yes, 9 dead roots, plus 1 golden needle from Michaela. If I can find Bernal, this time, I will definitely seal the madness in him. I am full of confidence. Maybe it's not the madness in Bernal that should be sealed. Baiji suddenly said something that puzzled me, but he didn't go into more details. Anyway, you have to deal with everything by yourself, and the rest of us will protect the royal city of Rodel, and the golden sacred tree, and wait for your good news. Leave it to me. I patted my chest. Roar. The pyroxene dragon Adura also roared, as if to cheer me up. I asked curiously. Hunting death. D, by the way, the portal can accommodate Adura. Can we go together? After all, if we really convince Grange, I think, it won't be that Grange will take us over in one go. I guess we will have to rely on ourselves. So, it's safer to ask Adura to go with us. Before D opened his mouth, Baiji had already helped explain. Don't worry about this. The speed of the flying dragon is no less than that of our fated one's blessing teleportation. General Rutten has already told Adura the approximate location of the beast temple. After you set off, it will also fly directly over. As for the specific location, after you land, Adura will be able to find it with the dragon's keen perception. Okay, then we'll set off. Adura, you should catch up as soon as possible. Roar! Following D, I touched the portal together, and was sucked into the magic vortex inside. Before I opened my eyes again, the smell of the rolling dust with scarlet corruption in Galad had already poured into my nose. In front of me, the beast temple with a square dome, like a western church, stands high on the northernmost cape of the land of Galad, listening to the tide, and looking at the blazing golden tree standing in the distance. In front of the door, the huge gargoyle, the black sword follower, saw the person coming, and immediately made a dull sound, like a beast's low roar. I immediately pulled out the nightfire. How come I was teleported to the steps of the temple in reality? Can't I just land behind the black sword follower like in the game and avoid this guy? Hunting Death D stretched out his hand to stop me, and shouted loudly, "Follower of Lord Black Sword, I am ordered by Lord Grange to collect the dead roots that lure the border into chaos, and come to meet the beast priest." As he said, D gave me a look, and I quickly took out a prepared dead root and raised it above my head. As expected, the black sword followers did not warn us again. Soon afterwards, a powerful voice came from the temple. "Come in, hunters of death." Having received the promise, Hunting Death, D led us around the black sword followers and walked towards the temple. On the gate, there were many similar patterns, carved with tree branches, but it also looked like branches growing from the animal head, symbolizing the union of gold and beasts. But as for the animal face, whether it was a dragon, a wolf, or a deer, it was hard to tell. They all looked similar. Pushing open the door, under the beams that looked like elephant trunks, at the bottom of the pillars supporting the temple, there is a monster chained, with a beast body and a dragon head, and its hands and feet are tied up backwards, as if it is being punished. In the deepest part of the hall, in the bright firelight, a huge beast wearing a robe and cloak is lying on the ground. As soon as we entered the door, a loud snort came from the temple, and the beast priest Gulong took a deep breath. "I smell it. It's death. Offer death to me. Let me swallow it. I am willing to give it eyes and claws." After I lit up the blessing light in the temple, I was about to move forward. Hunting Death D pulled me and whispered, "Give it to me one by one." Oh! So, after giving Gulong 3 or 4 dead roots in the game, he will go crazy for a while, because he can't control the power of death. D must have encountered that situation before, so he reminded me. I nodded, walked to the beast priest Gulong, took out a dead root, and offered it to him. Gulong took it, and he couldn't wait to chew and swallow it, as if a starving ghost had reincarnated and encountered a steamed bun when he was hungry. After eating, he shouted, "More! I need to pay more." Fated, "Bring more, Death." I followed D's words, and once again, I just took out a dead root and handed it over, and he still gobbled it up. "More! You still have more, Death." "Right." Fated. Gulong also realized that I still had many dead roots. At this time, I stopped and said, "Beast Priest Gulong, I understand your desire to pay for the theft of the death rune, but I came here this time to make a deal with you using the dead roots. You want power, right?" Fated. "No problem." Gerlang reached into his pocket, probably ready to give me the beast's prayer and the eyes that sense the power of the dead root. But I stopped him and said straight to the point, "Sorry, Gerlang, what I need now is not power, but the road to Famizra." Roar? Gerlang seemed to suspect that he had misheard, and I repeated the transaction word by word. "I hope to use the dead root to exchange with you for the road to the Broken Sky City. Famizra, which is where you are now, Gerlang." Chapter 559, Gulinger's Confusion. Roar. After hearing my intention, the beast priest Gulanger roared angrily, with a surging aura, which was no less than the roar of the ancient dragon Guer. I couldn't help but step back half a step, and then I felt a shadow pressing down. I looked up, and saw Gulanger raised his beast claws, and was slapping me down. I dodged sideways, and then I drew out Nightfire without hesitation, and with a bloody slash of the sword, I forced Gulanger back. Please listen to my explanation. Beast Priest Grunger. I took this opportunity to shout. Grunger was still roaring angrily. No one can get close to death. I will never allow it. But the fact is that, under the guidance of the fire of the Snow Mountain Giant, Bernal, the madman, has entered the Sky City of Fanyazra. And his target is you. And the death rune you sealed. I just explained. And the other party smashed the imprisoned statue on the stone pillar with one claw, picked up the big stone on the chest, and smashed it towards me. I swung my sword to cut the stone, but I saw that Gulong had already jumped into the air, took out a 5-fingered short sword, and twisted his body to slash horizontally. Combat skill hound step. I quickly dodged and adjusted my position. As soon as Gulong landed, his left claw rubbed sparks on the ground, and then he grabbed me in the air. 5 claw marks followed the direction of his fingers and spread. I was not willing to be outdone, and the night fire burned. I slashed at Gulong's claws, causing the opponent's attack to dissipate in the flames. Grunger, perhaps you don't know what the mad fire is. It is a crazy force that can burn the whole world. If the death rune is seized by the mad fire, the entire border will be truly destroyed. I continued to dodge, block the opponent's attacks, while persuading Grunger. Pretentious, what about you, fated one? What is your purpose? Grunger was still roaring, as if his anger, his hunger, and the sins he had committed had never ceased. However, his question also made me silent for a while. And then I decided to say frankly, change. Grunger. This world needs change. Death should not be sealed. Nor should it be denied. Today's border is declining. And eternity is just a bubble. Didn't Queen Marika realize this? And then she smashed the Elden Ring? Roar Marika. Why does it feel like Grunger is getting even angrier? This guy rushed forward quickly, straightened up, and swung the blade at me wildly, while roaring, Why? 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 Why did you betray us? Marika. Our ideals. Our eternity. Why do you always say nothing? And abandon everything alone? It's over. Did I touch Gulong's reverse scale? He wouldn't hallucinate me as Marika. So he frantically forced me to answer. I was swept by the blow, forced to do a backflip, removing the force and retreating. Grunger gathered the golden light of rune in his hand, and threw it at me with force. The rune turned into sharp stones, like countless blades flying towards me. Why? There was no other way. I had to force Grunger to calm down first. I turned the blade and jumped up with force. The combat skill Water Bird Dance. This is a gift given to me by Marlenia along with rune. Of course, the Water Bird Dance performed as a combat skill is essentially performed by rune driving my body, so the moves are quite fixed, and it is not comparable to the hair used by Marlenia or Millicent. But it was enough. The sharp blade blocked all the flying stones. And the second stage of the flying bird danced and rushed directly towards Gulanger, cutting the golden light on his body and making him retreat step by step. The last stage of sword energy made Gulanger directly hit the pillar of the temple, gasping for breath. After all, what was here was just an illusion of the real black sword, and it swallowed the dead root, which should be no less than poison for the golden people. And it also reduced a lot of Gulanger's strength. Perhaps you have been trying to seal death, and to atone for your sins, to pay for the theft of the death rune that night, which led to the death of the prince, and the mistakes of the Deathborn. So you chose to hide in Famazra. But how long has it been since you took a good look at this border? Grunge, or should I say Black Sword Malix? I revealed the other party's real name. This made Gulanger slightly stunned. He gasped and asked, Who are you? My name is Zero, and I am a fated person from another world. Anyway, most people now know this secret, and there is nothing to hide. I was blessed and led to this border area. I have been exploring and thinking about the reason why Queen Marika smashed the ring, although it is difficult to explain clearly for a while. The obvious conclusion is that eternity has imprisoned the development of people in the border area. Just like your era of heroes, there will be no more. The runes obtained by everyone are decreasing, and life is declining. But in the end, the border area will probably only have wandering people, immortals, and dead-borns. If you want to truly survive, you can only plunder other people's runes and accumulate them for yourself. And this is the real reason why the border is in chaos. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gulanger was still denying. We followed the guidance of Master Finger. He can communicate with the Supreme Will that created the world, which gave us the real eternity. So, have you ever asked your Master Finger again why the border has been in chaos for such a long time? And why his guidance has not worked at all? And could it be that the current situation is exactly what the Supreme Will wants to see? Could it be that this is the eternity you and Marika want to get? I pressed the other party. Grunge was speechless for a moment. But then, he immediately thought of a reason. That's because Marika smashed the ring and angered the Supreme Will. As long as the Elden Ring is repaired, everything can be restored to its original state. But the current situation is that we can't repair the ring. Grunge. I told the truth again. In Rodel, the door to the inside of the golden tree is sealed by the eternal thorns that cannot be cut off. Only the death rune in your hand can burn those thorns. So you could enter the inside and repair the Elden Ring. You fated ones were once exiled by Marika. And you must have betrayed her. How can I believe you? Grunge, who couldn't respond to my words, actually started to find the so-called original sin in my identity. If you don't believe me, go to Rodel and see for yourself. Seeing is believing. I also started to get a little annoyed. But at this moment, another person's voice came from the temple. I can confirm everything this fated one said. Following the voice, I saw that the man who followed us to meet the beast priest took off his golden mask. Suddenly, a large amount of golden light was released from his body, and his body grew larger and larger, gradually becoming the familiar appearance I was familiar with. Do you remember me? The High Priest of the Beast. Chapter 560, The World Needs Change. Looking at the man who was condensed from the golden rune, the beast priest Grunge was so unbelievable that he stuttered. This breath, the shape of this horn. Could it be that you are the son of Marika? And I couldn't believe my eyes. The one who spoke to help me turned out to be Teacher Monget. Oh, to be precise, it should be his phantom. Just like the soldier outside the city of Rodel, Monget is very good at disguising his phantom as an ordinary person. No wonder, after we met, he has been looking at me with a scrutinizing gaze. Did the master of the golden mask foresee all this? So he spoke well to Teacher Monget and asked him to help me? Monget, leaning on his iconic cane, walked forward and greeted Gulong. Long time no see, Mother Shadow, High Priest of the Beast. Under the ground of Rodel, thank you for your care. So Monget and Black Sword got to know each other in the sewer of the royal city? But after thinking about it for a while, it seems to make sense. Although the Horn of Evil Omen is considered filthy, Grunger, as the leader of the beasts, should know the real reason for this phenomenon. The Evil Omen twins are the legitimate bloodline of Marika and Jeffuli. So it is not surprising to send the Queen Shadow to take care of them. Speaking of which, Mungert's elegant and agile fighting style is also quite similar to Grunger's original body. The high mobility of Black Sword Malachus. Perhaps his martial arts and sword skills were also taught by this priest. Grunger, who met his old friend, was obviously calmer than when he faced me. He took a few breaths and asked the most concerned question, Market. That? What the fated one said. Is it all true? The golden tree has grown the thorn of rejection. We can't repair the Elden Ring anyway? Yes. Grunge, Mungert said, and a ray of golden rune light floated out from his hand. After Grunge reached out to take it, he gradually froze. I couldn't help but be curious, teacher. If you still allow me to call you that. Zero. Marlene, how is she? Malgot also took the opportunity to chat with me. Does this mean that he has forgiven me and is willing to acknowledge me again? I immediately responded happily. Although there were some twists and turns, Marlene suppressed the Scarlet Corrupt Goddess and recovered herself. Now, she should be preparing troops, planning to go to the Blood Dynasty, find Michaela. Suddenly, I remembered the Blood King Mung, but he is Mongot's twin brother. If something happened, he should know it. I have heard about Munger's affairs. He has never regretted anything he has done. You don't need to worry too much. Just be on guard against the crazy man. You did a good job on the holy tree. Mungert's tone was quite calm, but from his subconscious grip on the cursed sword staff, he might be hiding his sadness. And this kind of thing. For him as an evil omen, he might have been used to it. I couldn't help but express my determination. Teacher, don't worry. If I can find Bernal and Famazra this time, I will definitely seal the mad fire completely. Well, this matter depends on you. Zero. And, Monot paused. Do you still remember Tron? The king of evil omens under Rodel? Is he okay? I was quite puzzled. Why did you suddenly talk about Tron? Malnot shook his head. He disappeared. The door that sealed the 3 fingers of mad fire was opened by someone after you. The only person I can think of is Tron. Maybe he was also bewitched by mad fire, and would go to Famizra to cause trouble for you. This surprised me. Oh! Come to think of it. That day, when I was fighting with Mungert, the witch Haida suddenly disappeared. Could it be that after that, she found someone else, took advantage of the opportunity, and pushed open the seal of the 3 fingers of the crazy fire? It was because of my battle with the teacher that he lost his strength. So, don't blame yourself. 0. Perhaps seeing the change in my expression, Mungert comforted and persuaded me. Since it has happened, there is no need to keep holding on to the mistakes of the past. Right now, you have to think about how to deal with the next situation. You don't have to worry about Rodel's affairs. No one will easily get close to the golden tree. If you can't handle the mad fire by yourself, then come back immediately after getting the death rune. We can think of other things. Yes. I nodded firmly. Mungert's words were like a shot of adrenaline. The implication was that I should just go for it, as expected of a teacher. He was very thoughtful. And then, it all depends on the beast priest's intention. But, ever since he received the golden light from Mungert, he has been in a trance, as if he had turned into a statue, motionless. Teacher Gulanger, what happened to him? Although I had some guesses in my mind, I still asked the question I had intended to ask at the beginning. I just gave the image of the current golden tree and the thorn of rejection to Gulanger to witness with his own eyes. Mengot stepped forward, trying to wake up Gulanger. At this time, Gulanger also let out a long sigh and lowered his head. God has abandoned us, that supreme will. Mengot and I looked at each other. Mungert said, perhaps, it is not abandonment. But from the beginning, the supreme will wanted this situation. He promised to my mother, and gave us, and it was indeed eternity. But it is a kind of stagnant eternity. Although we can live, we cannot get real freedom. The limit of life will only be with you. And like my mother, the power is only in the hands of a few people. And one day we will be like us now, unwilling to degenerate. And the declining people will plunder for it at all costs. And the border area will not be able to get more development, and finally turn into a dead place. This is not the eternity that my mother desires. So she will smash the Elden Ring. I also added at the right time, so the current border area needs change. We need to bring death back and reshape order. Although, I cannot predict that after abandoning the current eternity, the world will become extremely beautiful. But, if we work together, at least, we can make it better. Gulanger looked at us, silent, thinking, judging, or immersed in his own memories. In addition, you don't have to blame yourself for the theft of the death rune, which led to that night of conspiracy. Gulanger. Malnot stepped forward and sat next to the beast priest. I went to see the ancient dragon Fullshanks. Brother Godwin seemed to have foreseen all that, and most likely volunteered to sacrifice himself to resist eternity and the will behind it in his own way. What happened at night was not the fuse. Mother smashed the magic ring, not because she had any grudge against you, but because she rebelled against the god who deceived her, and made a choice for the change of the border. Malika. Gulong once again spoke the name of the person he trusted most. Is all this your wish, Malika? After silence filled the temple for a long moment, Gulong raised his head again, and a golden glow appeared under his cloak. If all this is really Malika's choice, come on, Fated One, I would like to lead you to Fam Yazra, to obtain the death rune, and implement your reforms. As he said, he stood up and crawled out of the beast temple. Chapter 561 being too popular is not good 4.0. After being persuaded by Mungert, the beast priest Grunge agreed to lead me to the broken sky city, Famizra, and there, he would give me the death rune. I followed him to the outside of the beast temple, and happened to see a Dulla and another black flying dragon, circling and entangled in the sky. If I remember correctly, that guy should be the flying dragon Guerel on the Fam Bridge, which guards the dragon tomb leading to the beast temple. I only heard Gulanger raise his head and roar. Guerel gave up the chase, and flew towards our temple. I raised my hand and waved. Adura. I'm here. Roar. Adura responded with a roar and flew over here. But that guy actually landed above the temple, looking down at Guerel, who seemed quite unconvinced, and continued to roar. Guerel was not willing to be outdone, raised his head, and roared back at Adura. The two flying dragons roared one after another, making a lot of noise. Bang! Suddenly, a black impact passed through Giral's nose. It was the black sword followers who slashed, causing it to stop roaring. Seeing this, I also shouted to Adura, "Okay, you should be quiet now." Adura roared, probably because he saw Guerrero being scolded. Adura flew down from the top of the temple triumphantly. "It seems that you are well prepared." Gulong looked at Adura and said, "After all, it is with the help of many people that I can come to this day and appear before you, the high priest of the beast," I said with a smile. "By the way, Grunger, do you still need the death root? Since that thing cannot correct the current situation, nor can it cleanse my sins. Just destroy it." Grunger paused, took out some things from his arms, and handed them over. "But you have cleaned up the wrong deaths, which is also worthy of praise. These, you can take. The faded one. Oh, it's the beast's claw mark holy seal, the beast's claw hammer, and a few beast's prayer sheepskin scrolls. Even the ancient dragon rock forging stone is available." I smiled and thanked him, and turned to ask if Hunting Death D wanted these props. He shook his head and said that I might need these new powers more. Then, Grunge turned around and ordered the dragon, "Geralt, you will guard them, and follow me to Famizra." "Roar!" Guerrero roared in response. I also took the finger witch who came with me, and rode on the back of Adela, and turned around and asked, "Teacher, do you want to go with us?" Mungert shook his head. "This clone has little power. I'm afraid it can't help anything else." "Zero, there is no need to act recklessly there. If you can rescue Melina, take her with you, get the death rune, we will wait for you to come back in Rodel." "Well, I will act according to the situation." Mengot nodded, his figure turned into the light of the rune, which gathered on my body, and at the same time, it also condensed into a black long sword. "Knight Starfire. Long time no see, old friend." I put it away with a smile. Now I can use the double sword Huajian two-sword style. As for whether there is a chance besides Hunting Death, D did not plan to go with us, so he said goodbye. Then I will go back to Stonewell first, tell them what happened here, and be ready to pick them up. "Well, please. Everything has been arranged." Giolinger's figure also began to dissipate, turning into a gray gold rune light, and flew into the sky. Adura, "Let's go!" Roar! Adura flew into the sky, and Gurel, as a wingman, followed closely behind us. In a blink of an eye, the beast temple had become a sesame seed. But when you look up, the red and burning golden tree still looks precarious and attracts attention. Tron disappeared. Perhaps he was bewitched by the mad fire, and he would definitely go to Famizra to cause trouble for you. Munget's reminder is still lingering in my mind. I really didn't expect that someone other than me would be given the mad fire. Was it because of the reluctance and anger of being abandoned by the Golden Dynasty and imprisoned underground as the son of the evil omen that bewitched Tron? Now thinking back carefully, when we ran into Mad Fire A Ling at the abandoned cathedral of the evil omen and arrested him, Tron seemed to have had some abnormal reactions. Could it be that the cause of everything happened at that time? It is no longer known. Just as Monget said, it is no longer helpful to think about the mistakes made in the past one by one. What we need to do now is to think of ways to deal with them. In addition, there seem to be many conflicts between Bernal and Yinhua A Ling, which is why they killed each other at the Snow Mountain Cauldron instead of saving Yinhua A Ling. This may also mean that Bernal himself has different ideas from Yinhua, and they just have their own plans and are temporarily united. However, those strange and puzzling actions may have to be asked in person. Roderica also hopes that she can help me have another good talk with Bernal at that time, and through her spiritual sense, perhaps I can give more information. Roar! Just as I was thinking about those crazy fire followers, Adola suddenly roared. Grunge's rune light passed through a swirling cloud, and the wind grew stronger unconsciously, making people subconsciously hold on to the pyroxene crystal on Adela's back, and also reminded the finger which behind him, hold on tight. The storm approached. The sound of thunder was faintly heard in my ears. The broken sky city of Famizra should be here soon. Suddenly, the cloud in front of him lit up with red flames, and the blazing flame suddenly jumped out. Fortunately, Adura seemed to have noticed it, and hurriedly dodged to the side, and immediately opened his mouth, spitting out blue magic flames, returning the opponent's color. The two dragons almost passed each other, 4 wings and 4 legs, in the thin gaps of the white wing feathers. There seemed to be a slight flash of golden light. This is the ancient dragon like Lance Shanks, the real master of Famizra. Roar! With a red thunderbolt, from the rolling clouds, the ancient dragon summoned the power of thunder, turned its body quickly in the air, roaring, as if to tear Adela apart. Adela was naturally unwilling to be outdone, opened his mouth wide, and his magic power quickly gathered. However, someone was faster than him. Roar! I saw. Good Liar suddenly rushed out from the side, and hit the ancient dragon head-on, taking him back into the clouds. Adela, let's go help. I followed the order. Yagila also roared. Speeding up, the wind roared in his ears, and the clouds gradually dispersed, and the color changed from white to grayish-yellow, just like a clean tissue was put on the sand, patted, and then picked up. Roar chasing the ancient dragon and Gyler. Suddenly, it penetrated the last cloud, only to see the fragmented continent, and a large area of fragmented ancient buildings came into view. Around there, several tornadoes twisted and spiraled, circling, and in the center of the continent, there was also the largest storm vortex, as if it was it, firmly grasping everything around it. The collapsed sky city. Famizra. I finally found it. Roar! Another loud dragon roar was heard. The ancient dragon attacked by Yadira and Guirel finally got rid of the entanglement for a short time. But what I didn't expect was that this dragon roar was like an echo in the mountains, causing a series of sounds. Roar, roar, roar! Suddenly, from the storm, the dark ancient dragons actually flapped their wings and flew over. Hey, 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 do you want such a big welcome? I'm just a little Atai. I can't bear it. Chapter 562 Forced Landing. Following the guidance of the beast priest Gulong, the shattered sky city, Yazra was clearly in front of us. But groups of ancient dragons rose into the sky, flying towards us aggressively, and my head began to hurt. It seems that you flying dragons are just like us fated ones, and are not welcome here. I complained casually. Yadira responded to me with a roar, and from the tone, it seemed that it didn't know what was going on. It's obviously impossible to break through by force. Adela, you let Guirel and you act separately, find a place to put us on Famizra, and you leave as soon as possible. I gave the order. Guirel seemed to have understood what I said, roaring, accelerating and flying forward, while spitting out dragon fire to attract fire. We fly to the side. While commanding Adela, I also rang the soul-summoning bell. Brother Teardrop, please help me with the magic conversion. After all, as a strength-sensitive warrior, I am helpless in this kind of air battle, and I have to change to the mage. Soon, I felt a spring-like power flowing through my blood. In my ears, Adira roared a warning. I saw 3 or 5 flying dragons forming a double team and flying over to us. Come on! I pulled out the Nightfire, although I was also summoning the Kalia's scepter from the Blessing backpack. It would take a long time to fly over from the Blessing Point on the Beast Temple. Fortunately, the Nightfire was based on the previous weapon Night Starfire, and the cold attribute was reduced and the magic efficiency was improved, which means that in special circumstances, it can temporarily replace the staff. Origin Magic Comet Azel, aiming at the ancient dragon that was leading the way, the torrent of magic hit its head directly. But this guy was quite stubborn, and red lightning flashed from his body, as if he wanted to continue to rush forward against Comet Azel. Adela also rushed forward, and kicked it directly to crash. Master Zero, right. The finger witch behind him shouted, reminding us of the enemy. I saw an ancient dragon spewing flames from its mouth, rushing towards us. Adira was not to be outdone, and responded with its blue magic dragon breath. The two flames collided with each other, and a purple-red glow burst out, dyeing the whole body of the two dragons. Roar, but I heard another dragon roar from the left. The third ancient dragon summoned the red thunder that they were proud of, condensed into a blade, and slashed at Adira's head. Is it similar to the prayer of Lance Sanks's knife? Then I will respond with the power of Lance Sanks. Pray for Lance Sanks's dragon thunder protection. Just as the ancient dragon's thunder blade was about to fall, I accumulated strength, aimed at the opponent's eye, which was theoretically the weakest point, and fired a thunder god-killing gun. Roar! The ancient dragon felt the pain, and also deflected its attack from the target. Adela stopped breathing and shrank his head, avoiding the dragon thunder blade, and just in time. The huge body of the third ancient dragon blocked the oncoming flaming breath for us, then quickly flapped his wings, get rid of the dragons, and moved towards Famizra. Roar! Several more ancient dragons flew towards us. Behind us, The guys who had just been knocked down also roared angrily, and continued to chase. After I drank a few sips of the Holy Grail dew, I continued to use magic, clearing the way for Adulla. And Adulla also spewed out its huge magic pyroxene. Sure enough, the most effective one was Comet Ezra, followed by Broom Star. But every time I used magic, I felt like half a tube of blood was directly drawn from my body. But even so, the number of ancient dragons surrounding us did not decrease. It was not a solution to keep going like this. Roar! A black and red figure suddenly rushed out from the side. Giral's whole body was actually emitting blazing flames, rushed over and bit the neck of an ancient dragon in front of us, pushing the opponent out directly, and crashing into a huge rock floating in the air. As expected of a subordinate of the Beast Priest, it was a fierce attack. Afterwards, Good Liar stomped his opponent to unconsciousness and flew high again, like a shooting star with black and red killing intent, helping us to divert the attention of many ancient dragons again. Now rush, Adura! I hurriedly commanded. Adura also put all his strength into it, leading us to Famizra. Looking at it, the fragmented land was almost within reach. In the sky, I don't know when it became overcast, red thunder roared, one after another, and kept flashing in the clouds. I had a bad feeling, and hurriedly looked in all directions. Sure enough, those red lightnings were not falling randomly, but were connecting with each other between two ancient dragons. I didn't know when, but 6 ancient dragons kept their distance and surrounded Yagula. It's not good. Yagula, can you fly out of their encirclement? I hurriedly reminded the flying dragon. Yagula roared and began to speed up. Seeing this, the lightning between the 6 ancient dragons flashed faster and faster. And just when Yagula was about to break out of their encirclement, the red dragon lightning formed a ring. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, in the circle, countless red lightning directly formed a huge net. Even though Adura nimbly dodged several lightning bolts, he was still unable to react in time, and was hit by a ruthless blow. After a short pause, several more lightning bolts rushed straight at him, making Adura unable to avoid them at all. Roar! Adura! In order to protect me and the finger which, after the first red lightning bolt hit him, he suddenly turned around, swung his neck, and threw us out. But I saw another ancient dragon below that seemed to have been ready to attack. It opened its mouth and rushed towards Adura, who was falling due to the electric shock. Damn it! You are the only one who can bully the minority. Right? Where is the dignity of the ancient dragon? The combat skill is strong enough. Although I can't fly freely like a bird. But with the help of the wind, I took the finger witch and changed my falling trajectory. Hold on to me. Witch. The ancient dragon seemed to not take us seriously at all, and asked me to control the storm. Adjust my position and fall on its back, and stab it directly into its spine. Roar. Get off, Adura. Ah. I roared and ran on the back of the ancient dragon, pulling the blade hard. I cut the dragon's tail vertebrae directly from the shoulder. And even, I guess I hurt the nerves at the root of its wings, making it lose its balance in the air, rolling in chaos, throwing me and the finger witch out. Ah! The witch screamed. Don't be afraid. Adura has completed its mission and sent us to Famizra. I pulled the witch into my arms and comforted her. That's right, we are already close to the outer sky of Famizra. Next, we need to adjust the direction and prepare for the landing. Combat skill storm. I use combat skills again to control the strong wind. Although I just made a promise to comfort the finger witch, but to be honest, the distance is still a little far. After all, who would have known that? The ancient dragon would have such a joint move. Closer, closer. The broken skyland, it seems that I can reach it with my hand. Closer. Damn it. Finally, the fingertips finally touched the stone on the edge. But it was only the tip of my finger. I watched myself and the finger which missed the edge of Famizra, and continued to fall. We were only one step away from success. Phew. Hope was shattered, but despair had not yet risen. A force suddenly, gently and powerfully lifted us up, and at this last moment, sent us to the land of Famizra. Chapter 563 Famizra. It was a close call. We were about to miss Famizra, but I didn't expect that. It would be Torret who helped us in the end, sent me and the finger witch up. I rolled on the ground several times while protecting the finger witch, and then I hit the wall, or some kind of guardrail, and then I stopped. I came to my senses, and hurriedly climbed to the edge of the cliff. Adulla, where's Adulla? The pyroxene dragon had endured the red thunder array of the ancient dragons, and was falling towards the clouds below Famizra. At this height, even if it was a flying dragon, even if it fell into the sea, it would be smashed to pieces. Wake up! Adura! I couldn't help shouting. At the same time, a ray of faint blue light flew out from my spirit whistle ring, and rushed towards the falling Adura. In a trance, I seemed to see the back of the spirit horse, and it called out to me. Then I'll leave it to you. Torret. I breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up, the ancient dragons didn't seem to notice me yet, so I had better leave quickly. The side where we fell seems to be the bee cemetery outside Famizra. The huge storm at the center of Famizra is right in front of us. The rapids are so painful that it hurts people's faces. Below this side, there are doors lying on the ground, filled with stones and soil, forming a huge arc-shaped cemetery. In the middle of the doors, there are bones of beasts. I remember that in the game, there will be an ancient dragon coming from the storm to block 8's way. But now, the ancient dragons should still focus on the departing Adura and Guirel. I hope the flying dragons are safe. Come! Follow me. I jumped directly from the side platform into the cemetery, then turned around, caught the finger witch, and ran with her to the depths of the cemetery. As expected, at the end of the cemetery platform, at the entrance of the passage on the left, we found the blessed light. Then, Master Ling, I will take my leave here first. Thank you for your care along the way. The finger witch bowed slightly to me. I will give the information of Famizra to those who are still waiting in Stonewell, and then I will bring them here to help you. Well, please. I also said goodbye to the witch. May Queen Marika protect you and bless you. After saying that, the figure of the finger witch gradually turned into a piece of golden light and dissipated in front of me. Okay. Next. It's time for me to explore Famizra alone. It feels like I haven't done this for a long time. Although I stumbled along the way, the scenes in my memory seemed to be accompanied by someone. And this time, even calling Torret didn't respond. I guess he is still helping Adela get rid of the ancient dragons. Of course, Famizra himself seemed unable to summon a spirit horse. After all, it was in pieces everywhere. Even if he called Torret, he probably couldn't make it run. In that case, Grunger was really something. Since he led the way for us, he should have helped us communicate with the ancient dragons in advance. Although, I didn't dare to think that I could directly go to his real body, the Black Sword Malachus. But I was beaten up right at the beginning, and almost crashed, which was also something I didn't expect. Walter, I can say, man. Just when I was saluting the prisoner, at the door near the blessing point, a beast-like man inside seemed to have heard the conversation between me and the finger witch just now, and came to check what was going on. After seeing the man, this guy immediately roared, and rushed towards me with his scimitar. Okay, I just got bullied by the ancient dragon, and I haven't gotten angry yet. I drew out the Nightfire, and directly blocked the opponent's leaping sword, and turned half a circle with the opponent's blade, and while removing it, I jumped up and made a spinning slash. The opponent quickly picked up his half-cut porcelain-like shield, trying to block my attack. But my strength was beyond his imagination. I directly chopped the shield into pieces, and knocked the orc to the ground. I was also a little surprised. Although the shield looked fragile, I didn't expect it to be broken. After all, it's not possible in the game. But who told me that I am a strong man now? While the opponent was still not getting up, I held the sword with both hands and directly added a bloody slash, which made the orc bleed and fell to the ground. But before the people could catch their breath, another dragon orc rushed over from inside the door. The power was transferred, the Nightfire burned and released, and the vortex of flames directly engulfed the entire door. Even if the orc resisted the power of the flames, he was also pushed back by my hurricane. I stepped forward. After entering the door, I raised the Nightfire, and directly jumped and chopped the second orc to the ground with a powerful blow. It was so easy. When I was in Ninja Few, this dragon-headed orc was the first boss monster I encountered. It took a lot of effort to solve the opponent. Now I can kill a kid with one sword. No, the first boss I encountered should be in the underground cemetery at the foot of Storm Root, the stone statue of the tree guard dog. However, I have been running around in the border area since then, and I have not had many opportunities to enter various cemeteries, so I have fewer opportunities to encounter the guard dog, and I almost forgot about it. However, it is normal for the early boss to become an elite monster in the later stage. R.A.T.I., but we are evolving all the time. Just when I was proudly passing through the tomb guarded by the two dragon-headed orcs, in the passage in front of me, several of the same guys had gathered. I guess he heard his companions roar just now, and realized something was wrong. So he came to check. After all, as a dragon's follower, His perception in all aspects should be quite sharp. I was slightly startled. And before the opponent rushed over, I quickly released a fiery storm slash into the passage to block the dragon beast's progress. Puff. My ears caught the slight sound of the arc, and I subconsciously rolled to the side, and saw a red lightning strike from the previous position, and a white smoke rose. Among these dragon orcs, are there any guys who can pray? The power of the red thunder is huge. I have to deal with him first. Combat skill, hound pace. I increased my speed. Yahuwah brought flames, like a red lightning, quickly passed through the dragon orcs in the passage, and found the guy who was hiding at the end and released the prayer. The orc saw this, and quickly opened his arms, making the arc of dragon thunder spread out, as if forming a fence around him, to block me out. But you are too slow. No prayers allowed. Like a tiger descending from a mountain, before the thunderbolts fell, the raging waves of fire instantly engulfed the orc's prayers, and chopped them to the ground. After dealing with the long-range fragile mage, I swung my sword and turned around, preparing to deal with the frontline warriors. But, looking carefully, those guys were already lying on the ground in a mess. Speaking of which, when I came through with the hound step just now, I also chopped them with the night fire, and then I went straight to Alpha Assault, and took all the soldiers in one wave. This is unparalleled. This is the beauty of numbers. After passing through this huge tomb, I came to the terrace, through the storm in the center of Famizra, between the hazy wind and dust. The huge temple where the Black Sword Malachus is located on the other side of the storm. Chapter 564. Atai makes a scene in Sky City. Okay, let me take back what I said before. I had originally thought that I could rely on my current strength advantage to push forward and sweep all the way, and directly rush to the palace of Black Sword Malachus. But as expected, in the world of the Souls series, the most difficult thing to deal with is not the monster as the leader, but the soldiers wandering around the map. Gah! The gradually collapsing Famizra is also filled with death. I had just walked down from the terrace next to the tornado for a short while, and a large number of dragon beastmen's deathborns immediately emerged from the broken graveyard fragments and surrounded me. Needless to say, the number is naturally at least twice that in the game. There were even more of them, especially those who used crossbows. Because of the broken terrain of Famizra, they hid in places where I couldn't reach them for a while, and shot arrows secretly. There were also various guys hiding behind rocks, which suddenly scared people. There were endless guys. The combat skill was the water bird dance. Fortunately, the sword dance given by Marenia was really good for cleaning up the miscellaneous soldiers. The annoying guys around were stomped to pieces, like cutting melons and vegetables. Moreover, in reality, I also found that there was a good way to clean up the dead-born here, which was to pick up their heads and throw them directly into the big tornado in the center of Famizra. No matter whether you can be resurrected through blessing. Go and blow the wind. Whoosh wow. Good guy. Another crossbowman appeared from the place where I had already run behind me. There were really too many dead-born in this area. It may also be because this was originally a cemetery. I don't want to get too entangled with these guys. After using the dancing water birds to carve out a path, I just run. Look! There is a blessed light ahead. There is a large area over there that looks like a combination of a cave and an ancient dragon building. I remember it was called the Dragon Church. There are many lost knights guarding it. When I got there, I took a short break. Wow! I jumped from the large cemetery platform to a piece of debris. The violent shaking almost made me fall. It felt like the floating platform floating on the water in the challenge show where boys and girls rush forward, and it would be affected by the central storm. If you are not careful, you may fall directly. In the challenge show, it was just falling into ordinary water. If I didn't step firmly, I would have crashed from a height of 10,000 meters and cried Robert. I pushed hard with my heels, summoned a little wind, and did 361 somersaults forward, and stepped safely on the solid ground, touching the blessed light. Roar behind me. A dead dragon orc, who looked quite strong, was still chasing. However, when this guy stepped on the stone slab, he was also shaken violently, and sat down on the stone slab. After all, who told him to chase me so hard? I just ran over here, and the stone slab hadn't settled down yet. An idea flashed in my mind, and I hurried forward, grabbed the edge of the stone slab, and twisted it hard. Suddenly, the long stone slab turned into a shuttle on the loom, and directly threw the dead dragon orc out. Goodbye. I waved goodbye to the dead dragon orc who fell from the sky and was swept away by the storm. Now, it was finally a little quiet. Sit down beside the blessing. and take a break. I remember that the leader boss in the Dragon Church was the fat and thin double god skin messenger. Oh no! I let Latina, the only one who can use hypnotic arrows, stay in the holy snowfield and guard her huge sister with the wolf king Finlage. I don't usually collect Talina's flowers, so I can't make a hypnotic pot. It seems that I can only fight hard. But the key is the lost knights patrolling around the Dragon Church. According to my previous experience, there is no rule in reality that soldiers cannot enter the boss room. If I can't get rid of the lost knights around first, and ask them to match the fat and thin double god skins, black flames and storms. That scene, I can hardly imagine. But we have to deal with the lost knight first. I am sure to win in a one-on-one fight, and 1-on-2, 3, there is no problem at all. With my current ability, I am afraid that when the time comes, in a one-on-one fight, that guy will yell, and it will turn into a one-on-a-group fight like the previous few times, which will be troublesome. It's okay, or let's not fight, double god skin. After all, there is no rule in reality that once you enter the boss room, you must fight. The church hall is connected in all directions. The worst case scenario is that after entering, you can just use the hound pace to speed up and run away. As for the reinforcements that Stonewell will send later, I hope they can bring more people. I'll leave the god skin and the lost knights in my care. After thinking through the strategy, I have to plan the route. Speaking of which, there is no mental map in Famazra. I remember that in the game. As long as you land on this land, the entire map will be automatically unlocked. But in reality, my mind is gray, and there is no rune map at all. I guess Queen Marika herself has never been to Famazra in person, so there is no map steal. Moreover, I also came here by abnormal means. Is it a kind of punishment? In addition, I have to say that it has been a long time since I last arrived here in the game, although I can recall the overall picture of the Famazra map. As for the specific route, I may have to go around a few times before I can remember it. Anyway, don't panic. At worst, you can just use Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder protection and the Hound Step to run away. By the way, I remember that there is a physical fitness technique in the prayer given by Gulong, called Beast Vitality. So take it with you first. After making sufficient preparations and strategies, I walked cautiously into the Dragon Church, looking around. Crack, crack, crack. I hadn't walked a few steps when I saw a lost knight, holding a long axe and patrolling. If I go to this position, he will find me anyway. Or, I can assassinate him while he's alone here. However, speaking of Arenzuin, I rarely have the chance to use it in reality. Moreover, for a long sword weapon like Nightfire, the way to backstab in the game is to chop the opponent's waist. But in reality, it seems impossible for the opponent to stand still after being stabbed, and then let someone exert some force to chop him down. How about, try to use a dagger, imitate Assassin's Creed, and cut the opponent's neck? Ah, the lost knight is coming. I quickly and quietly hid back to the blessed light, and at the same time, I also made up my mind, looking for a suitable dagger weapon in my backpack. When did I take the black knife? Oh, I remember, when I caught the crazy fireling in Rodel. Mengot used a seal to take out all his equipment and weapons from the blessed backpack, and gave it to me, and it just so happened that there was this black knife. Although I can't tell if this sword has been strengthened. It seems that this is the main weapon of Yinhua A Ling. It should have been upgraded with the colorless forging stone. Okay, let's use it. I took the black sword, and took advantage of the lost home knight turning back to the stairs in the passage, and carefully moved forward. The back. First, strangle the opponent's neck, and then wipe it hard. Right. Let's go! I rushed forward and suddenly threw the lost home knight to the ground, making a bang. I quickly reached out to strangle the opponent's neck, and then used the black sword to wipe. Ah! The shawl wrapped outside this guy's helmet is really in the way. Ah! The other party was strangled by my neck, and couldn't make a complete sound, but he roared in anger, and he kept struggling and twisting in my arms. Don't move. I quickly took off the other party's shawl, but the gap between the helmet and the armor was not easy to find. Crack. There were footsteps above my head. On the other side of the intersecting passage, the patrolling lost home knight had come over. Under the helmet, his eyes were suspicious, frightened, and even looked like you were doing something weird. Yeah. Hello. I said hello awkwardly. And then I was elbowed in the stomach by the struggling lost knight. I had to let go of my hand in pain. Assassination. A complete failure. It's not right to do things you are not good at. Hurry up. Another damn fated one has broken in. The lost knight who got rid of me shouted loudly. Again? Never mind. Plan B. Start. Combat skillhound step. Run away. While the two lost knights haven't made a move yet, I rush past them. There is a terrace on the corridor, facing the main hall of the Dragon Cathedral. Seeing that the two lost knights behind me were already chasing me, I guessed that they had already alerted other knights in the church. I didn't care too much. I jumped. Paw! Landed perfectly. At that moment, a black fire suddenly broke out around this quiet ancient dragon church. In front of the church, under the dead ancient dragon's head, two balls of black and white fire also burned fiercely. Chapter 565 Storm, Fire and Lightning Part 1. In order to avoid the pursuit of the lost knights, I jumped directly into the main hall of the dragon church, prepared to find any exit, and then run out, relying on my own mobility to lead them in circles. But looking around, I saw that every exit was burning with black and white flames. Even the windowsill I just jumped off was also blocked by flames, leaving no place for people to escape. This time, I really hid from the soldiers and hid in the boss room, right in front of the church. Two balls of black and white flames were also burning under the hanging dragon head. Then, two godskin apostles, one fat and one thin, walked out from the flames. I couldn't help but hold the night fire tightly, although I was a little panicked and had to challenge the boss. The good news was that those lost home knights on the periphery seemed unable to enter this hall. As soon as the two godskins appeared, a large ball of flame burned in their hands, and they threw it towards me. Combat skillhound step. I didn't hesitate anymore and rushed directly towards the apostles of the godskin. Let's start with the fat one. After all, I really hate this guy's rolling wheels. Another reason is that he is bigger in stature. If he handles it properly, he can block the position of the thin godskin and have a one-on-one fight in a sense. Seeing this, the fat godskin naturally raised his long sword without hesitation and pierced through. I almost dodged the attack by sticking to the opponent's sword. On the night fire, blood wiped the blade. Combat skill blood/change to blood dance. Imitating the attack method of the sea of blood and corpses, the blood blade slashed at the fat god's big belly. But after the fat god was attacked, he turned back and dodged like a clever dynasty sword skill. Just as he was about to chase, in the corner of his eye, a tornado of black flame suddenly attacked from the side. The thin god turned the strange curved sword in his hand into a propeller of a helicopter, carrying black flames, extending his body, and twisting and turning. I had to move backwards in a hurry. The next second, a huge shadow covered my head again, and the fat god's skin turned into a ball of black flames, and fell towards me. Boom! The flames rushed to all directions like a tide. Seeing this, I had just pulled back, and could only quickly make the night fire burn with red flames, and roll up the fire barrier, to resist the opponent's attack. But the next second, a huge black shadow rolled over like a landslide. That god pie used his wheel rolling move, and directly broke through my molten flame hurricane dance, and rushed towards me. I quickly dodged to the side, and thin god pie followed closely behind, and he flipped up, and raised the sharp end of the curved sword, and stabbed me who had just stood firm. I could only dodge again. Unexpectedly, after the opponent landed, he also released a wave of black flames, which caught me completely off guard, and I was blown away in an instant, and crashed into the church hall, and the stone pillars of the altar, and my body was stinging and numb from the burning of the black fire. Boom boom. The fat god's skin rolled over again. I glanced at the altar next to me, and quickly rolled under its feet. This was a blind spot. After the fat god's skin rolled over, he saw that he couldn't hit me, so he bounced away, fell back to the ground, drew out his rapier, and stabbed again. I stood up, and quickly jumped onto the altar, passed through the stone pillars, and hid behind the altar. The snake-like thin god's skin immediately chased after me, raised his curved sword, and chopped at my head. Good fellow, you beat me 2 against 1, and you really thought I was afraid of you? The night fire burned, and after turning around to avoid the attack, I slammed a fiery storm slash at the opponent's face. The opponent was quite caught off guard, and could only raise his arm as a shield to block my attack. At this time, that god's skin rushed out from the other side, and pierced through with a sword, forcing me back from thin god's skin. I pulled back a distance, and first went around the other altar to avoid being hit by the black flame summoned by those two guys. At the same time, I took out the Holy Grail dewdrops to restore my physical strength. Wow! These fat and thin guys cooperated well, and their attacks came one after another, without stopping at all. At this time, I really have to summon my big brother to attract some firepower. I was just about to reach out to take out the soul summoning bell, but I suddenly felt a chill from behind my back, and I subconsciously raised my head, only to see the pale face of Shushinpi right above my head. Did he use his body's ability to stretch to quietly reach out from the stone pillars of the altar? He raised his curved sword high, and without saying a word, he stabbed me in the head. I quickly dodged to the side, and also jumped out from behind the altar. Suddenly, a starlight shone in front of me. That god Pai used his continuous piercing, and each sword pointed directly at my vital points. I could only hastily block the opponent's attack, and there was no time to summon the imitation teardrop. When Thing God Pai saw that I had an opening, he rolled up his black flame tornado from the side and rushed towards me. This time, there was no time to dodge. After I blocked Fat God Pai's stab, I had to quickly swing my sword to block Thing God Pai's attack. But he still pushed me out, and even landed right in the middle of an altar. But you didn't expect that this was my planned escape route. Fortunately, I had replenished the Holy Grail dewdrops in the middle. Otherwise, I would not be able to resist this. I stood up and quickly took out the soul summoning bell from behind. But unfortunately, there was still blood on my chest, and it was not easy to summon the tears of the big brother. After all, as soon as the big brother appeared, he would also drain most of my blood. So, it was decided that you would be the one. Come on, Black Knife Sister. The two God Skin apostles saw this. That God Skin immediately raised his hand and summoned black flames, wanting to take advantage of the moment when I was stiff from ringing the bell, and throw a raging fire directly to burn me in the fire. The thin god also twisted his body, waving his curved sword and rushing forward like a snake demon. Even if I could dodge the fat god's attack, he could catch up immediately and cut off my head with one blow. Oh, it seems too early now. Am I too impatient to summon the ashes? Huh? But just as I regretted my wrong judgment and hurriedly thought of a countermeasure, a hurricane suddenly surged around the altar, blocking the flames of the fat god directly. Skinny God used his sword to tear open the storm barrier, but saw a big axe coming down on his head, so he could only subconsciously raise his sword to block it. And then, he was chopped away by the opponent's brute force. Looking at the person coming, I was surprised. Lost Home Nightingale. I didn't expect that at the critical moment he would take the initiative to respond to the call from the soul summoning bell and save my life. Even I almost forgot about this knight, who was obtained from the Monlu cemetery. When I asked Roderica to help me upgrade the ashes, I gave priority to Brother Teardrop and Sister Black Knife, and let Roderica help me distribute the remaining resources. Moreover, in the situation just now, it is indeed necessary to wait for the Black Knife Sister to condense and form. The worst case scenario is that I will be taken away directly by the opponent's combined attack. The storm came first, saving me from the water and fire at the critical moment. But the man was silent, just patted my shoulder, and jumped directly from the altar, swung the long axe and rushed towards the thin god Skin. Good man. I will train you to the full level of Ingwell in the future. Moreover, this can also be said that he, as a lost knight, is fighting at home. Let us use the storm to respond to their black flames.